Chat. How is everybody doing? Happy Sunday. We're doing something a little bit different today. I like to try to call these a trial in a day. We've done it over the weekends here and there. If we missed a trial, I will bring you a short trial on the weekends that we can catch up on. The last one we did, I think, was Cardi B. And I do believe when we started to get into the Fulio trial, we were trying to catch up with everybody else over the weekend, ultimately led into that one. So while we were doing the Fulio trial, there is one that we missed, and it is this one. Okay, it's this woman that you see on the screen, Latoshia.
I'm a PhD.
She is a PhD, and she killed a pastor in Tennessee. Okay, so I'm starting to see that this fall we're going into a lot of murder trials that involve women as the assailants. So I thought that was super interesting. We're going to catch up on this one and hang out for a majority of the day. So happy Sunday to y'all, whether you're coming back from church, whether you're just hanging out, doing some laundry, catching up. I've got my tea ready to go. And we're just going to hang out for the afternoon. So we're going to do, this is a 4-day trial. We're going to do days 1 and 2 today. And I will see if I can, maybe we have a little bit of time for more, but it's estimated that it's going to be like a 4-hour stream. So we're hanging out for a little bit. It's good to see everybody. I had to come in and give y'all some love, right? Because we have not done a weekend stream in quite a bit. So here it is. It's called the You Broke My Heart murder trial. But again, I'm calling it the
I'm a PhD
trial. I mean, because this woman is a PhD. She really threw her life away. I want to hear all about it, analyze this from a legal perspective. A lot of people hit me up over these past few days and asked me to cover this one. So we're going to knock it out today. And if not, then we will finish most of it throughout the week. Shout out to everybody coming on in. Denisha's in here. Fake Human is in here. Girly Samurai Esquire's in here. Ant-Man is in here. Nurse Janice, good to see you. Lucretia's in here as well. Been with me for 16 months. Jackie's in here as well. Keyshawn, good to see you, Keyshawn. But yeah, we're going to cut it all up. I want to see exactly what happened in this trial. But my aunt called me a few days ago and was just like, girl, you got to do this one. I was like, all right, we're going to jump on into it. So without further delay, y'all kick back and relax. I got the makeup basket here. So we're getting all into it, hanging out for the afternoon. Let me put our audio on and let's jump into it. We got the statement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Turn it down for us.
He was a pastor of a church. He was a husband. And he was a man who enjoyed life. He was 36 years old at the time of his death.
Wow.
He wasn't perfect. He had flaws, much like a lot of people have flaws. In the fall of 2016, he was one of the pastors at a church in Little Rock. He knew the defendant through his role at that church. She was a member of the church, and I believe she was a leader of a life group in that church. She was going through a divorce or had recently divorced. They talked about that. A sexual relationship between the two of them began sometime around February of 2017.
Not with the pastor.
And you'll hear that relationship went on until sometime the end of 2018 or maybe even going into 2019. Went on for several years. Toward the end of 2018, I believe it was around October, Mr. Perry and his wife took a job. Well, Mr. Perry took a job. He and his wife moved to Collierville in Shelby County because he took a job at Mississippi Boulevard Church here, also working as, I think, an executive pastor at that church. So not the senior pastor or the preaching pastor, but he was working with that church here in Shelby County. So they left Little Rock and moved here. That resulted in the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Perry became strained. He decided he didn't want to be in that relationship anymore. They lived away from each other. I don't know the reasons that he decided that, but he did when they moved back here. On April the 4th of 2019, the defendant left Little Rock. She stopped at a gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas, where she purchased a Ruger 9mm handgun, and she purchased ammunition. And she drove the 2.5 or 3 hours from there to Carterville, Tennessee, where she showed up somewhere 9, 10 o'clock that night at Mr. and Miss Perry's residence. Mr. Perry wasn't there, but Miss Perry let her in. And they sat and talked for a while until Mr. Perry came in. Miss Perry knew the defendant from when they were in the church together in Little Rock. In fact, the two of them played tennis once a week. Miss Perry considered herself to be friends with the defendant. And so when she showed up at the door, she let her in and they talked. The defendant waited there until Brodus Perry got home. They talked for a few minutes more, and she said, well, I'm going to leave. Don't want to bother y'all anymore. Mr. and Miss Perry were about to walk her out the door when the defendant pulled the 9mm handgun that she had purchased 3 or 4 hours earlier. And she shot Mr. Perry
Oh my God.
multiple times. The medical examiner will testify they pulled 5 bullets out of his body. She also shot Tabitha Perry as she was kneeling beside her husband, trying to get him to quit, trying to help him, and trying to get the defendant to quit shooting.
This is crazy, Chad. Like, I ain't even gonna hold you. So, side chick comes to the marital home and shoots the husband and the wife, right? This is opening statements. We are only like 5 minutes in.
She was still on the scene with the gun when the police department arrived. You'll hear that the bullets that the medical examiner recovered from Mr. Perry's body matched the Ruger 9mm that she purchased from the gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas. TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, analyzed those, and those matched. You'll hear that the shell casings, 7, I believe, recovered from the apartment, were fired from the Ruger that she purchased from the gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas. There was a bullet recovered from the scene at the apartment that also was fired from the gun that she bought from the sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas. You'll see video from the sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas that shows the defendant going into the store, purchasing the ammunition and the gun, and leaving. You'll see the credit card that she purchased it with and the receipts where the last 4 of the credit card match, showing the date and the time that she purchased that handgun. She had all kinds of time to think about what she was doing. At the end of the proof, we're going to ask you to find her guilty as indicted in counts 1, 2, and 3 of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it. Guys, that was a 6-minute opening argument. That's it. Like, that's it. That is the shortest opening I've ever seen. So Miss
I'm a PhD.
is probably guilty as hell. So let's keep watching. This is going to be an interesting one. I also heard that this defendant took the stand.
Latasha Daniels is a woman who has spent her life surrounded by men who hurt men. Not all of those were physically abusive. Some were emotionally abusive. But from a very young age, Latasha listened at night with her two little sisters as her father beat her mother. Her father was a minister in the church, well respected in the community. Seeing his daughter meant something in her town. She knew she could never tell anyone the truth about what happened behind closed doors. When Latasha was 17 years old in high school, she got pregnant. And her father mandated that she marry. So at 17 years old, she married a man named Rodney. She and Rodney were married for a while, and then he eventually strayed in the relationship. She caught him cheating on her, and she was devastated. And that was the first time that Latasha tried to commit suicide.
This is getting dark.
She felt like she had failed her marriage, kids, her father, her family, and that they would all be better off without her. She tried to take her life. The ongoing struggle with mental health would continue throughout Latasha's life. Her next marriage was to a man named Brian. Brian was not physically abusive. But very shortly after Latasha and Brian got married, he completely shut her out emotionally. When she would come home, she would sit in the parking lot or the driveway and cry. And she knew when she walked into that house, a house that is
For everybody that's walking in, we're just now starting this trial today. It took place while we were watching Julio Folio. It is about a woman named Latasha Daniels. She was convicted of second-degree murder for killing a married man that she was dealing with. So she was a side chick, and she killed the husband and shot the wife. We're going to find out why. We're going to get into this story. But we had a 6-minute opening statement from the prosecution team. And we have a pretty lengthy opening statement from the defense who's up right now. For anybody that's coming in, I'll try to, get you familiar with it. But I will do these on weekends where we're going to call them a trial in a day. We were busy with Folio, so this trial was going on at the same time. Let's go back in.
supposed to be a home filled with love and filled with comfort and acceptance. She would give. Her husband would sit on the couch and watch TV and then sit on the couch. And that went on for 8 years. And at a certain point, Latasha found herself so starved for love and for attention that she sought out counseling. She tried to get her husband to go with her to marriage counseling. And he wouldn't. So Latasha decided that she needed spiritual guidance. She needed to know that if she was going to be getting divorced, that she could find that amends with God for another marriage baby. Now,
Don't bring God.
Rose Perry was an assistant pastor at St. Mark's Baptist Church in Little Rock, one of the biggest Baptist churches in Little Rock. He was one of the pastors that selected, among the thousands of church members, selected about 40 people to be life group leaders. Latasha was one of those people selected. And the group that she was in was one of about 7 or 8 people that Brodus Perry was directly over. And they had a very close, tight-knit group. Brodus Perry took very particular interest in his group. And while Latasha was struggling, seeking this spiritual covering, she reached out to Pastor Perry because she trusted him. She felt like she could be safe talking to him. She did not seek him out for a relationship. They met, had a counseling session where Latasha poured her heart out to him for almost 2 hours in tears, talking about the complete emotional neglect, the lack of love, the lack of attention, and how it made her feel in the marriage that she was currently in. And Pastor Perry listened, but seemed distracted to Latasha. Several weeks had passed and she was still struggling with these feelings, and so she reached out for a second session. And when she talked to Pastor Perry at the beginning, she said, I appreciate you meeting with me, but I don't understand why when we met, you had your hands shoved in your jacket the whole time I was talking to you. Pastor Perry told her that he was doing that so that he could maintain his professionalism.
What? What? Okay, this story is starting to get crazy, Chad. Okay, so the married pastor is, and she's married at the time, and she goes to see him for counseling or whatever, right? So the married pastor is counseling her. They're on their second session. And allegedly, and this is the defense up right now, this is Latasha's lawyer up in the opening statement saying that when they met the second time, and she was wondering why he had his hands stuffed in his jacket or his pants. And allegedly, it's because he's trying to contain himself, okay? Like, this married pastor, what is going on in the church?
As she was pouring her heart out to him, all he could do was think about sleeping with her.
Oh, come on.
And when this counseling session started, within minutes,
Oh, come on. Are you saying the Pastor Perry was a freak? Is that what we're saying? All he could think about was sleeping with this woman? Oh my God. This is how we're starting off, chat. It's going to be a good one.
grabbed her chair, pulled her to him, and began kissing her. And this woman who had been so starved for love and affection is finally receiving it. She did not seek it out.
Wow. He was
And that
receiving
session
all
that
right.
was supposed to be counseling her through her divorce became the first time that Latasha Daniels and Brodus Perry had sex.
Oh my
Immediately.
God. They immediately had sex? So she goes in for marriage counseling. The pastor can't contain himself. He's got his hands in his pants, and they just got it popping right there. Session 2. Session 2.
After that, Brodus Perry and Latasha started a relationship. But there were rules to be in a relationship with Brodus Perry. She immediately had to download the Confide app. Confide is similar to a Snapchat, where you open the message, you read it, and it disappears, and it's gone forever. That was
Now they got apps for cheaters? Like, what are we doing here?
the only means of communication that she was allowed to have with him, through that app. Brodus Perry traveled with the church. Pastors sometimes had their trips. Church groups had their trips. Latasha was to go on those trips. She had to pay her own way. He could not have his credit card tied with her flights. She was expected to be there. And while they were on trips, they would stay together in a hotel room. If Latasha was inside the hotel room, she was required to be naked, no matter what. She was inside that hotel room. And if she had the audacity to put on clothing inside a hotel room, he would get angry with her. He went so far as to say, if we are ever together,
There
and
she
I
is.
am suffering from a medical emergency,
Look at her.
do not call 911. You call Pastor Poynter. He will get me help. If you don't do it, you get as far away from me as you need to get for nobody to find out about this. By the end of their relationship, one of the rules was that Latasha was required to answer him with either yes, sir, or no, sir. Brodus had a lot of rules. And Latasha had fallen so deeply in love with him after being so starved in her past relationship that she was willing to follow him. She was willing to do whatever he wanted her to do because he loved her. She loved him. There was a lot of guilt and a lot of shame around this relationship, though, because she knew that he was married. Now, she was in the process of a divorce, but she knew Tabitha. Brodus was interested in a unique lifestyle, something called ethical non-monogamy. Basically, what ethical non-monogamy teaches is that as long as everyone in the relationship is informed and honest, that even from a marriage, you can have extramarital relationships. Brodus told Latasha this is a lifestyle that he wanted, and that Tabitha would allow him to have it. She was willing to let him engage in this ethical non-monogamy. And Brodus told Latasha, we'll all, you and Tabitha.
Y'all think the pastor was lying? Did his wife give him a pass to have a sister wife? Is that what's happening here?
will be sister wives.
I called
You
it.
will live with us.
I
We will
called
have
it.
a life together.
Not the sister wives.
I just haven't told you,
God.
but I will. But I will.
Oh
And
my
so despite
word.
the shame and the guilt from this relationship, Latasha proceeded with the affair. As part of this ethical non-monogamy, Brodus had a chat group, and it all started around this book that is kind of the guidebook for ethical non-monogamy. The book is called The Ethical Slut. Brodus made made Latasha.
Where do y'all find these cases? The book is called The Ethical Slut. Like, what?
Read that book. Because it outlined what he was allowed to do. In the big group chats about this book, Brodus developed this kind of side chat that was with him and two other women, where they discussed their ethical non-monogamy. Hours and hours and hours, Brodus talked to them via video about how Tabitha was on board with his ethical non-monogamy. So much that when he said, okay, I want to do this, Tabitha said, you should do it with Latosha. She's your person. Let me talk to her. I'll break the ice. Tabitha selected Latosha. Is what Brodus was telling the other women in this group. And that Tabitha was completely on board because he was being so honest and so open and so truthful with her, that he was so honest that not only could he have Latosha, he could have another woman too. He talked about these conversations that Tabitha would have with Latosha, the role that she played in their relationship. It's true. Tabitha had no idea that her husband was in this relationship for 2 years. Despite the fact that he was telling these women that she was completely on board and involved. And despite the fact that he was telling Latosha that she was on board with this lifestyle and that it would be okay. They would all be able to do this together. And so the relationship goes on. They take trips. Latosha buys him lavish gifts. They are happy. They see each other almost every day. They start drinking bourbon together. They start going to cigar lounges together. They start biking together. Join a biking group. They would run together. Full relationship. That Latosha thought Tabitha had, thank you, even though she didn't know that. And towards the end of 2018, Brodus Perry got offered a position at Mississippi Boulevard Baptist Church here in Memphis. It's a big church here in Memphis. It's a prestigious church to be a pastor at here in Memphis. And Brodus talked to Latosha about whether he should accept this offer, and she said, yes, this is a huge opportunity, absolutely. She organized the going away party for him and Tabitha. After Brodus moved in October of 2018, he would come back to Little Rock. He still had his orthodontist in Little Rock, so he'd come back to get his braces tightened. And when he would come in town, he and Latosha would pick up where they left off. But things did start to change in the way Brodus was treating her. And around March the 15th, Brodus came in town and texted Latosha, I'm here at the hotel, come meet me. So she went. And on this day, she had the audacity to be wearing clothes when he walked in. He got very angry with her. And she apologized. And they proceeded to have sex. This was not the day that they made love. This is a day that he had sex with her. He was demeaning and degrading, borderline aggressive.
What?
Which is something that he had never done before. Pulling her hair, shoving himself into her mouth, hurting her, slapping her. Nothing that she had ever experienced with him before. She felt so used and humiliated, broken by that experience with him, this man that she loved so much and had put so much of her life into, for him to treat her like a piece of trash. broke her heart. And that became the second time that she attempted to commit suicide. The next day, she came back to the hotel room with a gun. She told him, "You hurt me so bad. I want you to hurt like I hurt." And she wanted to kill herself in front of him so that he knew what it felt like to break because of somebody that you say that you love. He got the gun away from her.
Cat, what the hell?
Brodus always knew what to say to Latosha to get her to do what he wanted. And he did on this day. She did not kill herself. But she was still broken. They took some time apart, still talking on the phone, but not seeing each other in person. And on April the 4th, Latosha of 2019, Latosha opened her Confide app and saw a message from Brodus. It said something to the effect of, "Our time has come to an end." And that is good. He ended their 2-year relationship.
So they had an affair for 2 years, right? I guess the last time they got together, it was aggressive, right? Now, there are some holes in this story that I'm picking up on just listening. So, the husband, the pastor, claims that that his wife is aware and selected this woman. She's in a group chat with the other sister wives. Like the pastor was slinging the thing. Like, he was slinging the thing. But if his wife was aware, why would he make them use the Confide app? Why? If she was aware. So I think the pastor was lying.
There was supposed to be a life with a disappearing family. And Natasha said, "I was right to want to die." And she found herself so deep down in that dark hole that God could not reach her. And she didn't think that she deserved for God to reach her. She didn't have a gun anymore because Brodus had taken hers. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, she wrote a letter to her family and left it for them to sign in her home. She told them goodbye. She told them that she was sorry. She knows that they would be better without her. Her life will not. They would be better without her. And around 4 o'clock that afternoon, she didn't even take her purse with her to that gun store. She took her license and a debit card. She went and bought a gun to end her life. She had chosen a place that was of significance to her to go and commit suicide. It was in Jacksonville, Arkansas, Johnson Park. And as she was driving down the interstate, she just kept thinking, if I could just see him, if I could just talk to him, he would understand. We can be okay again. This doesn't have to happen. I need to see him one more time. Even if this is where this goes, I just need to see him one more time. And she looked up and saw the exit to Memphis. And she took it. She found herself in downtown Memphis, which is a place that she is not accustomed to. And she knew, because they were such regular communicators, she knew that on Thursday nights, Brodus would be at the cigar lounge. So she went to the cigar lounge. As she was walking up, Brodus walked out. She knows her rules. You do not approach him. She was not allowed to approach him because she didn't know if he was with somebody. He had to approach her so that she knew that she could talk to him. So she sees him and walks directly past him and waited for him to say, Latasha. When he did that, she came back and talked to him. And they talked for a while. She was telling him how heartbroken she was. And he said, it doesn't make any sense that my wife is okay with me having other women, but my girlfriend isn't. And she said, I'll be okay with it. You can do it. If that will fix it, I will do that. We'll give you that. And just like she had so many times in this relationship with him pressuring her to get a watcher or to have a threesome or to engage in this ethical non-monogamy, she gave in. Because she loved him so much that she was willing to do whatever she had to do to keep him. And he said, you haven't been willing to do that so far. She said, well, you haven't even told Tabitha about this. You know, how can I think that you're going to be honest with me when you haven't even told her? And so Berta said, fine. You want to tell her? We'll go tell her. Go to my apartment. Talk to her about tennis. Tell her you're in town for a convention. I've got to run an errand to Pastor Turner's house. I'll be there soon. You go tell her. Latasha said, no, you need to be the one to tell her. I'll be there. I'll go there. But we need to tell her together. And so Latasha went to their apartment, where she had never been before. He gave her the address. He had actually given it to her before they even moved out of Little Rock. And so Latasha arrives at this apartment complex that she's never been to at night. She's not from here. She doesn't frequent Memphis. She doesn't know the difference between downtown Memphis and Carterville. She just knows it was dark outside, and she had to walk from her car to the apartment. And as she's sitting in her car, she starts having second thoughts. And she calls Brodus. Are you sure we should do this? I'm scared. But she had so much hope at this point. She thought that things were finally falling into place, that they were finally going to tell Tabitha. They would finally be able to be openly and honestly together. And Brodus didn't answer. So Latasha went to the apartment, softly knocked on the door. Tabitha was inside, and she heard something but ignored it. So a couple seconds later, a little bit louder. So Tabitha gets up and goes to investigate, see who's at her door. She looks through the peephole and doesn't see anything. Talking through the door, she says, you know I'm not going to open this door unless I can see you, right? And at that point, Latasha kind of put herself into the frame of the peephole, and Tabitha says, Latasha, is that you? She opens the door, gives Tasha a hug, invites her in. And they talk about tennis, and they talk about her being in town for a conference. And they sit in the living room and chat. Brodus comes home a little while later, walks in, and Tabitha texted him while she and Latasha were talking, and I've got a surprise for you. And so he walked in and he just said, that wasn't the surprise I was expecting. It seemed very distant. So he sits, kind of makes some awkward conversation with Latosha, small talk, but he won't look at her.
Look at her.
He will not acknowledge the elephant that Latosha knows is in the room. He offers her some bourbon. She says sure. Tabitha said no because she had been drinking her the other day, so she didn't want any more. And Brodus poured himself some. And they chatted for a few more minutes, but Brodus really started completely ignoring Latosha there. And she saw the writing on the wall that this wasn't going to happen. He wasn't going to tell her. And so she said, you know what, I'm not going to keep going. But she wanted to talk to him. She wanted to find out why. She said, Brodus, walk in my car. Southern hospitality, you're the man. You know, will you walk me to my car? He said, no, Tabitha will walk you in. She said, no. Be a gentleman, walk me to my car. And he said, no, Tabitha did it. The cab got up, started walking out. She did not even understand the enormity of that moment behind her. When he wouldn't even walk outside and take a moment to talk to her. She put her hands in her pocket. And she felt the gun was in there as she was reaching for her keys. She did not think about what was happening. This was not what she came there to.
This is not making your client look innocent, chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. This has got to be the dud of the year. Like, this case right here has to be the dud. Now I understand why Law & Crime didn't pick it up. It was only on Court TV because people were telling me about it. I'm like, I didn't see this. What are y'all talking about? But this is her. This is her lawyer trying to get her off. I can't believe she's talking about this like that.
In that moment, she broke. And she did shoot Brodus Perry. While screaming, he broke my heart. And Tabitha ran to shield him and jumped in front of him. And that is when she got struck in the shoulder. And Tabitha said to her, Latosha, you shot me. And Latosha said, no, I didn't. She said, yes, you did. You shot me. And Latosha said, I didn't mean to shoot you. And Tabitha said, just go, leave. The police are on their way. Just go. Because Tabitha, when all this started, was already outside. She ran to the neighbor's house, knocked on the door and said, call 911.
She was
And then
outside.
ran back in. Latosha had never threatened her, never tried to shoot her, nothing. This was a moment that broke between Latosha and Brodus. But it was not a moment of cool, calm judgment. It is not what that night was supposed to be. That night was supposed to be a start, not an end. But that night, she broke. And she looked at every instant. And it hurts her. She feels shame about what happened. To know that her hands bleeding. This was not judgment and reflection. This was a break. And when the police came, their guns drawn, yelling at her to put down the gun, she didn't even register them. She didn't respond to them. Tabitha said that she was bringing the gun to her head, towards her mouth. Not even acknowledging the police. And in assessing the situation, police determined that they should use a non-lethal round. And they shot Latosha in the chest with that non-lethal round. She was thrown to the ground, did not. The police did not choose to use their firearms. They chose to use a non-lethal round. They actually tried to use a non-lethal round first and the gun jammed. They ran down to their car and ran back up with another non-lethal round. No other shots were fired in that entire time. This was not what this night was supposed to be.
Say you may call your first witness.
State calls Tabitha.
That was that was a defense opening, and a few of you guys picked up on it. They are probably trying to lean towards the heat of passion, right? The provocation, all of that stuff, so that way she doesn't get murder one. She was convicted of murder two ultimately, so we're gonna hear a little bit more about this jury and why they selected that. But it's moving along. I mean, the prosecution, they're looking at this like a slam dunk. That was the shortest opening I've ever seen in my life. It was 4 minutes. They said she guilty as hell. I mean, I don't know what else you want us to say. She guilty as hell. She killed a man. Whether or not they were sleeping together, regardless, you shot the wife too. So Tabitha is about to take the stand. She is witness number one. Tabitha is the wife, chat. So we're gonna hear right from the wife. State's first witness. Let's go.
Perry, Your Honor.
We do have TiVo time, so I can skip through all the breaks, all of them.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Just stand right here, face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth? All right, you may have a seat.
Would you state your name, please? And can you spell that for the court reporter?
TAPATHAARCHIE.
And Miss Archie, did you know Rose Perry? And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you knew him?
He was my husband.
And was he your husband?
Can I get you to speak up? Explain like you're trying to reach the back door. Okay. She's recording everything, so we want to make sure we get everything you say.
When were y'all married?
2014, February 2014.
And were you married to him in April of 2019 when he died?
Yes.
How old was he at that time?
38?
I'm gonna pass you something and ask you if you can identify it. Can you identify that?
Yeah, that's Brother Perry.
Judge, I'll ask that be marked. State's Exhibit 1, please.
No objection.
I will show the photo of Rose Perry is Exhibit 1.
May I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
Is that the photo you used to identify?
Yes.
When's the last time you talked to him?
Here he is.
April
4th,
4th, 2019.
2019. And that's the day he died.
Correct.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes.
Where were y'all living at the time?
Collinsville, Tennessee.
How long had y'all been in Shelby County?
Approximately 6 months.
Where were you before that?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And what did Mr. Perry do as his occupation?
He was a pastor.
And is that what he did in Little Rock as well?
Yes.
Where was he at Little Rock? Where was he a pastor at?
St. Mark Baptist Church.
And do you know, is that a big church?
Yeah, it's a big church.
They have a lot of pastors.
Yes.
What was his role as a pastor there?
He was the pastor of assimilation. So his responsibility was basically new members as well as small groups.
Did he do any counseling or anything at that church?
No.
I want to take you specifically to April 4th of 2019. And that night, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, where were you?
I was home.
And was Brodus there with you?
No, it's not.
Did you have a visitor?
I did.
Was it an expected visitor or an unexpected visitor?
Unexpected.
Kind of tell me how that went.
I heard a knock at the door. So me and the dog went to the door. I didn't see anyone. Well, the people was covered. And so I thought it was Brodus just playing around. So I'm like, I said something like, I'm not gonna open the door if I can't see anyone. So I went and sat back down. And I heard a knock again, so I went back to the door. And I peeked out the door and I saw like a lock, like swinging. And I was like, Tasha, is that you? And she, nodded again. So I was like, okay, let me put the dog up. I went and put the dog up, and then I came back and opened the door.
Okay. So you knew Latosha Daniels.
Yes.
Is she in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you point her out for us, please?
right there.
What color shirt she wearing?
Blue.
Light blue or dark blue?
Light blue.
For the record, Judge, she's identified the defendant.
We'll let the record reflect the defendant has been identified.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
Friendly.
Okay. You knew her, you may have said this, where did you know her from?
I knew her from church
In Memphis or Little Rock?
in Little Rock.
Did y'all do other things together outside of church?
I would say from maybe July to October, we played tennis together like once a month. I went to a couple dance classes. I think she had a former client who taught dance, so I went to a couple dance classes, or my life group would go with her life group to a couple dance classes.
So it was somebody you knew from church, somebody you knew from some events at church, somebody you played tennis with occasionally. So you knew her fairly well. Would you say that?
Yeah.
I mean, what did you think when she just showed up? Did you have any idea she knew where you lived, or?
I knew that it was odd. I felt like it was odd, but I guess it was one of those things where, it's like, this is weird, but okay. I knew that before we left Little Rock, we gave a lot of people our address, a lot of people, keep in contact, give me your forwarding address, that type of thing. So I really didn't allow myself to really think past that. I just figured, we must have given her our address.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for somebody from the church in Little Rock to know where you were in Memphis?
Wouldn't be unusual, no.
Did you ask her what she was doing?
Yeah, I asked her what she was doing there, and she said that she was in town for a conference.
This is the day that she and the husband were supposed to go tell the wife that they were having an affair. Okay? Like that's what was gonna happen. Little did you know you about to get shot.
So what y'all do after you
I invited her.
welcomed her in, and,
Yeah.
and what happened?
I invited her in, and we just sat on the couch and just kind of caught up. How are you? What's going on? How are the kids? Have you been playing tennis? Stuff like that. Just really small talk.
Did you notify Mr. Perry that she was there?
I texted him And I just, gave like the big eyeballs, and I was like, I either said weird or strange or something like that. But I didn't go into detail to tell him what was going on or that she was there.
Did you ask him to come home if he was available to come home?
No, because I knew he was already on the way home.
Okay, so you had, I guess, had a conversation with him by phone, text, or something, and so you had an idea he was coming home.
Yeah.
How long do you think that she was there prior to Mr. Perry getting home? Approximately. I mean, it's not 5 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't know.
If I had to guess, I would say maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know.
And kind of describe what happened when Mr. Perry came in the door.
He came in, and he's like, I thought there was a surprise here for me. This isn't a surprise. This is an unexpected guest. Real agitated.
Did he seem to know that she would be there?
No, he didn't give away to me that he thought she would be there. So he said that, and then he was, telling me about, he had brought me some aminos or something, and just regular small talk. And then he sat down and started basically grilling her about why she was there.
Oh my God. The side chick
And how
went
long
to the door.
Did y'all continue to have conversation after that?
Yeah,
Anything
but it
to
was,
eat, drink, anything like that?
I think they may have had bourbon. I didn't have any. I think that, I'm pretty sure he offered bourbon. Yeah,
How long would you say that she stayed?
after he got there.
After he got
Maybe another 10 minutes.
And what happened?
She said, well, I'm not gonna keep you guys. I'm gonna, head out or whatever. So we all got up to walk to the door, and I led, and she was behind me and he was behind her. And I walked to the door, and I'm just giving this little spiel about not speeding in the area, just making small talk as we go to the door. I open the door and I go out. We're on the second floor. And I'm like right at the steps when I turn back, and I'm like, okay, no one's behind me. And then I see her pull out her gun and start shooting.
Was she
Oh my
inside of the
God.
apartment or out?
No, she was outside of the apartment, and he was like standing in the doorway, like in the threshold.
Had she ever, since she got there and you let her in, had she left the apartment to go back to her car or anything?
No,
So she had brought the gun in with her when she came into the apartment?
yes.
So when she pulled the gun out, what happened next?
She started shooting, he hit the ground, and I started running toward him, and she told me, like, basically back off. So I stopped and I ran to the neighbor's door and I banged on the door, called 911. She went back into the apartment, so I went back into the apartment because I'm just trying to figure out what is going on. Like, why is this happening? So I'm, screaming naturally, why is this happening? What's happening? Why are you doing this?
So do you think your neighbor called 911 at that point?
One of them did. Somebody called.
When you got back into the apartment, did the defendant still have the gun in her hand?
Yes.
And what was going on then?
I guess at that point, I'm basically pleading, like, what's happening? Why are you doing this? Please leave, and she's, kind of pacing a little bit, with the gun. At some point, the gun was reloaded.
Oh my God.
So she fired until she ran out of bullets? Were you ever shot?
I was shot.
Tell me about that. When did that happen? Where were you?
Well, at some point I got on the ground, and I can't remember if I got on the ground immediately, but I was on the ground and I was kind of hovering over him, kind of in my mind. I'm like, let me cover his head, so he doesn't get shot anymore. And, she was yelling at me to move, and I wouldn't move. So I got shot
Where'd you get shot?
in the shoulder.
Tell me about those injuries. Where and how were you treated? What have you had to deal with since being shot?
So it went into the shoulder, it broke this bone, and so at the emergency room, they decided that they wouldn't remove the bullet because,
No, take your time.
They felt like it wasn't gonna move, so they just didn't remove it. But when I got to Jacksonville, I know that's home, Florida. I went back home, and they noticed that the bullet had started moving. So the first
We just left Jacksonville with the Fulio trial. There's a lot of crosshairs. There's some Georgia stuff in here too, guys, but wow, this is crazy. The wife got shot protecting her husband, even though he was cheating with this crazy lady who's shooting at them.
doctor I went to was like, this bullet is too close to your lung, so you know it's gonna have to go. And I went to first I went to the orthopedic doctor, then I went to another doctor, and they decided to just remove it. And by the time it was removed, it was coming out of my back, so the bullet had punctured the skin and was poking out of my back, so I had to have it surgically removed.
So did that cause you a lot of pain the night you were shot?
Yes.
A lot of pain between being shot and having the bullet removed?
A lot of pain.
And then the surgery was also not comfortable, I'm guessing, as well?
Right. And then the shoulder is still broke on top of that. The bone
Still.
here is, you know, it was still broke the whole time, so there was the bone healing on top of the surgery and everything else.
Does it still cause you pain even today?
Sometimes, depending on what I'm doing, I'll get like a sharp pain.
There is, I mean, we've talked about this sentence, but, and I don't know, do you dispute the fact that Mr. Perry and the defendant were involved in a extramarital affair at the time this happened?
I don't now, no.
Prior to Mr. Perry's death, did you have any idea that the defendant and Mr. Perry were involved in any kind of an inappropriate relationship?
No.
Did Mr. Perry at any time have any conversation with you about he would like to have a relationship with Latasha Daniels?
No.
Did he at any time have a
See, they got in here and they were lying. The wife's like, I didn't even know he was cheating. I didn't know he was poly. I didn't know he had other women. Like, she didn't know. Imagine all of this happening. You have no idea and you just get shot and your husband is a pastor.
conversation with you about he wanted to have a relationship with anyone other than you, a sexual relationship with anyone other than you?
One time he told me about a book that he wanted me to read.
Right.
That was about the extent of it.
Is a marriage where you would agree to allow your spouse to have a sexual relationship with somebody else, anything that you would ever agree to?
No,
And by saying that, does that mean you never agreed to that with Mr. Perry?
I did not.
And you had no idea anything like that was going on?
I did not.
Y'all think she knew? Let's do a social poll. If you guys think that she knew, put a 1 in the chat. If you think she didn't know, put a 2 in the chat. And also reminder to hit the like button if you're just coming in.
When you were on the ground trying to protect Mr. Perry, and I think you testified to this, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that the defendant was telling you?
And while we're doing this real quick, just because I haven't seen this brother for a long time, y'all shout out Don Vicente. Pops in with a $50 super chat, says light skin litigator. Just came in to bless the stream a bit. Happy Sunday. It's good to see you, Don Vicente. I did see you in Leeds chat on Friday night. It's always good to see y'all. If y'all could do me a favor and spam Don Vicente in the chat, that would be fantastic. I'm pulling up the other days of this trial, guys. I think it might be a long day. I think we could thug it out and just finish it today, really. The state's only got 8 witnesses. The wife is almost done testifying. We can get through the other 7, little bit of law enforcement. But what I'm hearing is that Latosha takes the damn stand herself. And she tells us,
I'm a PhD.
right? This woman with a PhD is having an affair with a married pastor, shoots the wife, shoots the guy dead. It's crazy, Don Vicente. You popped in at the right moment.
To move,
Yes,
and you refused to move,
yes,
and that's when you were shot.
correct.
That's all.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. May I
That was
have
quick.
just a moment to get check situated?
Yes.
Let's see what this
Thank you.
cross. So that is the wife, took a bullet for her husband. Latosha's team is about to come up with cross, and y'all know we've seen some crazy crosses in the past few weeks. Let's see how this one goes. Because Lady Lifetime, this defense attorney, wasn't a good opening statement. Lifetime lawyer Keyshawn. They also said in opening that the wife did know about the affair. Wife is on the stand right now saying, I had no idea. Told me about the slut book. Well, I didn't read it.
Ms. Archie, please, I apologize if I defer to Perry because that was just what I've known you as. Please feel free to correct me, okay? I want to talk to you about some things regarding this case, okay? First, I want to talk about ethical non-monogamy. When you were on direct, you told Mr. McAlvin that there was a book he wanted you to read. That book was called The Ethical Slut.
I guess. I don't think I ever considered it enough to know the name, but I guess.
And that was something that he was interested in and brought to your attention.
Right. He told me about this book. Hey, I read this book. I think you should read it.
Did he tell you what it was about?
I think I've gathered what it was about. Yeah.
What did you gather it was about?
I gathered that it was about people who are in open marriages.
And is that something that you were interested in?
No.
Now, there was an ethical non-monogamy group that Brodus was in, right? His book club.
Right. Apparently. So.
And did you know about the chat group that he had with two other women?
Of course I was
regarding that
muted.
book?
Not at the time. This is something.
Of course I was muted. I was saying that this is the first time I've ever seen an all-black female court squad that works for the judge, which is pretty nice to see. All of this is taking place in Tennessee, but look at how the judge is looking about hearing about this ethical slut book. Like, it's crazy. It really is.
I learned about maybe 2 years after his death. I knew that he was in a book club. I didn't know what kind of book club it was. To know Brodus, to know that he's very, very much a nerd. I would say after he died, I probably gave away 1,000 books. So to say I'm in a book club didn't seem out of the ordinary to me.
So, did you know that he was on this, and this was on the Marco Polo app that he was talking to these women, right? Did you know that he was talking to people on that app?
I did know because I asked him, why are you always on this app? And he said, well, I'm in that book club. And instead of constantly typing back and forth, we just get on the video and chat about the books that we're reading.
And you saw him on there a lot?
Like, when you log on, you can see who else is on. So I'm like, why are you always on the app?
Did Brodus ever talk to you about bringing a watcher into your relationship?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about Ms. Daniels being a watcher in your relationship?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about wanting to have a girlfriend outside of having you as his wife?
No.
Did you select Ms. Daniels for Brodus to have a relationship?
No.
I'd like to show you some videos, okay?
Uh-oh. What you got?
And it will be clips mostly.
Uh-oh.
And then I'm going to ask you some questions about those clips, okay?
What is the book called? Ethical Slut? Let me see if it's available online. Before we get into that, I think that's the pastor himself, but it's available, y'all. Look at this, The Ethical Slut, A Practical Guide to Polyamory, Open Relationships and Other Adventures. This is available on Amazon. You could buy it used for $6.29, but this book exists. It's online and interesting. I think it has a few options, but hold on, there's another one. The Ethical Slut, The Practical Guide to Poly, Open Relationships, and Other Freedoms in Sex and Love. Well, damn. Let's go back in over here.
And Your Honor, if you would please just allow me to sit when I'm doing the desk stuff. Thank you.
Well, I am at a place now where I want to expand this ethical non-monogamy, and I'm just, your opinion matters to me because we are in this relationship. But at the same time, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talk about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with a tab being perfectly fine with, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, hey, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. But the way that you handle this, I'm fine with not trust your judgment because you haven't given me a reason not to.
So this clip is him talking about Latasha not being okay with the ethical non-monogamy and you being perfectly on board with it. Was that true?
No.
Did you believe that Brodus was being open and transparent and honest with you about his relationship with Latasha?
What relationship?
He wasn't being open with you about his relationship with Latasha, right? That there was a relationship at all.
Right.
He was not transparent about that.
There was nothing, to my knowledge, there was no relationship.
And you never said because he was so open and honest and transparent with you with his relationship with Latasha that you were okay with him then adding another girlfriend.
No.
That didn't ever happen.
No.
Yeah, the women in the chat are chiming in. They're like, if your husband suggests a book like that, something is wrong. We got another video? There's more? What is he saying now? The pastor pimp.
aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so if we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right? No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the city that you live in, that currently live in, which means nobody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock, outside of Girlfriend, because Girlfriend is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be open, but it's not her. Girlfriend is a therapist, right? And she didn't go to her for therapy, but she asked us some questions. And based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, is this what I'm gonna let you do? Blah, blah, blah. You know, it is what it is. And from there, she asked her some questions. And so she was like, I just got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they would go play tennis together. She was one of my life group leaders. And so we had rapport. We had rapport. And she asked a question and was like, yeah, blase, blase. I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, and Z could potentially become? And I'm sorry, I'm looking to see who's in the cigar lounge because this is not what I really frequent that often. So I'm kind of careful about who potentially is in here because I don't want the last out there. So, you know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back. But I'm not a member. But yeah, I'm trying to make over for it now. But anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? Well, he thinks you're attractive. And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes. And he thinks you're attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversations. Well, you know, we did. Because one time we was hitting around having a watch. And she asked me, I was like, well, you got to get her. I ain't going to get her. I'm coming across with this creepy guy, right? We're trying to spice things up. In that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited with the idea of somebody watching me, that's neither here nor there. But when the question came,
Just to pause it for a minute. In your relationship with Brodus, did you bake those rules up? No. So that was not true.
Not true.
Were you the one who initiated the conversation about Latasha?
No.
Did you ever reach out to Latasha about Brodus engaging with her?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about wanting a watcher, as he described here?
No.
Did you ever agree to having a watcher, as he discussed here?
No.
came up, it was her, right there. She asked, well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She said, I know you like her. I know her. So anyway, so she said he like you, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, if you were interested, just, no, I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I've given him this X, Y, and Z, and he may come your way. And she did. And she said, okay, cool. So we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came up. It was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave you the alley. But nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, I said a whole lot of shit, right? I'm trying to get to where so I've been thinking about the past couple of weeks in terms of expanding, my ethical non-monogamy is kind of, so my wife, her and I were chatting the other day. I was like, well, baby, I got a couple of questions. I'm just curious, She knows about the group, everything like that. So I was like, when do you want to?
Just to ask a couple questions real quick. Did you ever have that conversation that he talks about with Latasha?
No.
Did you ever have that conversation that he talks about with him?
No.
Did you ever give him the XYZ that he was talking about?
No.
Did you ever give him a pass for Latasha?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about further expanding ethical monogamy in your relationship?
No.
No. When do you want to know that there's there's someone who has my interests, there's someone who I would like to pursue. Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? Because this is kind of new for us, right? Because girlfriend Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going that's out for my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So we're trying to figure out what does that look like. So just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? Where in terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. And I said that just to say that there's still a lot of newness even in this ethical non-monogamy that I'm wrestling with. And it's fun, right? It's fun, it's interesting, it's causing us to communicate in the chat and really talk again about different things that we've kind of, in a real sense, have been settled to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. Some things are in pencil, pen, right? There's some hard news, but it gotta be flexible in terms of what that looks like. So that's why I know you talking about being sprung. And
He said you gotta keep it in pencil, not pen. He was editing the rules as he was going.
And all that stuff. I think because those flutters or those emotions, right, or those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Sheree, right? I knew Tasha. That was different. There was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged women, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class again, in terms of college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone, if that makes sense. Because I'm not, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TikTok. I don't know if I'm gonna go in here, but now I'm thinking, how far would we go downtown? Because I'm like, there's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking houses, cigar houses.
Did he ever have that conversation with you about when he needed to tell you if he was wanting to banter with someone or when it would go past banter with someone?
No.
That never happened?
No.
Did he ever, did you hear him reference going out of town on his birthday?
I thought I heard that.
Did he ever tell you about a threesome out of town on his birthday?
No.
Did you hear him mention the name Cherie?
I did hear that.
Do you know who Cherie
Wow.
is?
I don't believe so.
Wow.
Did y'all ever talk about how ethical non-monogamy could make your relationship better?
No.
None of that ever happened.
No.
A threesome for the birthday. What the hell? This man was outside. Thank you, Tom.
Armor bearer and brother advice at this point, and I know that you won't hear. Michelle probably doing something else, but so I want to talk to y'all about my new friend, right? The one who I keep everybody to the curb for. So she hit me today with a boss move of boss moves and asked that I want to hook up next week. After she gets back from being out of town, that threw me the fuck off. Like, wow. Like, so she gets back on Friday. She's like, hey, we hang out Friday and Saturday. My only concern is that she is waiting a callback for an interview for a process. And she said it may be next Saturday, right? And I know that she would leave, of course, for that. And given if I'm going to Atlanta, she's about 100 miles away, she will ditch me, right? Like I would force her to say go and ditch me, right? But I just don't know. I want to put myself in a situation where potentially we may not be able to hang out in that regard because she got this other stuff that she's worried about. But I am like high key shocked and like super like blushed about it because like it just kind of came out of nowhere. Like we were talking about other stuff and it was like, hey, what about like, oh, okay, I'm with you. You wasn't expecting to see that while I was in my speech contest. I was just a counter, so don't matter. I wasn't doing that.
Guys, he's sending these videos. He has a group chat with all the chicks that he's dealing with. Okay, he has a group chat. He's just recording these and sending them out to the women in the group chat. That's how the attorney got these. It's so wild. So right now he's talking about meeting up with some other chick in Atlanta.
But I don't know what to do. I think a couple of things, right? So I live in this other tension. So that means furthering the conversation, right, with the wife, which she's in a good place about that. I think I talked to you about it, and you haven't updated Michelle about it, just in terms of girlfriend who's not taking it as well, I guess. But at the end of the day, I told her, it's, you got to recognize this is about me, this is about you, and it doesn't make sense for my wife to allow me to be open with my girlfriend has an issue, like, so she's kind of chewing that, because I think in theory we've talked about this day coming, right, but it's never been a reality, right? So I think that she's wrestling with the reality. I think that your ideas, your thoughts yesterday was so, like, it hit me like a ton of bricks because I never thought about it like that, but that made so much sense. And it's not that I want to be disrespectful, it's not that I don't want to be ethical, but I do wrestle with that. And I just kind of talking to your perspective about what you saw, but I was like, I think that could be what this is in terms of treating this like an infidelity kind of relationship on purpose with permission versus an additional partner scenario. So I feel that. But y'all, she asked me to hook up with her.
Oh, is that all of them? Go back. Was that all of them?
Did Brodus ever?
Hold on.
But y'all, she asked me to hook up with her.
Pause. And see, the women are, look, chat, look at this. So the women are sending videos back. So those are two other women, right? Oh my God, if I was his wife on the stand right now. Oh my God, he was outside.
Did Brodus ever talk to you about engaging with a woman in Atlanta? No. Was he open and honest and transparent about that?
No.
Did he, or did you tell him that you were open to him doing that?
No.
Had y'all been talking about that day coming where he would further expand to another girlfriend?
Now he laying down.
Close, we're close. When we were in Little Rock, she lives in Little Rock, so we're in Memphis now. I mean, it's only 2 hours away, but yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally that, because it was at that point, wife was like, yeah, nobody at home. Like, this is an exception, because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody at home. Like, that was Jacksonville, so our heart knows that no Jacksonville, which is hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city. Those are the hard no's, right? she got an exception because it was there that she realized, well, yeah, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women would be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things.
Was Latasha Daniels an exception to your rules?
No,
Did you create rules about Jacksonville?
no,
Did you create rules about Texas?
no,
Did you create rules about the city that you live in?
no,
Were those hard no's for you?
no.
Was any extramarital affair a hard no for you?
They were all hard no's for me.
What's this?
Before I can say a word, she hits me with, I'm sorry. I'm like, sorry for what? So then she goes into the whole, I apologize for breaching your trust, breaching your confidence by telling P, my boss, my former boss before, about the situation. Her reasoning was that she felt like if, like you all said, if he could appeal to my quote-unquote greater senses, that I would realize the mistake that I would be making by losing such a wonderful woman. She also apologized. I said that she apologized to Tabitha when Tabitha talked. She told me that Tabitha told her that their conversation was their conversation until she revealed it, so she was not going to talk about the contents with which what they discussed. She basically said, I feel like I know what you're going to tell me. And at this
Man was trifling. I'm sorry.
He is our friend and former pastor.
Is that Philip Pointer? And he was also a pastor at St. Mark's.
Correct.
Did you know that Pastor Pointer knew about the relationship with Latasha?
No.
Did Latasha reach out and apologize to you after she threatened to commit suicide?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about that?
No.
Throughout all of those videos, very convincing talking about those things. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And none of it was true.
No.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with Curtis, okay? Y'all were married for about 5 years. How long did you date before you got married?
About a year.
You were a second wife.
Correct.
And at no point during your relationship, with you at least, did he discuss this watchers or non-monogamy?
No.
Brodus was a pastor
Correct.
in Little Rock that was at St. Mark's. So that's a big church.
Yes.
Did he take trips with the church
Yes.
often?
When you say trips, like international trips or?
Both international and local, Israel,
Yeah,
Savannah, El
often.
Dorado. Did he take those with the other pastors?
Sometimes.
And he also took them sometimes with other church members, like the church groups.
I can recall one time, maybe a time or two, where there was like a training conference or something like that. Yeah.
They did, the whole church group was for Israel, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when he got the job at Mississippi Boulevard, that's a big deal to be a pastor then, right?
I guess.
It's a big church here.
It's a big church.
And now on direct, I thought you had said that he didn't ever do counseling
St. Mark?
at St. Mark's, but I thought you told the police that he sometimes did. You just didn't know that he counseled Latasha.
I've never known him to do counseling.
Did he ever tell you that he counseled Latasha?
No.
But you knew that she ended up getting divorced.
I did know that.
Now I want to talk to you about Latasha, okay?
Okay.
You knew her from church, and that was St. Mark's in Little Rock.
Correct.
She was a life group leader.
Yes.
What's a life group leader?
It's a person that leads a group of people that get together and do Bible study.
And that was a group that Brodus was over, right?
Correct.
And before his relationship with Latasha started, this was a tight-knit group, right?
Yes.
He was very involved with that group.
Yes.
And it was about 7 or 8 people?
In that group, there were probably 6 or 7 groups. Yeah.
But in that particular, the group that Latasha was in,
Yeah.
a couple of people. And those groups were selected from the whole church membership, right?
Based on who showed interest. It wasn't like, we want you, people came and showed interest. Yeah,
There's thousands of church members at St. Mark's.
sure.
And I think, what about 40 or 50 people were selected to be life group leaders?
I guess, I don't know for sure.
And that's okay if you don't know. And you and Latasha were fairly friendly.
Yeah.
You played tennis once a month for a couple
Once a
months.
week. Mhm.
And then at some point, after Brodus got the job at Mississippi Boulevard, y'all moved from Little Rock to Memphis.
Correct.
And at no point were you aware of their relationship.
No.
Were you aware of any issues that Brodus had at St. Mark's?
No.
Y'all moved in October,
Correct.
and that was to Carnival.
Correct.
Before y'all left, you gave your friends, church members, your new address.
Yes.
And there was a party that was thrown for y'all, right?
I think so, yeah.
Did you know that Latasha organized that party?
It wouldn't surprise me to know that.
After you left Little Rock and moved to Memphis, you didn't see Latasha again until April 4th, right?
Right.
And as far as you knew, neither did Brodus.
Correct.
But Brodus would come back to Memphis for his braces.
Right.
Well, why would he come back to Little Rock from Memphis to get his braces done?
Because the braces were paid for, but the work wasn't done in his mouth. So it just made sense to continue seeing that orthodontist.
And so Brodus would go to Little Rock, but you would stay in Memphis. Now, I want to talk to you specifically about April the 4th, okay? Now, you were at home that night.
Right.
You were watching TV,
Right?
just you and your dog, Anakin.
Yes.
And around 9 or 9:30, you heard a noise, a faint knock,
Correct.
ignored it.
Yep.
And then a couple of seconds, minutes later, you heard another slightly louder knock.
Yeah.
And you and Anakin, the dog, got up to go see what was going on.
Correct.
A third knock, or after you said, I'm not going to open this door if I don't see who it is,
Yeah.
you saw Latasha through the people,
Yes.
recognized it was her,
Yes.
invited her in.
Yes.
She wasn't threatening you.
No.
She did not have her gun out pointed at you.
No.
You sat, or you brought her into the house, right? And y'all sat in the living room,
Right.
talked, right?
Yes.
Talked about tennis,
Yes.
talked about a work conference, right?
Yes.
And just chatted.
Yeah.
She seemed happy to be there.
Yeah.
She seemed happy to be talking to you.
Yeah.
At no point while y'all were sitting alone in the apartment was she threatening to you.
No.
She never tried to harm you.
No.
And she was seated if I'm not mistaken, on a couch, right?
Right.
Actually. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Tabitha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's my apartment in Collierville.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
It's the living room.
Any objection from the state?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we'll show the photo of the living room as exhibit 2.
Your Honor, if I may publish this to the jury.
Yes.
Tabitha, is this a picture of the living room at your apartment?
Yes.
Where were you seated speaking to Latasha?
I would have been seated on the left end of the sofa.
So, oh, I've got, I think it won't work on the screen, so like here?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Latasha?
On the opposite end.
About here?
Right.
Next to these other chairs?
Yes.
Look like a trap house.
Brodus was not home yet, right?
Right.
He had gone to Pastor Pointer's to run an errand.
No, when he
I'm
got off.
sorry, Pastor Turner.
Right. Well, he got off work. He went to the cigar bar. And then from the cigar bar, he told me he had to go drop something off at Jason's house. So he went and dropped something off and then he came home.
He likes cigars.
Yes.
At Thursday nights, he'd go to the cigar bar, right?
More than Thursday nights, but yeah.
But that was one of his nights,
Okay.
right? So you texted him when Latasha was there. Didn't tell him that she was there, but
Right.
texted him and just said, this is strange.
Yeah.
And you said that it seemed a little odd, but she was happy to be there, happy to be talking to you.
Yes.
Up to this point on April the 4th of 2019, Brodus had never told you that he ventured outside of your marriage, had he?
No.
And you had never sanctioned that.
No.
He never told you that he had been involved in a 2-year relationship with Latasha.
No.
He never told you that y'all would be sister wives.
No.
He never told you that he promised Latasha that he would tell you.
No.
Did he tell you that he saw Latasha earlier that night before she came to your apartment?
He did not.
Did he tell you after he got there that he had seen Latasha earlier that night at the cigar lounge?
No.
He acted like he had no idea she was even in town when he walked in that door, right?
Correct.
And if he had seen her at that cigar lounge earlier that night, that would not have been true. Right?
Correct.
I want to talk to you about while you and Latasha were talking, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She never threatened you, right?
No.
Was never cross with you.
No.
And she engaged with you cordially.
Yes.
Seemed genuinely happy to be there.
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about when Brodus arrived home, okay? Can you describe his demeanor when he walked in?
Agitated.
Did he immediately come in and offer the bourbon?
No, not immediately.
Okay. When did that happen?
I would say once he kind of settled in, he had bags, he had things with him, so he set those down, told me that he had brought me these aminos. You know, he made the statement about this was an uninvited guest. And then I think that's when he started saying, you know, what are you doing here? Where are you staying? That whole bit. And at some point around there is when he offered Does anybody want a drink?
After he made the drinks, he also sat down, right?
Yes.
And when we're looking at Exhibit 2, Brodus sat in this chair?
I can't remember which chair he sat in, to be honest.
That's okay.
One of those chairs.
And while he was seated in one of these chairs, Latasha was still seated here?
Yes,
Were you still seated over here?
yes.
Brodus made himself a drink,
Yes.
and he made Latasha a drink, right?
Right.
And you didn't want a drink.
Right.
You had had some champagne earlier in the night, and you were done.
Fine, yes.
When Brodus was talking to Latasha about, why she was here, what she was doing, he was kind of making small talk with her, right?
It was, I guess you can call it that. It was like badgering almost. Yeah,
He still seemed agitated.
yeah.
At some point, did you notice that he kind of stopped talking to Latasha and only started engaging with you?
I didn't.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Your Honor, I have a transcript of her statement. I previously provided a copy to the state, but I have a bound copy provided for ease of reference. Could you look at page 8 for me? Lines 8 through 17.
Okay.
And just read those for me, let me know.
What line is 18? I'm sorry. It's not numbered.
May I approach? Yes, it should be. It's just hard to see. Oh, okay.
We got like,
I don't know why yours don't. Okay, I'm sorry, it's page 9. Starting here,
Okay.
and then just down a couple lines.
Okay, so it says,
Oh, you don't have to read it, just read it to yourself.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
okay.
Do you remember telling the police that he kind of stopped talking to her and started engaging only with you?
I don't, but if it's here,
You don't dispute that that's,
I know I won't dispute it.
okay. You could just put that in.
Okay.
Thank you. Was that normal behavior for him, I guess?
I would say that it was normal for behavior for him with his life group leaders. It was not unusual for him to talk kind of rough to them and just, I would often say, I don't know why y'all put up with him. But it was usually just, that's just him, kind of a good fun kind of way of roughhousing, so to speak. So I always found it kind of cringy, but it was not unusual.
Okay. I want to talk to you now about when Latasha said that she was going to go ahead and go.
Okay.
She basically said, I'm not going to keep you guys, right? And everybody stood up. And you led the way to the door.
Right.
Latasha was behind you,
Correct.
and Brodus was behind her.
Yes.
And you got all the way outside, right? I mean, to the stairs of the apartment complex.
Right.
And Latasha and Brodus were still back towards the apartment.
Correct.
Latasha right outside the door, Brodus in the door.
Right.
oh no.
Did you hear her ask him to walk her to her car?
No.
When they were over there and you were at the stairs, they were kind of had their own thing going on over there while you were trying to walk on out, right?
I don't know because my back was turned. So,
Right.
it wasn't until I turned around that I realized they weren't right, behind me.
And You were telling her, just don't speed, be careful, if you've had something to drink,
Right.
right? You had no idea what was going on behind you.
No.
So then I want to talk to you about when you turned around and saw Latoshia, okay? She was still at the door of your apartment.
Well, she was out from the door, yeah.
And that's, your door is right next to your neighbor's door, right?
No, it's across the hall.
Okay, thank you. So she is standing right outside the door. Brodus is standing in the door frame.
Mhm.
So she was closer to Brodus than you were.
Yes.
Do you remember how far away you were?
So from our front door to the stairs might be from here to the beginning of this green partition. So it's not, we're not very far from the stairs, yeah. So if this is the front door, those are the stairs.
Okay, so.
So
you
if
and
I'm
I-
there, Brodus is here, she's maybe here. So it's like, equal space between all three of us. It's not a lot of space.
12 feet?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not good at guessing it either. Somewhere 10 to 12 feet, maybe 10 to 15 feet? Does that look like a good guess to you?
This looks good to me.
She don't know. She can't answer. Is that she can't?
I can move on.
Oh, it's the same Egyptian.
Latasha was facing Brodus,
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
and you saw her reach into her pocket, right?
Yes.
And this was as y'all were walking out to her car.
This is still upstairs.
Right,
Yeah,
but that was the direction that,
correct.
okay.
Yeah.
And when you saw her reach into her pocket, you saw her pull out a gun.
Yes.
Now, prior to that moment, had you ever seen a gun?
No.
Prior to that moment, had she seemed to be a threat to you?
No.
Prior to that moment, did you think you were in harm's way being with her?
No.
She started firing the gun.
Yes.
See, something had to be said. There's a part of this story that doesn't make sense. I mean, I know, it seems like Latasha was pissed off because she wanted the pastor to go and tell the wife that they were having an affair or whatever. And he told her that she, for her to go over there, right? So she's over there. I guess they're all three of them sitting there and she's waiting for this conversation to happen and it doesn't happen. I'm wondering what was said to trigger her to the point where she's going to pull out a weapon and start shooting at this man. Like what was said. And it sounds like the wife didn't hear anything.
Towards Brodus.
Correct.
You were in the opposite direction, right?
I was behind them, yes.
And you ran to your apartment, or your neighbor's apartments,
Right,
right?
right.
So you weren't even in the apartment when the shots started.
No, I was still outside the apartment.
When y'all were in the apartment, the three of you, was the door closed
After the shots were fired?
before?
Oh, before. Yeah, the door was closed before.
Could anyone see into your apartment
No,
with the door closed?
no.
It was private.
Right,
No one else other than the three of you was in the apartment.
correct.
After the door gets open, you go outside, you're visible to everyone else in the apartment complex. Well, they could see where y'all were, right? You became visible outside of your apartment.
Not really, no.
So if your neighbor had opened the door,
If my neighbor across the hall had opened the door, sure.
they could see Latasha standing.
Mm-hmm.
They could see Brodus standing in the door.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened until after that was already out in more public area than y'all had been before, right?
Right.
You, at some point, lunged for Brodus, right?
Yes.
And tried to shield him.
Well, this was after the shooting had occurred, yeah. Once we were back in the apartment by then.
Prior to that point, prior to you trying to shield him, she had not fired any shots at you, right?
No.
And when you got shot, did you realize it?
Yes.
Did you grab your shoulder?
Yeah, the bullet moved me. The shot threw me.
Um,
Yeah.
And you were right against Brodus at
That's
that point
really
too, right?
Until I got shot, right.
And then you said, Tasha, you shot me.
Mhm.
What did she say back?
Something to the effect of, I didn't mean to.
And then you told her basically, like, go, leave,
Yeah, just get out of here.
just get out of here. I won't tell them it was you, just go.
Mhm. Correct.
She didn't move.
No.
And at some point, you could hear the sirens coming.
Yes.
And Latasha still never moved.
Right.
She never put down the gun.
No.
And when the police came up, they had their guns drawn.
Correct.
And she still didn't put down the gun.
Correct.
And in fact, she pointed the gun at her own self,
Yes.
towards her mouth,
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
against her chest.
Yes.
And the police were trying to talk to her to get her to put the gun down.
Right.
And she wasn't even really interacting with them.
She was talking back, you know. Like,
Was she
no,
crying at that point?
probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember her saying, "What have I done?"
No.
But remember, she had to reload, so she got a lot. Crazy situation.
May I approach her? You could just read right here. Right here, this paragraph. You don't have to read it out loud, just to yourself.
Oh, okay.
Did you tell the police that she said, "Oh, what have I done?"
Yeah, it appears that I did.
And this was taken the day, that next morning after this happened, right?
Correct.
One of the main things that you heard Latasha saying during this was that he broke her heart.
Right.
And that was the main thing that she said to you.
Yeah.
The gunshot wound that you suffered, you had to go to the hospital.
Yes.
You were there for a couple hours, right?
Yes.
And you got released.
Yes.
You left the hospital.
Yes.
A couple hours later, you got a phone. Right?
From,
To come back to the hospital.
no.
No,
No.
the surgeon and the chaplain didn't call you to come back?
No. I was still there when they told me that he died.
So you left and came back?
I never left. I never left. I was there all night.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you could just read right around. Start here, just to the bottom of the page.
Oh, no, this is the detective saying this is when he left.
Keep reading.
Okay. I'm gonna have like a little bottom. Yeah, that was wrong. That's wrong, because I didn't, the song was up when I left the hospital.
So that's just,
Yeah, that's just wrong.
and this was a stressful night, right? A very traumatic event.
Yeah,
And you had no idea why any of this happened.
right.
But eventually you were told that Brodus had passed away.
Correct.
You went and gave a statement that next day when Carterville rang.
Right.
Pastor Pointer and Pastor Turner came with you.
Right.
Did you ask them to come with you?
They're the only people that could have come because I did not know a soul in Memphis. So when everything happened, I didn't know anybody's phone number. So they called Pastor Turner. They went through hoops to get in touch with him. He and his wife showed up. He called Pastor Pointer that morning. He drove over from Little Rock. So there was really nobody else that could have come.
And they actually came into the interview room with you, right?
Yes.
And while you were talking to police, the police were saying, do you know why this happened? Right?
Mhm.
And you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
She's recording. And you and the police both talked about why.
Right,
Nobody understands why.
right.
Did Pastor Pointer ever say, actually, I know that they were in a relationship?
No.
Did he ever tell you that
So
before you
you
went in?
object to, that's hearsay, I don't know what the purpose of it is.
Remember, that's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to show whether or not he provided that information.
Your approach.
Okay, so it looks like they had, this is probably the first sidebar that they've had on day one. You get a side view of Latosha. Wifey is almost done up here. I think she's only got a few more minutes left before we move on and complete day one. I kind of want to go right to Latosha's testimony to see what she has to say, but we will see what happens when they come back from this sidebar.
Speak up about the information. The police obviously did an investigation, right? And during your statement, they kind of talked to you about things that they found in the investigation. One of the things that they found was Brodus's phone. Do you remember that? You don't remember them asking you about his passcode?
Oh, yeah, I remember them asking about passcode, yes.
And you have a cell phone?
Yes.
Do a lot on your cell phone, right? It's a form of communication, right?
Right.
It's a calendar,
Yeah.
it's a GPS tracker, right? It's all of those things. It can be a wealth of information, right? And the police asked you if you had the passcode to his phone.
Correct.
And that would be the thing that you type in to open it up, right? And you did not know the passcode to Brodus's phone.
Correct.
So they were not able to open it.
Okay.
Is that right?
Correct.
And so they gave you back his phone because they said, we can't use it.
I don't know if they gave it to somebody. I don't have it to this day. I don't know.
$22 with a BBL. We did that one, Helena.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you remember the police having you go through, giving you back your phone and initialing this? If you will read right here. Do you see where the police gave you back his phone?
That's so, yeah.
And again, this was an extraordinarily traumatic experience, right?
Right.
And sometimes with traumatic experiences, you may not remember everything perfectly, right? Up until on into after this case had been charged and everything, you didn't know about this relationship until well into this process.
Yeah, I would say not until the detectives confirmed for me.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Redirect.
All right, so that process done.
No, you're wrong.
All right, you must sit down now.
All right, already done. day one was a
All
short.
right, we're gonna take a short 10-minute recess, and then we'll reconvene.
All right. So they took a short break. We have an abundance of TiVo time, so I'm going to skip it. And it looks like they had a little squabble right here outside of the jury's presence.
I need to swear in,
Officer
driver.
Kennedy.
Yeah. Dude, you raise your right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, that you will keep them separate and apart from all persons, that you will not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone, nor anyone with them, and as it concerns the matter on trial, nor with you, nor you with them, and that you will deliver them safely into court, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call the jury back in and, give them some admonitions, and then we'll start back in the morning at 9:30. Yes.
Well, and so and we've talked a little bit about this. I've got the next 3 witnesses are Carterville PD officers, which are easy to get back and forth. But the 3 after that, particularly the 2 after that, one's coming from Arkansas. Based on our progress thus far, I'm not confident we will get to the 4th witness tomorrow. And I hate for him to have to come from Arkansas 2.5 hours, go back to Arkansas 2.5 hours, and come back the next morning. And I sure don't think we'll get to 5, but sure as I say that, we'll be sitting here at 2 o'clock and we'll be out of proof. So I guess what I'm asking the court is, would you be okay if I have the 3 Collierville officers here and the guy from Arkansas? If it looks like we're gonna run out of time, I'll take the guy from Arkansas out of order, but I'm not gonna ask TBI from Nashville to come tomorrow. If we get through those 4, we'll be down to 2 Thursday morning for me that I think are pretty short. And if we run out of time, it's on me, but I didn't want to run out of time. If we finish earlier, it's on me, but I didn't want you to look at me like, why are you not having your witnesses here?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
We have no objection to taking that witness out of order.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, I'm gonna call the jury in, and I'm gonna give them some, admonitions, and then we'll reconvene for tomorrow, so if you can get the jury in.
Yes, ma'am.
So the first day was only 2 hours, and we only had 1 witness. So we did opening arguments, and we did witness number 1, which was Tabitha, the victim's wife here. So what do y'all think so far? I mean, we heard from the first witness. I'm going to skip ahead to day 2, but let me read some super chats first because I have not gotten those. I got Don Vicente's, but let me also come to Cash Apps. I appreciate all of y'all that sometimes do Cash App me when we're not streaming. I do want to acknowledge one, and this also is kind of a LawTube channel announcement type of thing. I don't know if you guys have heard what happened to Nate the lawyer. King of AFK sent me a Cash App this morning, and he says prayers out to Nate the lawyer. Nate did put something out on his channel this morning where he has mentioned that he has a brain tumor, and he is currently in surgery right now to get it removed. Everybody in the LawTube community is praying for him. Nate the lawyer is one of the only Black attorneys on this platform, so I have a tremendous amount of respect for him, and that's really why I wanted to stream today. Get my mind off of it because we're all praying for him, and it's kind of difficult when you see people that you know in your space kind of going through something hard. It's very tough for Nate because he's been very open about this with his subscribers and everybody. So, we're praying for Nate the lawyer, and I'm really happy that, all of y'all are pulling for him too. So, it's tough because his wife just recently, I think, has been going through a cancer diagnosis too. So I was very hurt to hear that this morning. But yeah, we're gonna keep the prayers up. He has been on this channel. He's collabed with me and Lead. I let Lead know as well, just so if he wanted to send him a message, that sort of thing. So it's tough. So that's why, like, when I take a Sunday and I spend it with y'all, I'm like, yep, let me spend it with my chat, because you never know with life. So I popped in, definitely wanted to get on here. But thank you, King of AFK, if you're watching this. That was earlier this morning that he sent me that. Shout out to Ant-Man who hit me with a $5 Cash App. Thank you so much, Ant-Man. He says, good afternoon, beautiful. Thanks for the stream. Of course, spending my afternoon with y'all. I know today's a big football day too, so I had to find the right time because I know people are watching all the games. But yeah, we are praying for Nate and, definitely hoping he pulls through. And then, I was thinking about doing some type of like charity or something, like just figuring out what we can do to help. We've done that for a few defendants and things in the past, like with the Karen Reed trial, raise some money for her defense fund, things like that. So definitely want to help out where we can as a community, right? And show support for Nate. So a little bit of bad news, good news, but he was in good spirits. He, posted a short on his channel explaining the situation this morning. So stay tuned for that. Coming to our super chats, shout out to Lucretia, been with me for 16 months, says, hey sis, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, Lucretia. Hopefully you're still watching. We popped on in earlier, about 2 hours ago. We've been running. Shout out to Nurse Janice in the UK, been with me for 18 months, says, looking forward to this one. Yeah, this case is crazy. So far, I have not, it really makes you look at chat like pastors a little differently, right? So it's a different one. But thank you so much, Nurse Janice. Always great to see you. Tom, thanks so much, Tom, for being with me for 14 months. As the defense has got to go with temporary insanity. And that's what they're trying to do. If you hear it, and that's why they spent so much time with the wife on cross-examination. Like, what happened? Did she seem threatening? Did she seem calm? Did she seem provoked, right? When did she pull out the gun? How did she seem when she shot you? How did she seem when she shot him? Right? How long have y'all been friends? Are y'all truly sister wives? Right? So all types of crazy stuff going on there. But thank you so much, Tom. Shout out to Miss Crow T. Shetty with the 5, says, I got my popcorn. Yeah, this one is a doozy. I think day 2 is also a pretty short one. It's 4 hours long, but it's mostly police officers and there's a doctor at the end. So we'll be able to breeze through that one. Shout out to Tia, who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Tia. I saw who received it, but I did not write it down, so I apologize. But I do know that the person said thank you in the moment. So thank you so much, Miss Tia. D gifted a membership. D is cutting up in the chat today. That was hilarious. Thank you so much for gifting that membership. If you received it, please say thank you. Senator popped in as well with the 5, says, AV. Senator, it's good to see you. Shout out to D again with the 2, says, Lord, sinning in the church. You cannot make this case up. And it really wasn't even that popular, right? Like only Court TV covered it. I was surprised that the Law and Crime crew wasn't on it. And that's why I didn't know about it. Usually I watch what Law and Crime is up to. Like if they have any interesting cases that y'all might be interested in, that's where I get a lot of the source material from. Or if it's something that's local. For those that are following the Karen Reed stuff, I know she just has her civil case assigned to a new judge. That was on Friday. So I'm watching that one. There's so much going on. Like you have this week, Milagros and Megan Thee Stallion are going to court, but that's federal and it's not going to be televised. ASAP, Rocky, and Relly, I think I gave you guys this update. That trial date is scheduled for January 12th, but Relly dropped the charges against Rocky. So now Relly is just suing Joe Tacopina. That's it. Just Joe, right? Courtney Clenny's coming up. That one, I think we have a hearing scheduled for December 5th. I checked the case file over the weekend, so we'll see that one. Alicia is going to be sentenced on the 8th. This woman that we're watching right now, this case, she's scheduled for sentencing on the 17th. Frickin' Fani. And it's not her fault. I thought she was just being defiant and dodging subpoenas. But last week there was a Georgia Senate committee hearing scheduled for Thursday that Fani was supposed to go to. I had people in the courthouse in Atlanta watching. They saw her. They're like, hey, she's spotted. She's wearing a green suit. She's here. So we saw that Fani did indeed go to court, but she did not attend the Senate hearing because her lawyer had a conflict. So that was not Fani's fault, right? That has been rescheduled for December 17th, the 18th. So I'm watching that. What the hell is going on with Antonio Brown? I haven't had time to get into that one yet. And then I still got to look at the YNW Melly stuff, because there is some movement in that case as well. But that is like a majority of the update. And that's why I wanted to get in front of this case first before we got into all of that, because these next few weeks are going to be very busy. If you've watched the Alicia Andrews trial with me, again, I have an exclusive for you. Alicia had an original attorney, and I spent some time talking to her on the phone, and boy, oh boy, I'm debating on going down to Miami and talking with her and filming it. But I think on sentencing day, we're going to drop that interview. Okay. So I'm just letting y'all know that's going to be crazy. But thank you so much, Dee. I just had to give you guys a quick rundown on what is going on in the legal world. Shout out to Don Vicente again, your stream sponsor with the 50. So thank you so much. I read that one when you dropped it. I appreciate you. Dee comes back with another 2, says adultery and murder. Did they read the Bible? Yeah, this one is a little cringy. You know, like this husband pastor had a group chat with all these sister wives all together. The wife had no idea he was even cheating. And he had all of these women together, and he would talk to them all the time, set up meetings with them. You know, what was there, a threesome for a birthday? There was another woman in Atlanta he was cheating with. It was just all types of shenanigans. Also, I'm gonna come to the super chat that just came in. I'm trying to develop a e-form for y'all. So whenever there's like cases or things you want me and my team to research and cover, we're going to put that together. So that way, you know, it kind of like gets to us faster and we'll be able to put it all together. Because somebody was in chat earlier talking about the Laura Owens trial. So I wrote that down. We'll look into it, but there's a lot going on. Thank you, Dee. Dee is back with another 2, says why the scene from Friday just popped into my mind. Yeah, this case is trifling. It really is. James Jameson from across the pond says, "Et tu, Brutus?" Yeah, Brutus was getting around. He was spinning the block. Like he was out there, like with all these women, and the wife had no idea. It's crazy. Tom gifted another membership. Thank you for doing that, Tom. Really appreciate you. D popped in with another 2, says Reverend Lowdown. Yeah, this reminds me of there was another pastor in New York, but that I think was a fraud situation. This kind of reminds me of that. It's so crazy. James hit me with another 2, says, "Thou shalt not covet your neighbor's house." Listen, I mean, you're giving people religious advice. You know, you're supposed to be a leader in the community, a leader in the church, and then, you know, you're running around doing stuff like this. I'm sure the Bible speaks against that. It actually does, but it's crazy. Hollywood gifted a membership. Good to see you, Hollywood. Always here, almost all of the streams. I appreciate you, brother. And shout out to I always get tripped up with your name. Yoshira. I hope I'm saying that right, sis. Thank you for the 2. Says, "Hey, AV, can we look into the Mo case as well?" I will. I'm gonna add that to the list right now. And yeah, we keep a calendar. I have it over here on the wall. That's why I'm able to rattle off what's going on and when. And then we just keep up with the new stuff that comes out. All right, chat, let us go ahead and switch to day 2, but I'm going to leave it up to you. Latasha does testify on day 3. If you want, we can skip all of the police officers and go straight to Latasha, or if you want to see it in chronological order, we can do that. So do me a favor right now. Let me know in the chat. Do you want to go to Latasha first, or do you want to check out some of the other testimony? Helena's like, nah, I want to hear the tea. Does that mean that we're gonna go to Latasha first? Because I think it would have been great to start with the wife, then Latasha. But there's a few people that are like, no, you want to see it in order. All right. Some people are saying to skip ahead. Okay, thank you guys for telling me about the Mo thing. All right. I'm seeing skip. The skips have it so far. So why don't we do that? Well, now we're balanced. We have a few people that want it in order. Can we hear her first and go back? We can absolutely do that. I've got all the time in the world today. All right, it looks like the skips have it. I know y'all prefer going in order. This is a fast trial and all the other witnesses are quick. They're very quick. They're like 10 minutes. So we'll be able to catch right back up. But here she is on the stand. She takes the stand herself. And then I think they deliberated right after. So, she is a PhD, okay?
I'm a PhD.
And it's one of those things. My aunt is the one that put me on to this case. And she's just like, listen, you got to watch this one. You got to watch this one. So why don't we bring us here? It actually is the most replayed version of this trial, or at least footage of this entire trial. So let's jump on in and hear her here.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Latoshia Daniels, LATOSHIA DANIELS.
Now, Ms. Daniels, what you are doing right now is called a moment hearing, okay?
Okay.
And what that means is that we are talking about your rights and your decisions, okay?
Okay.
You have an absolute right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That's called the right against self-incrimination. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right not to give proof in a case against you. Have we discussed that right?
Yes, we have.
Do you understand that if you decided to remain silent?
And before we get into that, I just want to, I love seeing this person in my chat. Shout out to Pam. Pam has supported this channel in so many ways all year. Trials on trials on trials on trials on trials. Pam just sent me a $50 Cash App. Thank you so much, Pam. If y'all could do me a favor and type Pam in the chat, that would mean the world to me. Like, if you care about the AV, type Pam in the chat, because she has gifted countless memberships. She has supported countless streams. She always pops in and shows love. Like, I so appreciate Pam. And Pam, thank you again it's really great to see you on this Sunday. I really appreciate all that you've done for the channel all year, especially since we're getting close to the end of the year. Oh, and by the way, y'all start thinking about merch. I'm going to do a holiday collection for you. And I started to look at some of our jokes that we've had. So start thinking about that as we get into like more of the streams throughout the week, because I would love to drop it around Thanksgiving. But, things like, what was it? Limp representation was the joke from the other case that we just finished, the Julio Fulio one, right? There's a whole bunch. So start to think about that. But thank you guys for shouting out Pam. I really appreciate it. All right, let's get into Miss Latoshia here and see what she has to say.
The judge would tell the jury that they cannot hold that against you.
Yes.
Do you understand that you also have an absolute
This one
right
too, YT.
to testify?
Yes.
And that this is one of the few decisions that is yours and yours alone, right?
Yes.
Mr. Horn and I cannot make this decision for you. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
Have you spoken with myself and Mr. Horn, though, about this decision?
I have.
Have you been present throughout all of the trial?
I have.
Have you been able to hear and observe all of the witnesses?
I have.
Have you been able to see all of the exhibits?
I have.
Are you aware not only of the proof that's come forward at trial, but also of all of the discovery in your case?
I am aware of all of it.
Have you discussed that discovery and the evidence with both me and Mr. Horn?
I have.
Have you discussed the charges against you?
I have.
You understand you're charged with first-degree murder.
Yes.
Have you and I discussed the elements of first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has to prove each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand all of the elements of criminal attempt first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has to prove all of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements required for employing a firearm during a felony?
Yes.
Do you understand the state has to prove all of those beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements and understand the burden of proof?
Yes.
And even this was a superseding indictment, right?
Yes.
And you and I had discussed previously the issues in the old indictment.
Correct.
And we discussed how the new indictment kind of changed some things, right?
Yes.
You've had several discussions throughout this entire process with your whole defense team, right?
Yes,
We have prepared for trial together.
we have.
We prepared specifically regarding your testimony.
Yes,
After everything that you've heard, everything that we've discussed, and everything that you've considered, have you made a decision on whether or not you want to testify?
I have.
What is that decision?
I choose to testify.
Thank you.
You may step down. I thought the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily made her decision to testify. Is there anything we should address before the jury comes in? No? All right, we can get the jury in.
All right, so we did that. You have to go through those questions first. We saw that with Alicia, and Alicia took a stand 2 weeks ago. You guys have some good ideas.
Will we take a break to discuss instructions?
Yes.
We have TiVo time, so let me skip this.
Of Latasha Daniels.
All right, Sherry's in the room. Let's go. A body on the stand was hilarious. That was funny.
You can raise your right hand.
That really
You swear
was
affirm to
funny.
tell the whole truth? Yes, ma'am. All right, now have a seat.
I love our chat. I really do.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Latoshia, Latoshia. Daniels, Daniels.
Before we get into all of the allegations here, have you ever testified in a situation like this before?
No,
Is this a comfortable situation?
not at all.
Please let me know if you need anything, okay? I want to talk to you about, first, your childhood.
Oh, Lord.
Your childhood, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me about your parents?
My parents, my father was retired military and a minister, and my mom, she was my mother.
Was your biological father the man that you called dad?
No, I was raised by my stepfather, and so I called him father, and my biological father I called Papa.
Now, the dad that you lived with, right? What did he do for a living?
Once he retired from the military, he was, from my knowledge, he worked at MM Cones, and he retired from there. And then he began to work for the Salvation Army, where he ran the community community center where the youth would go. And so once he retired from there, he was just home sitting on the porch and buying land and doing gardens.
At any point did he become an ordained minister?
He did. I was in elementary, but I do recall him becoming an ordained minister.
What would you consider his reputation to have been within your community?
He was highly respected in our community. Everyone knew of my father and respected him well.
And did they know that you were your father's daughter?
Oh yes, to the point to where, like, if anybody
Listen.
seen my sisters and I, they would.
Ma'am, you are too damn happy up there. You killed a man. You killed a man. Like, why is nobody coaching her to be a little bit more serious? What is going on?
Say that's Mr. Briggs' daughter. It's like they knew that who we were.
Did that mean something in that community to be his daughter?
Most definitely, and we carried ourselves accordingly.
Now, how were things at home outside of public?
Things at home wasn't as what they seemed in public. My father did physically abuse my mother, and I was the one who would at nights wake up and beg him to stop.
Did you have any siblings in the home?
I did. I had 2 little sisters.
Did the 3 of you hear as your dad would beat your mom?
I'm not sure if they did, but I did, and I often would wake up and ask him to stop, and even sometimes try pulling them apart.
When you were in public, did you let that side of your life show?
Oh, not at all. I went to school and I did the things that I was supposed to do, participated in sports and just carried myself, look, I guess, in a normal fashion.
Is that what was expected of you?
Yes, we didn't say or tell what was going on inside of the home.
Now, I want to talk to you about late in your teens, okay? When you were 17, you got pregnant.
I did.
What happened when you got pregnant?
I shared with my dad, well, I don't know if I shared with him or not, but I was told once he found out that I needed to get married.
Did you get married?
I did,
And was that to Rodney?
yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Rodney?
In the beginning, it was good. We both had graduated from high school, and so we was building a life together. We moved from our hometown to Little Rock, Arkansas, and purchased a home, and we were doing well. Rodney decided to go to police academy, and during that time I helped him. I made sure he studied. I did everything that I could to ensure that he made it through police academy and was successful. Once he, probably months after joining the force, things began to shift. He would ask me to do certain things that I was like out of the norm, but I was in college, and so he would then say, well, you're probably gonna want somebody from college, and I didn't understand that because like I loved Rodney. I wanted our family. But even though we didn't argue, we grew distant, and I never understood why until I found out that he was having an affair.
Did you actually catch him in the act?
Not in the beginning, but during, he decided that we was gonna separate, and one day while I was at school, he had packed up all my stuff, put it in a U-Haul, and drove it to my mom's house.
How long were you married to Rodney?
For 4 years.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did.
Now, after that divorce, did you attempt suicide?
I actually did it right before we actually finalized the divorce.
Did you commit suicide because of the divorce? I'm sorry, attempt to commit suicide because of the divorce.
Yes, I just didn't feel like I felt like a failure. That was the one thing I felt like a failure. I didn't think that I was enough. And so I didn't feel I had anything to offer.
But you did go on to get an education, right?
I did.
And you didn't let your divorce or your teen pregnancy, you didn't let those things stop you from trying to get better in your life, right?
Right. I wanted to push forward. I wanted to be successful. And I mean, I had to be. So I kept going.
And you eventually became a licensed clinical social worker.
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about your second marriage, okay? That was to Brian.
Yes.
Now, how long were you married to Brian?
I was married to Brian for 8 years.
Was that relationship positive?
No,
Did you feel loved in that relationship?
no,
Did you feel wanted in that relationship?
not at all.
Would you describe Brian as being emotionally distant,
He very much was so.
emotionally neglectful?
Yes,
Did you try to get Brian to go into marriage counseling?
yes, we had a discussion and he didn't want to do it.
Did you determine that you would go get your own counseling?
Yes,
Did you go see a psychologist?
I did not.
Why?
Because of the field that I was in, I just wanted, I wanted spiritual guidance, but also because of me being in private practice, I was afraid of being that individual that was getting the water cooler talk per se. Just in my field,
I can't stand when people say that. Sorry, I was muted for a second. It's like, okay, if you went to school for this stuff and you know that it works, why would you prefer spiritual guidance? To each their own, right? It's everybody's choice. But it is strange for me to hear that coming from a licensed clinician. You know, like why would you not want to lean on it, even if that means you just got like teletherapy or something that does conceal your privacy or whatever the case may be. So that was interesting when she said that.
I didn't have anyone that I felt like I could really go to and trust because I was very closed off. I didn't share my business with anybody. And so going through that and being in private practice, I didn't want to take what was my income because I needed to be able to take care of the things in my life. So I did not, but I did know that spiritually I wanted some direction.
Why did you feel like you needed spiritual direction?
Just from my first marriage, when I went to my dad and told him that I was getting a divorce, the one thing he said to me that just resonated with me was that he said he would have gotten an attorney taking away my children, but it was all just like, I just felt like it was kind of like a punishment from God. And so I just didn't want to be in another failed marriage. I just didn't.
Did your dad consider it your failure that you got divorced?
Yes.
Did you seek out spiritual counseling?
I did.
Now I want to talk to you about St. Mark's, okay? You
Okay.
need some water?
Yes.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I heard they went in on this wig last week.
What is St. Mark's?
It's the church that I attended in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Is it a big church or a small church?
It's a big church.
Did you have any particular role within the church?
Yes. I participated in evangelism, but eventually became a life group leader.
How were you selected to become a life group leader?
One Sunday, was talking to, just in shaking hands with some of the pastors, Pastor Perry, Brodus Perry, he had asked me, he was like, you thinking about being a life group member? And at that time, I was like, I'll consider it. And then eventually I did go ahead and sign up to become a life group leader.
And this was prior to you reaching out for that spiritual counseling, right?
Correct.
How many members go to St. Mark's?
At the time, approximately 6,000.
How many people were selected to be life group leaders?
In our first set of leadership training, it may have been approximately 60 to 80 of us.
Okay. And were you then subdivided into groups?
Yes, we were divided into cohorts.
How many people were in each cohort?
About 8 to 10.
How many people were in your cohort?
It was about 8 of us.
Who was the supervisor, the supervising pastor for your cohort?
Brodus was our leader.
Would you consider y'all's group to have been a close group?
We were very close.
Did you become close with Pastor Perry through that group?
I did.
Is that why you reached out to him for spiritual counseling?
Yes, I trusted him.
Now, I want to talk to you about that counseling, okay? When you approached Brodus Perry about counseling, did you explain why you wanted counseling?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I told him that my husband and I were having some marital issues and I just needed to figure out spiritually which direction. I just needed some spiritual guidance on direction.
Did Pastor Perry agree to meet with you?
He did.
Where did y'all meet?
We met at my office.
Why?
I didn't feel comfortable with being in the church and I wanted to be in a safe space because this was, again, something that I was not fully embracing, that I had to deal with, and I wanted to be in a space where I knew that I could be able to be vulnerable.
During the first counseling session, what did you discuss?
Everything that was going on within my marriage.
How long was the first counseling session?
It was about 2 hours.
Were you emotional during that process?
Yes,
Were you open?
I was.
Did you tell him very personal, private things?
I did.
How long, well, at the end of that session, did you determine at that time that you were going to ask for a second session?
Yes.
How long until you had a second session?
It was approximately 2 to 3 weeks before the next one.
Did it feel good to get all of that off of your chest?
Yes.
Did you reach out to Brodus Perry for a second counseling session?
I did.
Did he say that he would come do a second counseling session?
He did.
When you had your second counseling session, did you ask him about any odd behavior from the first session?
I did.
What was that?
In the first session, from the moment he walked through the door, he had his hands in his coat pocket, his jacket pocket, and he sat there the entire time during the session with his hands in his pocket. So I found that to be a little strange, but I didn't say anything in the first session. So I asked him during the section session, because he came in and he didn't have his hands in his pocket. And I was like, what was that with you having your hands in your pockets? And at that time, he told me it was because he was trying to maintain his professionalism.
Was that the first time that you had any indication that he might be interested in you?
That was the first time.
Did you proceed to start with the second counseling session?
We did.
What happened after you started the counseling session?
As I was talking and sharing, Brodus reached over and grabbed, I had a 2-arm chair, and he pulled me toward him and began to passionately kiss me. And from there, in that session, we did have sex for the first time.
Were you proud of that encounter?
In hindsight, no, but at that time, he was giving me everything that I had been missing for a long time.
Did you know that he was married?
I did.
Did you know his wife?
At that time, I had seen her at church, but didn't know of her.
You got to know her better later?
Yes.
How did you feel about the fact that Brodus was married?
At that time, honestly, I did not think about it. I knew that we both were married, and I was engaged in what he was giving me.
Had you had any attention like that in a long time?
No, I hadn't.
Had
In
you
years.
had any emotional attention?
Not in years.
Physical attention?
Not like that. No.
After your counseling sessions, did you end up getting divorced?
That was in February, and I did end up getting divorced in December of that year.
That's when it was finalized?
Yes.
And did Pastor Perry encourage you to get divorced?
We talked about it, and there were times whenever we would be on trips, he would make mention of, oh, we can't do that until you get a divorce, and we can't do this until you get a divorce.
Now, I want to talk to you about your relationship with Brodus Perry, okay?
Okay.
After y'all had sex, did Brodus give you any particular instructions?
Yes. He immediately told me to download a app for us to be able to communicate. That app was called Confide.
Tell the jury what the Confide app did.
The Confide app, it's whenever you would send a message, and when you read that message, it would disappear. You couldn't screenshot it or anything like that. It would immediately disappear once you took your finger off the screen.
Did Brodus teach you how to use that app?
As we continued the app, it was probably maybe a week or two later, he found out that if you had, like, other people had your phone number in your phone and they had that app, then they could see you on it. So he had me to change my name on it and also change the way that I attached it to my account. So I went from having my phone number to coming up with a email address. So I made a new email address to be able to attach it that nobody else had.
And he taught you what all you needed to do for that app to do that?
Correct.
So that it could not be traceable back to you?
Correct.
And he did that all very quickly?
Yes.
Did he have, or was it almost a rule? Was it a rule that you had to use that app to talk to him?
Most definitely. That was our main form of communication. As the relationship went on, if he wanted to use a different form of communication, like an email or maybe even direct messaging, he would then tell me, go to this platform or go to that one. But it was not, if I was to reach out to him without him reaching out to me first, I had to use the Confide app.
Did he set any other rules for your relationship?
Yes. As far as it came to trips that he wanted me to go on with him, I was the one who had to pay my way as far as airfare or travel. And then he would, you know, his words would, he would then take care of the rest, meaning that I would have somewhere to stay. When I was in the hotel rooms, I was to stay naked. I couldn't have on any clothes. I had to, and the only way I would have clothes on is if, like, you know, we were getting ready to go out. But other than that, when in the hotel room, I had to be naked. I couldn't, if something was to have happened to him as far as medically, he did not want me to call 911. I would have to call, who we referenced him as the professor, but it was Pastor Pointer. I would have to call him in order to get him emergency attention. He said verbatim lots of times, do not call 911.
Did he add any rules towards the end of your relationship?
At the end of the relationship, he wanted me to say yes, sir, and no, sir to him.
Now, I want to kind of break those down individually, okay?
Okay.
You were required to use the Confide app.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the travel, okay? What kind of trips did Brodus want you to come on?
The very first one was to Vegas. He had some convention or something that he was at, and so that was the first one. He had invited me to go to Cuba with him that year, but he ended up right at the last minute changing it, saying that Tabitha wanted to go with him, so she went with him, and he was like, well, since you're not going to Cuba, go ahead and sign up to go to Israel for the church group trip. So I signed up to go to Israel and paid my way for that. I traveled with him to Savannah whenever he would go with Pastor Pointer. with some,
Were there some trips that were for the pastors
yes.
and then other trips that were for the church group members?
The only church group that trip we went on was to Israel. The rest of them would be if he was doing something on his own, I guess, speaking engagement wise, or if he was following Pastor Pointer.
And then were there also personal trips?
And then we had personal trips.
If Brodus told you that he wanted you to go on that trip, was it expected that you would be on that trip?
I was on that trip.
Now I want to talk to you about the hotel room rule, okay? What
And
would
why were you
happen
naked?
when Brodus would walk in and you were wearing clothing in a hotel room?
Once I did it and just, I don't know if I was cold or what, but when he was like, why do you still have on clothes? And that happened, he withdrew affection from me. Like he was very cold, didn't want to be intimate until after I got undressed. But even then, it was then like a punishment I had to wait for him to decide that he was going to then give affection.
Now I want to talk to you about Pastor Pointer, okay?
Okay.
You called him the professor.
Yes.
What was his position within St. Mark's?
He was the lead pastor of St. Mark.
Did he know about your relationship with Brodus?
Yes, we hung out together a lot.
Do you know, is that why Pastor Pointer was supposed to be his medical emergency contact?
Correct.
Now I want to talk to you about
See?
the beginning of your relationship with Brodus, okay?
So the other pastor knew about the affair and was a medical contact in case something happened. Like what? The other pastor was covering up for his boy.
How would you describe y'all's relationship at the beginning?
At the beginning, it was, I'm gonna have to say, amazing. I felt beautiful. He showed me so much attention. We did all kind of things together. It was, I mean, like even we gelled intellectually. It was a great relationship.
Everything that you didn't have before?
Everything I didn't have before, even to the fact I show up in my office and he had me a dozen of roses sent to me. It was just like everything that I wanted, everything that I even shared with him that I didn't have, he was giving it to me.
Did you also give him things?
I did.
What kind of things did Brodus like?
As the relationship progressed, he got into cigars. And that was a big thing for him, to the point to where he had someone to draw him up a logo, and then I selected the name, so he became the Smoking Savant. And so the more expensive the cigar, the better for him. Then it went from cigars to bourbon, and he had to have the best of the bourbons.
Did you buy him the best of the bourbons?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy him the best of cigars?
I did.
Did you buy him other things?
He wanted this Toomey briefcase for work. I think it was like $400. I got him that. He was working out, and so he needed more workout clothes, and so I purchased him like $400 worth of gear and Nike gear. There was a time when he wanted to redo his closet and get some things organized, and I bought all the organization things to make sure that whatever he needed, I did it so that he could be good.
Ashley, I was
Did he
just
also
thinking about
expect
that.
you to do that?
It got to a point to where it did become an expectation.
At the beginning of your relationship, at some point, did Tabitha go to Florida?
Yes, in 2017, it was around, I think, October. Brodus said that he had sent Tabitha back to Florida and that they were separated. He said that he just needed, he was feeling this urge of, he had this thing of saying that he was always wanting to be single. He never knew what it meant to be a single man. And so in that instance, he was sending her back so he could explore that to some degree.
Did he indicate to you that they were separated?
Yes.
How long was she in Florida?
At least to after Christmas.
So over a month?
Yes.
2 months?
Yes.
And during that period of time, were you staying with him a lot?
Yes, I stayed probably about 3 or 4 nights with him during that time. And we also went out of the country.
Now, I want to talk to you about when y'all would travel together, kind of what you would, or I'm sorry, not when you traveled together, the things that y'all would do together.
Okay.
Travel was one of them, right?
Yes.
And did you both get interested in bourbon?
I did start eventually tasting them. He would always ask me to taste and try to figure out the notes or the different contents of them, but it wasn't something that I just enjoyed.
What about cigars?
Again, I did begin to smoke certain cigars. He picked out one that was better for me than the others that wasn't too strong.
Did you go with him to cigar lounges?
Yes. Everywhere we traveled, we would find cigar lounges.
Did you actually pay his dues to cigar clubs?
The first, I paid 2 sets of dues. The first set of dues was at Dave's and Sons, and those weren't that much. And then the second one was at a club called 1836.
Were those expensive?
They were $125.
A month?
Yes.
Did he ask you to pay that?
No,
You just did
I
to
did
make him
because
happy?
yes.
Did you engage in any physical activities together?
We ran together. We eventually began cycling. He got upset with me because I did not purchase his bike. I was like, I can't afford your $2,500 bike and mine, and that did cause him to be upset. But he eventually got his bike and I got mine, and we joined a cycling club together. We also exercised together. We would go swimming. So we did those things.
Around those kind of activities, did you have any particular rules that you had to follow?
Now, if we were at the cigar lounge and we was not hanging out with a certain group, he would have me to call a certain individual to invite her to come so that it looked like it was more of a church thing than it was just he and I hanging out. And that was just kind of the case even with the running. It was going to always be somebody from the church, even though they didn't know they were a third party. It was the way of being able for us to still be together, but it not look like it was just us together. It would always be someone from the church.
And who made that rule to have somebody else always there?
That was him.
I want to talk to you now about ethical non-monogamy, okay?
Yes.
Guys, you cannot make this damn case up. Like, you really can't. You really can't. And so she's now going to bring up the book that he wanted her to read. And for those that are just coming in, it's called The Ethical Slut, okay? The Ethical Slut, a practical guide to poly, open relationships, and other freedoms in sex and love. This pastor was outside, okay? Literally outside. And she shot him. We heard from the wife who testified. She was on cross-examination. The wife knew nothing. She had no idea that he was even cheating. He had a group chat of other women that were sister wives, and they were going through all of that. You cannot make this case up. Okay, I know some of y'all came in towards the middle of the stream, but we heard all of that in opening statements. We even watched this ninja on some of the damn videos that he was sending these women, and we saw the faces of the other women. You cannot make this up. Let me stop screen sharing for a second because it lost audio. Okay, we're gonna screen share again. This man was outside. Ooh-wee. I mean, I'm still flabbergasted. All right, I think it's this one. Yes, she's back on the stand. Let's go back in.
Did Brodus talk to you about ethical non-monogamy?
Yes.
Was this a lifestyle that he was interested in?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what Brodus told you about ethical non-monogamy? What is it?
It is where individuals are able to have multiple relationships, but everyone in the relationship must consent.
Did Brodus tell you that he had talked to Tabitha about ethical non-monogamy?
He did.
Did he tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet?
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
So she was not allowed to be open on her side,
Correct.
but he told you that she had given him permission to go outside,
Yes.
but he had not told her about you, to your knowledge.
No, not to my knowledge.
Did Brodus ever give you a book to read?
The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I could have a more foundation and knowledge of this lifestyle that he was wanting to be in.
Did you read that book?
I did.
Were you interested in the lifestyle espoused by that book?
No, I was not.
How soon into the relationship did Brodus Perry start discussing this concept of ethical non-monogamy?
Actually, it started, so we were just having conversations about things in life that we wanted to do, bucket list type of things that we were curious in. And at that time, he was like, one of the things I want to do is have a threesome. And I was like, yeah, no, that's nothing I've ever thought about. But he was like, well, I've had one before, but I paid for it. And this time I want to have one where I don't have to pay for it. And so he began to speak about, the term he would use is Tabitha and I being sister wives. Didn't quite know what that meant, but as things went on, he would start to talk about me watching them have sex. And he was like, but I think she'll be on board with it, just give it time. But so this would be the dialogue. And that dialogue just...
Hold on, sis. Run that shit back. What did you just say? Did I hear that this pastor was paying for it? Oh my God! If I was his wife and heard all of this, ooh wee. Let's go back. Let's run that back.
Tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet.
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
So she was not allowed to be open on her side,
Correct.
but he told you that she had given him permission to go outside,
Yes.
but he had not told her about you, to your knowledge.
No, not to my knowledge.
Did Brodus ever give you a book to read?
The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I could have a more foundation and knowledge of this lifestyle that he was wanting to be in.
Did you read that book?
I did.
Were you interested in the lifestyle espoused by that book?
No, I was not.
How soon into the relationship did Brodus Perry start discussing this concept of ethical non-monogamy?
Actually, it started, so we were just having conversations about things in life that we wanted to do, bucket list type of things that we were curious in. And at that time, he was like, one of the things I want to do is have a threesome. And I was like, yeah, no, that's nothing I've ever thought about. But he was like, well, I've had one before, but I paid for it. And this time I want to have one where I don't have to pay for it. And so he began to speak about, the term he would use is Tabitha and I being sister wives. Didn't quite know what that meant, but as things went on, he would start to talk about me watching them have sex. And he was like, but I think she'll be on board with it, just give it time. But so this would be the dialogue. And that dialogue just continued on to where it went from watchers to now wanting to have the threesomes, and then that's when the ethical slut was introduced. And so it was just like a progression of this lifestyle that he wanted.
So kind of breaking that down, How far into the relationship did he start discuss wanting a watcher with you?
It was pretty early on. I would have to say it was before they took their trip to Cuba, which was around his birthday in May, that he began to talk. He was talking about the watcher. So that was 3 months.
Was that a different trip than the birthday trip that he took where he had the threesome?
Yes, that was a different trip.
Okay. Did the threesome birthday trip happen while y'all were together or before?
It happened while we were together.
Did you know that he was going to do that?
The threesome trip in Cuba?
No, when he went and paid for the threesome.
Oh, that was well before I knew him.
Okay. At any point, did you watch him and Tabitha have sex?
No,
Was Tabitha ever invited to watch you and Brodus have sex?
no,
Were you comfortable with the concept of a watcher?
no,
Was Brodus persistent about a watcher?
very much so.
Explain that for me.
Everywhere we went, he would even text me and say, "Hey, you need to find us a watcher. Find us a watcher." And so I got to the point I was like, if I can find somebody, hopefully I can get him to stop. So I asked a friend of mine if she would do it for us, and she was like, if I do, we're taking it to our grave. He had me to tell her to download Confide, and we were able to dialogue 3-way, and the things that he was asking her to do, she just backed out.
Did that whole thing make you very uncomfortable?
Very much so.
Why were you willing to even entertain it?
I wanted to make him happy.
So now I want to talk to you about Brodus wanting to expand the ethical non-monogamy. Well, I guess first, was he?
What the fuck is this case? You had your friend do it? Oh, it's Sunday, the day of our Lord, and we are watching this debauchery. I mean, now I know why my aunt told me to watch this with y'all. I mean, now I feel gross saying watching things like, oh my God, this guy was like the pastor version of Diddy.
Actually engaging in ethical non-monogamy?
No,
Tabitha had no idea any of this was going on, right?
no,
As far as you knew, she knew that that's what he wanted, but he hadn't told her.
as far as I knew, correct.
And you've heard differently from even that here.
Yes,
Did Brodus ask you about expanding the relationship beyond you?
he did.
When he asked you about that, how did you respond?
I told him I didn't want to.
Did he tell you, well, my wife's on board with it, so why isn't my girlfriend?
That's exactly what he said.
Did that cause problems between you and Brodus?
At first, no, but as it continued to go on, it did. Especially after he joined like this, he called it a book club, but they met on Marco Polo talking about the book, The Ethical Slut, and so the more that he engaged in that, it became to where it was because he was more like, why are you not on board with this? And I'm like, why would I be? Like, it doesn't make sense because.
Whatever, sis. We're going to have to give you the bell. Thank you, DW. Run it back, run it back. Shame this woman! Shout out to my brother. I forgot about that. He actually has a bell that he uses on his streams. Oh. Oh, I mean, Latosha, come on, sis. Come on. Seriously.
Because we already have limited time together, so why would I say, yes, you can be able to be with multiple women? And so it was that part, it was hard.
Did you love Brodus Perry?
I shouldn't have, but I did.
Were you in love with Brodus Perry?
I was.
Were you wanting to build a life with Brodus Perry?
I wanted what we had at that time, yes.
And y'all saw each other frequently, right?
We saw each other just about every day. I would cook for him, and so he would come to my office to eat lunch. If he didn't come to the office, I would drop it off for him. But it got to the point to where he knew my code to my office, so he would just come in. He knew where to get his lunch, warm it up, and if I had a session, of course, he would wait out in his vehicle, but other than that, he would come in and we would sit there and have lunch every day.
How did Brodus react when you told him that you were not open to expanding to allow him to have more girlfriends?
He was emotionally distant. Like, well, he would just use, he would tell me, well, you need to go and find someone.
You can't make it up. This is crazy, chat. All right, so now we have to talk about this. Now that we're hearing this, do we think that the wife knew? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the wife knew, or put a 2 in the chat if you think that she was telling the truth and she did not know. I am so curious about what y'all think, because this case is crazy work.
And I'd be like, I don't want anyone but you. And so he knew that that would play on like my insecurities. So one time when he said, you need to go out and find someone, I said, well, what if I do? And he said, well, then we won't be together. So he knew that was going to get to me because I wanted to be with him. I enjoyed our time together when we did have it. And so he used the emotional part, the affection. He would give it to me, withdraw it if I wasn't really complying with what he wanted.
Since all of this has happened, have you had time to really retrospectively consider your relationship with Brodus?
Yes.
I want to talk to you, we'll get back to that. I want to talk to you about that Marco Polo group, okay?
Okay.
Brodus was in an ethical non-monogamy group with 2 other women, right?
Yes.
Were you a part of that group?
I was not.
Were you ever allowed to be involved with that group?
I wasn't.
But you knew about it.
Yes.
Would he have let you contribute?
That was the first time that of any activity that he done that he didn't even invite me to do.
Did he actively keep it from you?
I would say so, because with any other thing he did, even to joining like a bourbon society, like we had memberships to a lot of things together, but that was one thing that he did not invite me to.
I want to talk to you about when Brodus and Tabitha Perry moved to Memphis, okay?
Okay.
Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Brodus, right?
To my knowledge, according to him, the pastor from Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Pastor Pointer, and then Pastor Pointer shared that with Brodus.
Had Brodus, to your knowledge, had any issues at St. Mark's?
Yes, he would tell me a lot about conflict that he was having with some of his coworkers. And then there was one instance where, according to him, he had misuse of a credit card.
Your Honor, this is going to the context of their relationship, just getting background on, this is going to her buying things, paying for things. This is a debt that she repaid for him, and that's what it's going into.
Oh my goodness. You can't make it up. This is crazy. Like towards the end of the year, we're starting to get towards like crazy cases, chat, and we still have more time with her on the stand. She's still on the stand. That ain't even a stand, it's a chair. What's going on in Tennessee? Where's the bench? The judge is like, keep them away from me. All right, let us skip ahead back to this debauchery. They're doing a sidebar real quick. Looks pretty intense.
Christina, I'm going to rephrase my question a little bit, okay? At some point, did a situation arise where you had to pay back money to the church for Brodus?
Yes.
How much was that?
The debt was $2,500, but I ended up getting him $2,300, and he got very upset with me about it
Why did he get upset with you about it?
because he wanted me to do the full price.
Oh, hell no.
And that was
So he got in trouble at one of the churches for swiping cards and taking money that doesn't belong to him. And then this woman goes and gives him the money to put it back.
not your debt, right?
No.
So
This man is
did Brodus talk
trifling.
to you when this other church reached out to him?
He did.
Did he discuss with you whether or not he should accept it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I thought it was a great opportunity for him.
Why?
Because of the things that was being shared to me, that some things he was dealing with within the employment at St. Mark. I thought that would be a great thing for him. So he sent me his resume, told me to change it to performance-based, and I did that, and he went to the interview.
Is Mississippi Boulevard a prestigious church?
To my knowledge,
And you're not from here, right?
no,
You've never lived in Memphis?
I have not.
Did he eventually, to your knowledge, accept that position at Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes,
Did the church have the going away
No, Ashley, he's dead and she shot him.
party for Brodus and Tabitha Perry?
I planned a going away party. Actually, he had two. He had one at the Cigar Lounge and then one for the church.
Who planned the party at the Cigar Lounge?
I did.
Who planned the party at the church?
I did.
Who paid for the majority of the gifts?
I did. And then he gave me a backstory on how to be able to elicit money from the other members of the church so that he could have a certain amount of money for when he left.
What do you mean?
Like it was, hey, reach out to the life groups and tell them, I'm going away and we're going to do monetary gifts. So that's what I did.
Oh, hell no.
Did he get monetary gifts from that?
He did.
Oh, shit.
Before Brodus left, did he give you his new address in Memphis?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about after they moved, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship with Brodus Perry
Oh my God. This pastor was horrible. Did y'all hear that? She taught him, or he taught her how to grift and collect money in the collection plate for him and his trips. Not for the church, not for the good of the church. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. This man was diabolical. Let's go back and hear that part again.
Away and we're going to do monetary gifts. So that's what I did.
And
Did
she
he
like
get money?
smiles.
What do you mean?
A backstory.
She like smiles as she says this, like, yeah, I did that. Look at her face, chat. What the hell? You can't make this up. Oh my God.
Story on how to be able to elicit money from the other members of the church so that he could have a certain amount of money for when he left.
What do you mean?
Like it was, hey, reach out to the life groups and tell them, I'm going away and we're going to do monetary gifts. So that's what I did.
Did he get monetary gifts from that?
He did.
Before Brodus left, did he give you his new address in Memphis?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about after they moved, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship with Brodus Perry continue after he moved to Memphis?
Yes.
Would Brodus come back to Little Rock?
He would.
Do you know why he would come? Why he would come back?
Yes. The main reason why he would come back is because of his orthodontics appointments. And then also he was building up a business and a consulting business, and he was beginning to he had one client that he was coming back to begin to do some consulting with.
What would happen when he came in town between the two of y'all?
We would meet up at the hotel and hang out.
Hang out. And was that, he would come in town and he would contact you?
Yes.
And y'all would get together?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about April the 15th of, I'm sorry, not April the 15th, March the 15th of 2019, okay?
Okay.
Did Brodus come in town that day?
He did.
Did he text you?
He did.
Did you meet him at the hotel?
I did.
Do you recall what hotel?
I think it may have been Spring Hill.
What happened after you went to the hotel?
The first time I went to the hotel, it was, just a drop off. He had asked me to bring him, to go buy him something to eat and to stop by and get him some bourbon. After I brought that to him, we made an agreement to meet up later on. I had called him and as it was getting later and say, hey, what time are we gonna meet up? And he was just like, I don't know, I'll let you know. But he never called. So I was at home and I was like, I'm just gonna break up with him. Like I'm not gonna do this treatment. Like no. I went to the lounge. I still had some gifts to give him and he was coming out.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
And
please save me.
I said, unlock your car, and I started putting the gifts in. Well, once he got closer to me, he just hugged me and gave me the key to the room and was like, go to the room. So I was like, okay, and I did.
Once he hugged you, was it all better?
It was.
Is that kind of how it went with Brodus?
Yes.
So tell me about what happened after that.
That was one of the times that I still had my clothes on. So of course, when he got in there, he's like, why you still got clothes on? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got undressed. I did tell him, I said, I was coming to break up with you because of the way you're treating me. And he laughed it off and was like, well, why didn't you? And I was like, because I really do love you. He came over to the bed, started tickling me. We laughed it off. And then as we began to engage in what I thought was going to be lovemaking was not that night.
Can you tell me what happened?
As I was performing oral sex on him, he began to thrust himself inside my mouth really hard. And I told him that was hurting. Then he grabbed my hair. I had long hair and he wrapped my hair around his hand and he started yanking it. And when he wasn't thrusting himself in my mouth, he was pulling my hair really hard. And with his other hand, he would just hit me and hit me and hit me. And I was like, it's hurting. And he was like, you better not bite me. You better not bite me. And then after that, we had sex and it was just rough and it was hard and it was just not what I was used to. And then once we finished, something he never ever does was he rolled over and just gave me the cold shoulder. And I was like, you're not gonna hold me? And he was like, no, and just went to sleep.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used.
Did that affect you emotionally?
Yes. I was just like, what has always happened to me?
Did you decide anything when you were in that emotional state?
Well, that particular night, I just was, that morning, we stayed the night together, and that morning he got up and he left. He was getting dressed, and I was like, where are you going? Like, we always shower together. And he was like, and I was like, where are you going with still smelling like me? And he was like, none of your business. I was like, since when did you not tell me your schedule? And he left. Well, he was getting ready to leave. So I got up and I got dressed. And as I got dressed, I grabbed the key card for the room off the thing, and he laughed it off, and I left. And later on, I texted and said, hey, are we meeting up again? And he was like, I'll let you know. Of course, the day went on. I had rearranged everything, thinking that he was going to end up we would see each other earlier that day, but I didn't. And so that night, when I still didn't hear from him, I decided to head to the room, and as I was going, he was there. But in my
I see some of my day ones coming in, and it is very rare, guys, that a case just absolutely has too much shit in it. Like,
I'm a PhD.
it's just so much. I forgot she was a PhD.
I'm a PhD.
There's all this shit. How is she a PhD?
I'm a PhD.
I do very well with picking titles and thumbnails. Let me just say that. Okay, for those that are just coming in, and shout out to my aunt. She texted me and she's rolling in the chat with y'all, okay? Listen, this woman was dating a married man, okay? He was a pastor. He was stealing all type of shit. He had a group of sister wives. They were all dealing with each other. He wore braces, not very attractive, crazy man, right? Now, the wife doesn't know about all these other women. So this woman, Latoshia, she shot him and she shot the wife. So we have just been watching this debauchery for almost 4 hours. But oh my God, everybody's like, hi, Auntie. Listen, Auntie is like, she was right about this case. She said, yo, you have to watch it. And I'm happy that I'm watching it with y'all. It is just so ironic. And look at God. I did not plan this, right? We did it on a Sunday. I was supposed to do it yesterday. But God was like, my children, I need y'all to understand that this man has not come through the pearly gates. No. He ain't up here. Oh my word. This is so crazy.
To head to the room, I had made the decision that I was going to kill myself in front of him because I just wanted him to feel the pain that he was causing me. So when we got in the room, he was already in there by the time I parked and got in. And I pulled out my gun and I told him, you about to feel the same pain that you've been giving me.
Did you ever threaten him?
No.
Did you threaten yourself?
I told him I was going to kill myself.
What did he do?
He began to tell me no, and he kept saying that he loved me and that we can fix it. And I was just like, no, you're treating me so bad. And he was just like, that's not, I love you. And eventually he talked me into putting the gun on the counter and coming over and sitting and talking to him.
Did that restore a reason for you to live in that moment?
It did.
Was this the first time that you had gotten to the point of hopelessness that you felt like you needed to kill yourself?
Not in a relationship, no.
Have you struggled for a long time with depression and suicidal ideations?
Yes.
After Rhoda's convinced you to put down the gun, did he take the gun away from you?
No.
Did he take the gun from the counter?
It wasn't until I got ready to leave when I went back to try to get it, and then he pushed me out of the way and he got it.
He didn't want you to be able to leave with the gun?
No.
And was he worried what you would do with it?
Yes, but he made me promise to meet him the next morning at the lounge.
Do you know where he put the gun?
At that time, I did not.
But he kept it from you, right?
Yes,
And you later found out that he had placed it in a locker at the cigar lounge?
yes.
After that happened, did you realize that you needed a little bit of time?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a plan to go and be with my friend. She is a therapist, but I just needed to get away, and she had an extra room. And so I just told her that I needed her to watch me and to just be there if I needed her. And
Was she in Little Rock?
she lived in Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
So how far away from Little Rock?
About a 45-minute drive.
Is she someone that you also worked with?
Yes.
At that point in time, were you pretty desperate for?
Yes, I even was gonna go and be with another friend of mine who was a clinician, but she lived in St. Louis. But she then, by the time it was for me to leave one friend to go to her, was then going through some marital issues herself, so I decided not to go to her house.
During the time that you stayed with your friend, were you speaking with Brodus?
Very limited.
When you got back to Little Rock, did you resume speaking with Brodus?
I did.
Were y'all still together at that point?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about April the 4th, 2019, okay?
Right, here comes the shooting.
Yes.
Can you tell me about the text that you got on April the 4th?
I had sent our regular good morning text. I didn't hear anything from him that morning. And then later in the afternoon, I seen what he had responded. And so I opened it up. And it said, I think our time is up. So he had broke up with me via disappearing text.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used and worthless, and I just felt like trash. Like, who does that to somebody who they say that they love?
He's married.
How did you react after you read that?
I wrote a letter. I wrote a suicide note to my family, because I was just like, I'm tired. I'm tired of the pain. I'm tired of it all. And I just wanted the pain to end. So I wrote a note and made a plan to take my life.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Latasha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the note that I wrote to my family.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next numbered exhibit.
In objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
322.
Who showed the suicide letter as exhibit?
Oh, come on, don't read that. I wonder what this jury is thinking. I really do.
Latasha, can you tell me the date and time of that letter?
April 4th, 2019 at 3:14 p.m.
Can you read that letter to the jury?
To my family, I'm sorry that I have let you down. I tried my best to be the person you all thought I was. I tried to be the person you could count on and be proud of. However, I have been depressed for a long time. I did well with coping until the past 2 years. My world changed February 24th, 2017. And the shit just keeps getting worse. I know what I have been through may be nothing to some. And you don't understand why I couldn't bounce back. I have fought hard for so long to keep things together. I didn't trust anyone to know deep down how bad I was struggling. Only a handful of people knew, but they couldn't help me. To my fellas, I'm so sorry that I have let you down. I have fought hard to be the best mother I could be to each of you. I pray that what I have taught you will stick with you forever. Please don't be ashamed of me. Mother, thank you for being my mother. Please know that although you didn't think I loved you, I really did. I wanted so badly for us to be close. There was many times I just wanted to crawl into your arms and have you hold me. I'm sorry for being a failure. I tried to make you proud of me. Words can't explain or express the pain I feel at this moment. I have pretended for so long to be happy. I have tried to work through the pain and begin to heal, but just as my life would have it, yet another loss appears to remind me just how much of a failure I am. I don't have any insurance and I don't have any money, so please just have me cremated and don't worry about a service. I don't want to be a burden. I'm sorry for letting all you down. I love you all so much, and I wish I could live myself as much as I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. This got out of hand, but it says, I'm sorry for letting all of you down.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Guys, I don't even smoke. I want a cigarette right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is up with this lady? Did you see how she just like brightened up for a second?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know. This got out of hand, but it says, I'm sorry for letting all of you down, and I love you all so much. I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how to continue bearing the pain I have felt for over 25 years of my life. With each loss, hurt, disappointment, etc. I've experienced through the years, it only added to my current state of mind. I thought I could continue to push through and be strong, the strong Tasha everyone know, but I can't. I'm weak, and I have been for over the past year and a half. I thought I would bounce back. I prayed consistently, but I guess God no longer hears my prayers since I wasn't doing His will. I'm not perfect. I've messed up so many times in my life. The thing I wanted to be the most successful in, I messed up not once but twice. Well, really 3 times. I will leave that for you all to find in my journal.
Patrick.
I can't. I really can't. Very rare. And I don't have words. I cannot. This
You were at that
mess.
3:14 p.m.
Yes.
Where did you leave that?
I left it in my phone because I knew my little sister would find it because she helped me with my appointments. And that's the phone she used for making my appointments.
Did you leave it for her to find?
Yes.
What did you do after you wrote that note?
I drove to Sherwood
And you bought a gun.
to go purchase a gun
Why did you go purchase a gun?
because I didn't have my other one.
What was the purpose of the gun?
I wanted to end my life, and I felt like that was going to be the best way to do it.
When you went to that store, were you buying a gun to kill yourself, or were you buying a gun to kill someone else?
I was buying a gun to kill myself. I had a whole plan.
What was your plan?
I didn't want to do it at my house because my son lived with me. So I decided, as I was just thinking about all the pain, to go to this park in Jacksonville, Arkansas.
How far away from Little Rock was that park?
Jacksonville might be about a 20-minute drive from my home. And the reason why I chose that was because that's where Brodus was. He wasn't from Jacksonville, Arkansas, but the Jacksonville part of it was attached to him. And the name of the park was Johnson Park, which was attached to my second ex-husband. And then Ray Road, my daddy's middle name was Ray, so I just associated with all the pain from the men in my life, and so that's where I was gonna go.
How did you go there?
I was gonna drive in my car. It's from my home, it would have been straight down 440.
Is that an interstate?
Yes.
What happened while you were driving to Johnson Park?
As I was driving, I saw the Memphis exit, and so then I was like, go talk to him, Tasha. Just go let him see you. Go see why. And that's what I did. I just drove so I can see him face to face and hope that I can get something from him besides the fact that he broke up with me with a disappearing text. And as I was driving, he did text me, and as he was telling me that he still
Where's
loved
Kevin?
me. So I was trying to just figure out what.
We need the Kevin Samuels slap right now. Like this just slaps. Like just a I'm trying to hold it together, chat, but wow.
What was going on.
What did you do after you saw the Memphis exit?
I took it and I drove to Memphis.
Where did you go?
I went down to where I knew he would possibly be, which was a lounge, I guess it's in the downtown Memphis area called The Pocket. At the time, I think it was a fairly new lounge that he, when he got employment at Mississippi Boulevard, one of the members there had told him about.
Did you go to the Pocket because Brodus told you he goes to the Pocket on Thursdays?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I don't. I just know it was dark, and I know that I circled around for approximately 30 minutes trying to find a parking spot because I didn't know that you couldn't like park on the street. That everything down there was paid.
Just to back up for a second, when you went to the gun store to buy the gun to kill yourself, what did you take with you?
Just my license and my debit card.
Where was your purse?
I guess I left it at home.
Did you bring just necessities with you to the gun store?
Yes.
And you left the gun store right after you finished purchasing the gun, right?
Yes.
How did you select the gun?
I went with what was the cheapest that was on. They have a wall that has all the guns, the names, and the prices, and I just chose the cheapest one.
How did you select ammunition?
Whatever the guy told me to get, I got it. Cause I was about to walk out the store till he was like, do you need ammunition? I was like, oh yeah. And so he told me whatever he recommended, I was like, yes.
And did you see on the video where he was showing you different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Is that what he was saying?
Right. And I
so
told, you couldn't hear, but I was like, I don't know. Just whatever you tell me.
When you left the gun store, what did you do with the gun?
I think it was still in the bag. I went home because I did wanted to leave my son something. So I had stopped at the ATM and got out whatever money I could get. And so when I got home, I put that in his room. And then I changed clothes and I dumped some bullets out on the bed and just grabbed a handful of them and took the gun and left the house.
What did you do with the handful of bullets on the gun?
Once I got in my car, because I was trying to hurry up and leave because I didn't want him to come home while I was there, I loaded the gun in my car. And once whatever was left over, I put everything into my coat pocket that was sitting in the passenger seat.
Now, when you parked downtown, where did you go?
I started walking in the direction in which I knew the lounge was. And once I got on the street, I started walking up the street and I actually saw Brodus coming out of the lounge and I walked past him.
Were there any rules in your relationship regarding how to behave when you saw him in public?
Yes, I was not to approach him because I never knew who he may have in his company. So I was not to approach him, but if he acknowledged me, then I could have, talk to him.
Did you come within his sight?
Yes.
Did he acknowledge you?
Yes.
You actually walked right.
I walked past him, and so he said, "So you're just gonna walk past me and not say anything?"
At that point in time, did y'all engage in a conversation?
Yes.
After you talked with Brodus, what'd y'all figure out?
Well, we decided that because his thing was I still wasn't wanting to be on board with him and this non-monogamy and been able to see other women. So we came to I told him, well, we still haven't told Tab. You've always said something about telling Tab, so we haven't told Tabitha.
I know you're not calling her Tab.
He said, okay, we'll tell Tabitha. He told me to go to the apartment and just talk to her about tenants until he got there, and that once he was there, we would tell her. He had to go to his boss house to drop off something. And so he gave me a backstory as to what to tell her if she asked me while I was in town, and we left. But before leaving, we came to the resolve that once we told Tabitha about the relationship, we had a trip that was planned to go. We was going to Kentucky. If she said yes, then that would be a new start, a fresh start. But if she said no, then that would be the trip that we would end.
Did Brodus indicate to you that he was going to tell Tabitha while y'all were at the apartment
Yes.
about your relationship?
Yes.
And what would have happened, or would you have been allowed to tell Tabitha without his okay?
I didn't know.
What, would you have been able to continue a relationship with Brodus if you had done that?
No.
So I want to talk to you then about when you left downtown, okay? Where did you go?
I put in the address that he had given me, and so that address did say Collierville. I didn't know how far away it was or anything. I just placed it in the GPS.
Do you remember what time you arrived at the apartment?
I know it was late. I just remember when we were there and we were talking, I remember the news coming on.
Probably around 9 o'clock?
Yes,
So you left Little Rock, Arkansas at approximately 5 o'clock, right? And drove to downtown Memphis, right?
yes,
That takes about 2.5 hours.
yes.
How long would you say that you were talking with Brodus?
We talked for a while because I remember the valet pulling the car up a ways and getting out, and just because he was sitting in there waiting on him and we never did, so he just pulled it up and we continued to talk.
So then you left downtown, it was dark,
Yes,
drove to Collierville.
yes.
What did you do when you arrived at the apartment?
I circled around because I couldn't, it was dark and I really couldn't see like numbers or anything. So I circled around, and then I guess eventually I found the building number and I parked and found my way to their apartment according to the address.
If I may just have one moment, Your Honor.
He drove
This
from
is part
Arkansas
of
to Tennessee.
Exhibit 12. Latasha, is that your car?
Yes,
Is this also a photograph of your vehicle?
yes.
Which vehicle is yours in that picture?
The silver one?
This one?
Yes.
While you were sitting in your car, did you call Brodus?
I did, and I shared with him that I was a little nervous and could we just go somewhere and talk? And he said, no, we're going, you wanted to talk to Tabitha, we're going to talk to her.
Did he answer every time that you called him?
I didn't call him a lot, but I did that night.
Before you walked inside, was there a time that you called him and he didn't answer?
No,
Okay, not that you recall?
not the right call.
After you had talked to him and he said, no, we're gonna do this, what did you do?
I went to the apartment and knocked on the door.
Were you wearing your coat?
Yes.
When did you put on your coat?
When I got out of the car to go to find him at the lounge.
Is that when you were walking around downtown at night by yourself?
Yes.
Did you ever take your coat off after leaving downtown?
No.
When you left downtown, how would you describe your feelings?
I was a little hopeful. I was like, okay, maybe, we can get some resolve. We can get back to normal. And so that's what I was focused on.
And when he insisted on telling Tabitha, did you get even more hope?
Yes.
So what did you do? Did you get out of your car?
Yes, I got out of my car.
Were you still wearing your jacket?
Yes.
Did it register to you that you had a gun in your pocket?
It did not.
Did you go to the apartment?
I did.
What did you do when you got to the door?
I knocked on the door. And I can't remember, but I ended up bending down. And that's when she said, you know, I'm not going to open the door for someone I don't see. And so I knocked again. And that's when she was like, Tasha, is that you?
What do you mean you bent down?
I don't know if
You were hiding?
I couldn't remember if it was time or sure or something. I just remember bending down, which is why she didn't see me when I knocked the first time.
You just don't remember?
No, I don't. Yeah.
She was hiding.
Who answered the door?
Tabitha.
What did she do when she answered the door?
She once she opened it, she embraced me and said hello and welcomed me in.
Did you go inside?
I did.
Where did you go when you went inside?
She positioned for me to toward the couch, and she sat on one end and I sat on the other.
And that would be Your Honor, if I may put, this is part of the cumulative exhibit. Is this the couch that you're referring to?
Yes.
And you were seated on this side?
Oh, us.
And Tabitha was seated on this side?
Yes.
Did you talk to Tabitha?
Yes, we talked. We talked about tennis, but right before we kind of got into the tennis talk, she had made a phone call to Brodus.
And what did she say to him?
She told him, she asked how long it was going to be before he got there. And then she told him she had a surprise for him.
When Tabitha let you into the apartment, did she close the door behind you?
Yes.
You and Tabitha were sitting alone in the apartment with a closed door, right?
Yes.
Would anybody outside of the apartment have been able to see in through that door?
No.
How long did you sit talking with Tabitha?
Again, I know the news ended up coming on, so maybe 15 minutes or so.
At any point, did you pull your gun out and threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, did you verbally threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, were you trying to hurt Tabitha?
Not at all.
Were you happy to be there about to have this conversation with Tabitha?
Yes.
Was Brodus there yet?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about when Brodus Perry arrived, okay?
Okay.
When he walked in the door, could you see him?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he saw you?
When he came in, he didn't look surprised or anything, which is what I thought he would do since he knew I was going to be there. But he was just like, I think Tab was like, surprise. And he was like, this not a surprise. I thought you had some keto cookies for me. And from there, he was like, what are you doing here? And then I went with the story again that I was in town for a conference. And we just kind of started engaging in small talk. He came and sat beside me. And then after about a minute or so, was like, would you like a pour?
What is a pour?
A pour is some bourbon.
Did you accept the pour of bourbon?
I did.
Where was Brodus seated?
He was approximately a foot or two from me.
I'm putting back up from the cumulative exhibit.
That blue chair?
This blue chair right
Yes.
here? And you were seated here?
Yes.
And Tabitha was still seated here?
Yes.
After you accepted the pour of bourbon from him, did he make any comments about you drinking?
He came back and sat down, and as we were talking, he would make references to me drinking and would say, well, I think you're gonna have to stay the night. So I'm thinking, okay, well, this is about to get into this conversation. But he never would give me eye contact. But he would continue to make, it's like, we have to clean out the bed in there because it has a lot of clothes on it. And but I'm still looking at him to get like, to see where you going with this. But he never did lead into the conversation. He actually started asking me questions like, so where are you staying in Memphis? And I'm like, that wasn't part of what you told me you was gonna say. So I don't know Memphis. He knows I didn't know Memphis. And so I didn't know what to say. I finally said an Airbnb. And then Tabitha was like, where? And I was like, downtown. And then that conversation ended. And he continued to say something about me staying the night, but never going into the conversation of what we were supposed to be talking about.
Had you ever been into that apartment before?
No.
On April the 4th, when you were there, what part of the apartment did you go into?
I walked through the front door, which led into a small little hallway and right into their kitchen area.
And then into the living
And
room?
then into, yes.
Did you go into any bedroom?
No.
Your Honor, this is part of the cumulative exhibit 13. Did you ever go into the guest bedroom?
I did not.
What is all over the bed in the guest bedroom?
Clothes?
Had you seen that?
No.
But those are the clothes Brodus was talking about?
Yes.
When he was talking about clearing off the bed, you sleeping over, did you think that was his jumping off point to talk to Tabitha?
I thought so.
How were you feeling at that point?
Very nervous.
Were you also excited?
I think I was more nervous because I just didn't know which way it was gonna go, but hopeful.
At some point, you lost hope,
Yes.
and you said you were going to leave.
Yes.
Why did you decide to leave?
I saw that it wasn't going anywhere. Like I said, he was not giving me eye contact. So I knew, or I felt like he had changed his mind. And I just didn't want to keep sitting there feeling, at that point, stupid.
What happened after you said you were going to leave?
Tabitha got up, he got up, and so she began to tell me about watching for the police, you know, because I had been drinking.
Had you drank a lot?
No, not at all, but she still was just letting me know. And she began to walk toward the door, and I asked him, would he walk me out? He said no. And I said, why not, sir? That's Southern hospitality for you to walk a woman outside when it's dark. Because I wanted to just get him to see like what happened. Why didn't you follow through? But he refused to walk me out. So Tabitha opened the door and was walking out. I was still trying to get him to walk me out. And as I reached into my pockets to get my keys, I remember being outside the door, and then the next thing I was standing in their kitchen.
Do you deny that you shot Brodus Perry?
I do not.
Do you deny that you shot Tabitha?
I don't, but I know it wasn't intentional.
Did you mean to shoot Tabitha?
No, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody.
When you went to that apartment that day, did you intend to use your gun on either Brodus or Tabitha?
No.
When you went there, what was your purpose in going there?
Thinking that I was gonna get some kind of ending to the relationship.
And what do you mean?
I'm like, okay, of course, after I got to, you know, talking to him at the lounge, we had a plan. It was either gonna be a start or an ending, but it was something that I could see, like I knew it wasn't just a disappearing text but still, I love you, you know. So I went to the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better word, to get some resolve.
Did you have hope, given that Tabitha was open to the open marriage?
I was nervous about that because, like I said, he had told me she had these rules about not nobody that you know and things like that. So I'm like, she knows me. So I don't know what that was gonna be like. I didn't even think about anything beyond that.
She's not explaining this well for the juries because here's what happened, guys, right? She's all upset because this man broke up with her in a disappearing text, although he's married. He has several side pieces, and now we are learning that he paid to play. He paid for a threesome outside of his marriage. Like this guy was outside, right? He was outside on the street, outside. Okay, wife didn't know any of this. The wife got shot, and she is still alive. She was the first person to testify. We watched that already, and we skipped through some people's different witnesses because we wanted to hear from the crazy woman right here on the stand right now. Okay. Now, husband gets shot. She pulls out the gun. She, while the wife is going towards the door to walk her out of the door, she turns around and goes, bow, shoots the guy, falls to the ground, right? Wife jumps in to the gunfire because what she is not telling you guys is all of the shells, all of the bullets released, bow, pow, pow. Okay. Wife gets shot. She survives. Husband dies. And that is the trial that we're looking at right now. He was a pastor. He was doing all types of shady stuff. So that's the crazy part. I want to see how she's going to end this. And to be quite honest, I want to go right into closing statements. And if y'all haven't seen the wife part, you should go back, rewind it, and watch because we were able to see videos of the pastor himself. He had braces and everything, talking to his sister wives, like they were in a group chat, right? Like he had the woman downloaded 2 apps. One app was called Confide, and that's how he would talk to her without the wife finding out. And then there was a second app called the Marco Polo app. He called it I guess a book club where people would come together, but it was really where the other women he was talking to, the sister wives, would congregate and talk to him. And he would send them videos, daily videos, talking about the other women he's messing with, and would drop it all into that app. And that's how they communicated. So if you came in late, please rewind back to that because, it was crazy. But I do think that we are safe to kind of skip through the police officers that responded at the scene because we'll see if she explains it. But basically, after she shot both people, she then starts pointing the gun at herself. And then she is like apologizing to the wife, like, I didn't mean to shoot you. Wife is like, yo, just leave. I won't even tell them it was you. Just get out of here, right? She stayed and was like pointing the gun at herself. Cops come in, they have one of those guns where you can like discharge and it would be a non-lethal shot. So they ended up shooting her and Latoshia, and she fell out to the ground. Right. So that's how that whole situation had ended. But let's see how her testimony ends because I'm peeking ahead on day 4 of this trial. And this was going on while we were watching the Julio Fulio trial. So we didn't get into this one. So that's why I am kind of skipping ahead to the important parts. But we are going to look at what the closing arguments were. The prosecution in this case, guess how long the opening statement was? 4 minutes. Her lifetime lawyer here that's, presenting this whole novel is trying to get it moved down from murder 1 to 2nd degree, right? I mean, she does seem, and I thought I saw another attorney here in the comment section that was talking about some disorder that she has, and you can tell, like, she's all over the place. Sometimes she's laughing in front of this jury, and then other times she's crying in front of this jury. And she's
I'm a PhD.
Right? So it looks a little batshit to me. I mean, I want to see what the jury heard before they came to their decision, but you cannot make this case up at all. Thank you to my aunt who recommended it. She was like, listen, you got to watch that one. I'm surprised you haven't been covering it. I'm like, man, we have been doing a lot with Fulio, but now that is over, we can roll into closing arguments with this one because I think she's almost done up here. Let me come back to where I was and hit play. Let's keep going.
As far as Tabitha goes, this is a person that you became friendly with, right?
Correct.
How did you balance that with having an affair with her husband?
It was very hard She, like, we started off, she had approached me to invite me to lunch. It came out of nowhere, and I didn't know, like, what was really going on, because by this time, Brodus had been talking about us being sister wives. And so when she asked me, I was a little confused, because I'm like, okay, you know, has he talked to her about it? But she never said anything about our relationship. Even when we began to play tennis, it was her who initiated it. So it was uncomfortable for me, but we were friendly. And it was hard, but I still did it because I wasn't going to tell her, because I love Brodus.
When Brodus told you that he wouldn't walk you outside, he said, Tab will do it. How did that make you feel?
Rejected, unworthy, stupid. I was so stupid. And it hurt so bad.
Were you angry or were you hurt?
I was hurt.
Were you thinking clearly when you pulled the trigger?
No.
Were you reacting to that situation?
Yes.
Was that a traumatic situation for you too, in retrospect?
Oh, yes. I hate what happened. I'm so very sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody. I've spent most of my life helping. I never would intentionally try to hurt anybody.
Did you ever plan to kill Brodus Perry?
Never.
When you drove to Memphis, were you driving to Memphis to kill Brodus Perry?
No.
Why did you drive to Memphis?
I drove because I just wanted to see him.
Why?
I wanted him to explain why he did that.
Did you hope he would say, we can be together?
Yes,
Did he give you that hope when you went to the apartment?
he did.
Did he yank that hope away?
He did. As he often did.
Whoop-de-doo.
Did you break in that moment?
I shattered.
Did you ever intend to hurt Tabitha?
No,
Did you even realize that you had shot her?
no.
That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
I wonder how this is gonna go.
Ms. Daniels, I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019, at around 4 o'clock. You remember yesterday when we introduced that surveillance footage of you at the gun store, right?
Yes. Yes,
And you know that that was you in the gun store.
that was me.
And you purchased a gun that day.
I did.
And you also purchased ammunition that day.
I did.
And when you went to that gun store, you brought your state-issued ID, correct?
Yes,
And you brought your credit card, correct?
I did.
And once you left with that gun and the ammunition, you didn't go to Jacksonville, did you?
No,
You drove to Memphis,
no. I
You-
drove home.
but you eventually ended up in Memphis, did you not?
That is correct.
And you chose to go see Brodus Perry, correct?
Yes, I chose to go see him.
A man that you chose to be involved with.
When I first
It is
encountered
this.
Mr. Perry for counseling, I did not choose to be with him. I went to him for direction, not a relationship.
It's a yes or no question. You chose to be involved with him after you met him, did you not?
Yes,
And when you got to Memphis, and after you talked to Mr. Perry, you drove to his apartment, correct?
yes, I drove to his apartment.
And from Sherman, Arkansas to Memphis, it's about a 3-hour drive, right?
According to what has been said, I wasn't counting.
And when you got to that apartment, you talked to Mrs. Perry.
Yes,
And when you got to that apartment, you stayed there and you talked with her for about 20 minutes. Correct?
yes, we talked for about 20 minutes.
And then once Mr. Perry got there, you talked to him.
Yes,
And while they were gracious enough to walk you out of their apartment after an unexpected visit, you got your gun out, didn't you?
it wasn't unexpected for him.
But for Miss Perry, it was.
It was.
And after you exited, you decided to take your gun out, correct?
No,
And after you exited, you shot Mrs. Perry, did you not?
my
Yes or no?
actions resulted in them being shot, yes.
And then you shot Mr. Perry, did you not?
It wasn't a conscious decision, but yes.
But you didn't do it because you lost control. You did it because you thought he deserved it.
No, I love Brodus. I would have never intentionally hurt him. No, ma'am.
You did it because he broke your heart.
No, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Were you in a good state of mind that day?
I was not. I was not.
All day?
I was not my healthy self. No.
When you came to Memphis, did you come to Memphis out of anger or out of love?
I came out of love.
Sure.
Did Brodus expect you to be there when he walked in?
Yes.
Did that visit go the way that you expected it?
It did not.
Did it end the way you expected it to?
It most definitely did not.
Did you go there to hurt anyone?
No, I did not.
Who did you plan to hurt
I
that
wanted
day?
to hurt myself. I wanted to end my own life that day. That's it, and that's all.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
No recross, Your Honor.
You may sit.
Oh my God. Messy
Are you
testimony.
next witness?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, so this was, I think this is day 3 of the trial, and there were 8 state witnesses. Most of them were all law enforcement. Now, she's the 3rd defense witness, so she took the stand at the end. I think that they had a doctor up there, but honestly, it was very, very quick, So she had one police officer on her end. It looks like it was a 10-minute testimony. And then they had a doctor on her side that was up for a little bit. But I just want to go into the next day. I mean, let's go. Let's go. So here we are on the final day of the trial. It looks like they did jury instructions, so we're probably going to skip all of that. Let's go into closing arguments, all right? So we're going to start with the state, and then we are going to go to the defense, and then state rebuttal. So probably about an hour. The jury came back very quick on this case. So let us skip ahead. The next day,
I felt you.
different hairdo.
He broke up with me in a disappearing text message.
Oh, here we go.
Who does that to someone that they love? I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. These are the words of the defendant, Latosha Daniels. And earlier this week, we told you that you would hear a lot of testimony. You would see some pictures, you would see some videos, but most importantly, we wanted you to pay attention. And a key part of paying attention is not getting distracted, not getting confused as to who the victim is. The victims in this case are Mr. and Mrs. Perry, not the defendant. The decisions that she made caused them to be victims. And once we're finished here today, you'll see that this case really isn't that complicated. It's kind of easy. She's charged with 3 counts: first-degree murder, criminal attempt first-degree murder, and employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. First-degree murder, and you'll see this in your jury instructions, is defined as a premeditated killing of another. 1, the state has to prove that the defendant unlawfully killed a victim. 2, the defendant must have acted intentionally. 3, the killing must be premeditated. So, what is considered unlawful? Well, what is considered unlawful killing? One example can be the defense of others or yourself. Intentional. What does it mean to be intentional? Does it seem like an accident? Does it seem like a mistake? Your jury instructions say that something is intentional if it's a person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of another person. Number 3, premeditation. The killing has to be premeditated. And as we learned in voir dire, premeditation doesn't have to be a specific length of time. It could be 2 seconds, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. There's no time frame. It just means that you had to think about your actions and you had time to reflect. That could be as simple as stepping out of your car, raising your arm, and the time it takes you to point the firearm at someone and shoot and kill them. Or in this case, it could be driving to the gun store, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, leaving the gun store, driving 3 hours to Memphis to your married ex-boyfriend's house, and knocking on their door.
Just
So
trying to
this
figure
week,
that out, Chris.
We started off hearing from Tabitha Perry.
I think it is.
She testified that her husband was an executive pastor in Little Rock. And later, he moved to Memphis along with her for a new position at Mississippi Boulevard, a prominent church here in Memphis. She also testified that they knew the defendant. They knew her from Little Rock when he was previously working over there. And on April 4th, 2019, Mrs. Perry heard a knock at her door. When she went to her door, the defendant was standing there. Now, she thought it was odd that Miss Daniels was standing there, but she didn't think too much of it because they had given their address out to several people at the church in Little Rock. After she let her in, Mrs. Perry and the defendant sat and talked about 20 minutes until Brodus Perry showed up. When Mr. Perry showed up, the defendant even told you that they sat and talked for a while. She even took a drink. And once she decided that it was time to go, Mrs. Perry and Mr. Perry led her out of their doorway. And as Mrs. Perry was leading her out of the doorway, she turned back and she saw the defendant reach into her coat pocket, remove a gun, and shoot Mr. Perry in his own doorway. Once she did that, Mrs. Perry looked to her neighbors for help. She tried to get help, and then when she saw her husband lying on the ground, she went to go help him. She pleaded with the defendant, "Why are you doing this? Why is this happening? Please stop." Well, not only did the defendant not stop, she shot Mrs. Perry. And not only did she shoot Mrs. Perry, she reloaded her gun.
That was crazy.
After Mrs. Perry, we heard from Detective Roberts. He testified that the very weapon that was used to shoot Mr. and Mrs. Perry was purchased hours prior to this incident. He testified that the defendant purchased that firearm at a gun store at around 4:30 that same day in Sherman, Arkansas. Detective Roberts told us that he spoke to Ray Palladino, the general manager of that sporting goods store. From Mr. Palladino, he received the surveillance footage. And that surveillance footage showed the defendant coming in, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, and leaving. Mr. Palladino also provided Detective Roberts with a receipt. That receipt had the defendant's first and last name on it. It had the serial number of the Ruger handgun that she purchased and the last 4 digits of her credit card. It's the same credit card that Detective Roberts discovered in the defendant's vehicle when he searched it. We also heard from Dr. Curry. Now, Dr. Curry testified that she performed Mr. Perry's autopsy. She testified that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death was homicide. She testified to recovering the bullets, placing them in an envelope, initialing and dating them, and leaving them to be picked up. But Dr. Curry isn't the only doctor we heard from. Defense put on Dr. Bidding. Dr. Bidding was hired by the defendant and her team. And you heard her, she testified that she has testified for more defendants than she has prosecution. And ladies and gentlemen, think carefully about what she told you. She told you that depression and someone being suicidal does not mean that they cannot form the intent to kill someone. She also told you that she didn't even offer an opinion as to the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. So what do we need? We need an unlawful killing, intent, premeditation. Unlawful killing. Well, there was no self-defense claim, and the only other firearm found in the residence, found in the crime scene, was in a box under a nightstand in a completely separate room. Intent. I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. He broke my heart. You heard that from the defendant herself. Premeditation. We'll take your pick. Whether it's the drive to the gun store, the time it took to purchase, choose a firearm and ammunition, the time it took to drive 3 hours to Memphis to her ex-boyfriend's house, or the 20-minute conversation she had when she finally went up to their apartment. Criminal attempt first-degree murder. So in your jury instructions, you'll see what's on the screen right here. And that's a lot of words. But the judge is giving you the law. And the best way that I can describe it is that the defendant must have an intent to commit first-degree murder. But they fell short for some reason. The act wasn't complete. And that's how you have criminal attempt first-degree murder. We heard from Tabitha Perry, and she testified that she was shot in the shoulder. After the incident, she was transported to the hospital, and the doctors left the bullet inside of her. It wasn't until later that she had to get it surgically removed. It was causing her extreme pain, and by the time that she got it removed, it was poking out of her back. And even today, 6 years later, she is still suffering from pain from that incident. Now let's talk about transfer of intent. You heard in your jury instructions that sometimes when you intend to kill one person and you don't kill that person but you kill another person, that is how the transfer intent happens. Tabitha Perry testified that when she spoke to the police, she told them that she didn't even believe that the defendant meant to hurt her. But that's okay. Because you don't have to actually hit your intended target to be charged and convicted of criminal attempt first-degree murder. As long as you had the intent to kill one person, it doesn't matter that you accidentally shot or you actually shot someone else. Your intent is still there. The only thing that's different is the person that got hurt. Employing a firearm during a dangerous felony. So on the screen here, it says that any person who employs a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony is guilty of a crime. The state has to prove that 1, that the defendant employed a firearm. 2, the employment was during the commission of or attempt to commit criminal attempt first-degree murder against the alleged victim, Tabitha Perry. And 3, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowing, or recklessly. In addition to Mrs. Perry's testimony, we heard from Captain Draper, Officer McLean, and Special Agent Roxanne. Draper testified that he and McLean were a few of the officers that responded to the crime scene on the offense day. And when he got there, he witnessed the defendant holding a firearm. She refused to comply with orders. Captain Draper testified to the non-lethal force that was used to unarm her. Officer McLean testified to securing and clearing the weapon that the defendant had in her possession. He noticed that there was nothing in the chamber, but yet there was a magazine in the gun. Special Agent Sane testified to the ballistics. He examined the Ruger, the casings, and the bullets from the medical examiner. He determined that all the cartridge cases and the bullets had been fired from that same handgun that was recovered off of the defendant. And now we're back at the beginning. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase a firearm. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase ammunition. You broke my heart. So I'm going to take that gun and the ammunition and drive 3 hours away to your home. You broke my heart. So I'm going to knock on your door. You broke my heart. I'm going to sit there and talk with you and your wife for about 20 minutes. You broke my heart. So I decide to leave. You broke my heart. So I'm going to shoot you and kill you in your doorway. And along the way, shoot your wife. But it's okay, because you broke my heart. Decision after decision after decision. Ladies and gentlemen, if a broken heart was an excuse or a defense to murder, I wouldn't have a job. The standard of proof in this case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not 100% certainty, not beyond all doubt, not beyond a shadow of a doubt. What's required is certainty that lets you rest easy at night. And now it's your turn. After you consider all of the evidence and apply the law that the judge has given you and use your common sense, the state is confident that your verdict will be guilty as charged. Don't let a broken heart distract you from the human life that was lost. Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes. All right, jurors, I want to remind you that the lawyer's statements are not evidence. And you can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. So we're going to take a short recess and then we'll be back for the next closing argument. So, and we're still not ready to discuss the case. Okay, so I'm going to show you excuse for about 5 minutes and we'll come right back. Take a 5-minute recess.
I'm going to step down the restroom real quick before.
My bad, y'all. I had to step away for a second. Let us get, how long they've been gone? They've been gone for a little bit. Let's skip TiVo time
He could paint
and jump ahead to defense closing. This will be good.
All right, you may see it. The defense wish to make a closing statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have told you from the very beginning that Ms. Daniels is not denying what happened. She is not saying, I have no responsibility. I have no accountability. That is not our position, and it has not been our position from the first time that we talked in Wood Adam. We told you she is guilty of something, but she is not guilty of first-degree murder and criminal attempt first-degree murder and employing a firearm during felony. That is not what these facts illustrate, unless you're looking at them from far, far away and ignoring all of the details and all of the intent. When I was in high school, one of the formative trips that I took, my mom and I went to Barcelona, and we went to the Museum of Salvador Dali. This man had the most amazing brain. He could paint pictures that from far away looked like one thing, and then when you got close up on them, looked like something completely different. And I will never, ever forget standing in the top balcony of that museum, looking across the way and seeing this. And there's a little plaque that tells you, squint your eyes and look at it. What do you see? I saw Abraham Lincoln. I absolutely saw Abraham Lincoln.
Ma'am, who cares?
And then, when you walk back around, they tell you how to get up there.
What the hell? What's the relevance of this?
This is that painting close up.
What are we doing?
It's something completely different.
Oh
Not
my
only
God.
a different picture, but an entirely different emotional response. You would never think that that was the Abraham Lincoln that you had just seen. But that can be the difference between looking at something from far, far away and ignoring the details versus seeing the intricacies of what it is actually made of. I want to talk to you first about Brodus Perry.
I gave y'all a new
We've
poll.
heard a lot about him this week. He was a pastor at St. Mark Baptist Church in Little Rock. He was the leader of the life groups there. He was married to Tabitha Perry. This is what people standing far away saw. But when you got much more close, when you got to know Brodus Perry the way Latasha knew Brodus Perry, you started to see a different side. And sometimes even then, you miss it. He was a manipulative person. I know that he is not here anymore, and that is a tragedy. But that doesn't change the fact that during his time on earth, he manipulated the women in his life. He was controlling, and he wanted this lifestyle of ethical non-monogamy. Regarding the ethical non-monogamy, that was, when I talk about the manipulation of women in his life, that was a big source of it. He manipulated Tabitha into thinking, oh, well, this is just something that I thought about. It's okay that you don't want to do it. He manipulated Chriselle and Danielle, who he had the Marco Polo group with, in that he made this whole fiction where his wife was completely on board with this, and he was living this open, honest, and transparent lifestyle where he was ethically engaging in non-monogamy. As a pastor of the church looking for a group of people who would sanction his behavior, he found these women, educated women, and lied to them about this. He manipulated Latoshia in so many ways. But regarding the ethical non-monogamy, his position was, my wife says it's okay, so my girlfriend should not be saying no. Even to Latasha, he lied about Tabitha being opposed to this lifestyle. When Latasha got involved, she thought Tabitha was on board with this ethical non-monogamy, and she was not. We heard from Brodus Perry manipulating these women.
Those aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so if we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right? No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the city that you live in, that currently live in, which means nobody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock, outside of Girlfriend, because Girlfriend is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be on the good side of her. Girlfriend is a therapist, right? And she didn't go to her for therapy, but she asked her some questions. And based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, is this what I'm gonna let you do? Blah, blah, blah. You know, it is what it is. Go from there. She asked her some questions. And so she was like, I just got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they would go play tennis together. She was one of the life group leaders. And so we had rapport. Like, we all
That's him,
like,
Chad.
we had rapport. And she asked a question and it was like, yeah, blase, I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, and Z could potentially become?
Come on, Perks, to be fixed.
And I'm sorry, I'm looking to see who was in the cigar lounge because this is not what I really frequent that often. So I'm kind of careful about who potentially is in here because I don't want the glass on pass. you know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back, but I'm not a member. But yeah, I'm trying to debate on what to go in there now. But anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? Well, he thinks you're attractive. And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes, and he thinks you're attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversations. Well, you know, we did, because like one time we was sitting around having a watch. And she asked me, I was like, well, you gotta get it. I ain't gonna get it, so I'm coming across with this creepy guy, right? We're trying to spice things up. In that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited with the idea of somebody watching me, that's neither here nor there. But
okay, so this is one of the videos we saw very early on. This is the pastor himself wearing the braces and all. Okay, and he is lying in this video. This is the video that he would send to the group chat with the other sister wives. So you had Latoshia, and there were like 2 or 3 other women in another group chat. And this video was designed for them. So he recorded it, and he would just do these like daily vlog type things and put it in that group chat. So he's basically saying that the wife has given him permission to cheat. The wife has given him permission to this open marriage. And all of this is bullshit. Bullshitty. He's lying to these women. But anywho, let's go back in.
She came up, it was her, right there, the shit she asked. Well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She said, I know you like her. How could I know what? So anyway, so she said, like you know, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, if you were interested, just, no, I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I've given him this X, Y, and Z, and he may come your way. And she did. And she's like, okay, cool. So we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came up. It was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave you the alley. But nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, that's the whole other shit, right? Trying to get the right. So I have been thinking about, the past couple of weeks in terms of expanding, my ethical non-monogamy, and it's kind of, so my wife, her and I were chatting over there, like, well, baby, I got a couple questions, I'm just curious, she knows about the group, everything like that. So I was like, when did you want to know? When did you want to know that there's someone who has my interest or someone who I would like to pursue? Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? Because this is kind of new for us, right? Because, girlfriend, Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going, and that's out my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So I'm just trying to figure out what does that look like. So I'm just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? Where I, in terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. I say that just to say that there's still. I said that just to say that there's still a lot of newness even in this ethical non-monogamy that I'm wrestling with. And it's fun, right? It's fun, it's interesting, it's causing us to communicate and chat and really talk again about different things that we've kind of, in a real sense, have been settled to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. Some things are in pencil, pen.
Oh,
right?
I forgot about that line. Oh, with ethical monogamy, you got to keep things in pencil, not pen. That was funny. Let me just check on this sound. It's a little low.
But kind of got to be flexible in terms of what that looks like. So that's why I know you're talking about being sprung and giddy and all that stuff. I think because those flutters or those emotions, right, those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Cherie, right? I knew There was different, there was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged with it, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class again at whatever college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone. You know, if that makes sense. Because I'm not, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know if I'm gonna go in here, but now I'm thinking, how far would it be to go downtown? Because I'm like, there's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking houses, cigar houses. Now, I mean, I'm just, your
Another
opinion
one.
matters to me. Because we are in this relationship, but at the same time, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talk about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with Tab being perfectly fine with, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, hey, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. The way that you handle this, I'm fine with, and I trust your judgment because you haven't given me a reason not to.
Wife never said any of that. Now he in bed.
It's only 2 hours away, but yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally that, because it was at that point. Wife was like, yeah, nobody at home. Like, this is an exception because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody at home. Like, that was Jacksonville, so our heart knows, and though Jacksonville, which is hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city. Those are the hard no's, right? She got an exception because it was there that she realized, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women would be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things. But
None of it was true.
Those are clips from approximately 13 videos where he talks and talks and talks, and none of it is true. None of it. You heard Tabitha sitting on the stand saying, my hard nose were all of those things and then some. My hard nose were him seeing anyone outside of our marriage. But that's not what he told Chriselle. That's not what he told Danielle. That's not what he told Latosha. He created this world of lies, this alternate reality in this chat room where he got everything that he wanted. He got validation. He got to have this lifestyle where he was cheating on multiple women, and it was okay. It was okay that he, as a pastor, do those things. That's what those women gave him. And for Latosha, she gave him whatever he wanted. And Tabitha was his wife. He took and took and took from these women. And the whole time, he was lying to all of them. I want to talk to you about Latosha Daniels. From far away, Latosha appears to be a professional, educated, well-rounded woman. She's a licensed clinical social worker and went into a profession to help people. Church member, active in the church, a life group leader, selected among the thousands of people in the church, and placed into a position of leadership by Brodus Perry. Did you notice in the one video, he said, what I typically do is engage with women from a position of familiarity. He knew how to attract the type of woman that he was looking for. And Latoshia, when you got to know her and you got to see all of the details that make her up, she was exactly what he was looking for. She was so vulnerable because of the happiness being completely drained from her marriage, from the total lack of any emotional connection with her husband of 8 years. The traumatic history that she has had since a childhood, and always being told to keep a good face on. Her history of mental health, depression, suicidal ideations, suicidal attempts. Her dependency on other people. He knew that when he got his claws in her, she would do anything to keep him with her, including keeping his secrets. He also knew that Latoshia would have to keep his secrets because she had just as much to lose as he did. He had to have someone who was in a good job, with a good appearance, because if they found out about this affair with the pastor, she would lose everything. All of her clients, the life that she had built up in the church, her family's opinion, all of it would be gone. And he reminded her of that. From far away, their relationship, it wasn't a fair. It was absolutely wrong. And it was neither of them took Tabitha's feelings into consideration. Neither of them. And they should have. Tabitha did not deserve that. But especially at the beginning, if you looked at that relationship more closely, there was a lot of love there. Latoshia built her life around this man. He liked bourbon, so she started learning bourbon. He liked cigars, so she started learning about cigars. She got him into running with her. They joined a biking club together. All of these things that they built. And this woman who came into this relationship so starved for love and affection was receiving it, finally. And she never wanted that to stop. But when you looked at it more closely, you could also see Brodus behaving in a very controlling way, in a very manipulative way. And Latoshia was getting slung back and forth between these emotions of, oh, I love you. No, we're gonna have some distance. This back and forth, back and forth, pulling her heart in two pieces. And I will disagree with the state, because part of something that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is intent. And one of the things that you have to look at is whether a heat of passion was present. And a broken heart definitely has to do with heat of passion. There is no emotion more powerful in this world than love. When she was with Brodus, Latoshia was required to follow certain rules. Rule number 1 that she learned on day 1. You download the Confide app, you use it the way I tell you to, and you only communicate with me in this manner unless I tell you different. Rule number 2, when Brodus took trips, Latosha was expected to be there, and she had to pay her own way, whether she had the money to or not. Rule number 3, Latosha was not to call anybody to come to them. Even in the case of a medical emergency, she was supposed to call Pastor Pointer. He knew about their relationship. He would get Brodus help, and nobody would have to find out about Latosha. Rule number 4, Latosha was not to approach him in public. He was only to approach her, because she didn't have a way of knowing if he was with someone for the church or with another pastor that may not know about their relationship. Very strict rules on what and when she could say to him. Rule number 5, when she was in a hotel room on one of their trips, she was to remain naked. Rule number 6, towards the end of their relationship, Brodus added that she should always respond to him with either yes sir or no sir. And Latosha followed all of those rules because she loved that man. And she loved the love that she felt like she was getting. And then things changed. On March the 15th, Brodus behaved in a very different way. He treated her like a piece of trash, like someone who was there for his use, not his love, not worthy of his affection. And something in Latosha broke that day. And she decided that she was going to end her life. And yes, she did want him to feel that pain because it was so much pain in her. And she came and never once threatened him. There was never a single allegation that she put him in any danger or threatened him or ever even pointed the gun at him. She actually gave the gun to him once he talked to her for about 2 hours. Brodus knew what to say to make Latosha do what he wanted her to do. For good or for bad. And that day, he did get the gun from her. And he took the gun and kept it. She didn't see it after that day. Which brings us to April the 4th. Her gun, Brodus had put in a cigar locker in Little Rock. Latosha did not have access to that. She opened did her normal good morning text to Brodus. And finally, when he responded, our time has come to an end. And then it disappeared. And in that moment of disappearing, 2 years of a life, of a relationship, of love, was gone. And Latosha was still emotionally fragile from the traumatic experience on the 15th in March. Still suffering from those pains, but trying to work through it. And she decided that she was right the first time. She didn't need to be in this world. She couldn't be in this world. Not anymore. She had built her whole life around this man. And he broke up with her in a disappearing text.
He's crying.
She apologized to her family and tried to make them understand that this is not something that she just thought about, that she's been struggling, and that the struggle was just too much. For this deeply religious woman to feel like God couldn't answer her prayers anymore because
Not
she
God.
was so deep down in this depression. It's
Deep
just
religious.
heart-wrenching.
Whoop-de-doo.
And that was at 3:14 p.m. on April the 4th. I'm having some technical difficulties.
No, that's God. You playing with him.
There we go. And so, after writing that suicide note, she did go to buy a gun. She didn't have one anymore, and she was going to kill herself. Yes, she planned to go buy a gun. That happened. She did not plan to go buy a gun to hurt anyone other than herself. She walked in, and you heard Mr. Palladino talk on the stand about the range of sizes and weights and prices. If you recall, when he talked about 9mm weapons, he said the cheapest 9mm weapons are in the 200s. He said that the gun that she chose is a small gun. The gun that she chose is a light gun. And when she went to that store on April the 4th, she checked out at approximately 4:47 after going through the background check and clearing it. And if you look, that gun cost $229. She bought the cheapest gun they had and just whatever ammunition they could.
$200.
Because this was going to be the gun to take her life. So why spend a lot of money on it? After she left the gun store, she went back to her house. She did not want to stay there long because she was afraid her adult son would come home. Poured the bullets out on the bed, grabbed a handful, shoved him in her pocket, shoved the gun in her pocket, and left after leaving him as much money as she could leave him. I think it was $500. She got in her car and she started to drive. She was not driving to Memphis, Tennessee. She was driving to Jacksonville, Arkansas, to Johnson Park. This was a place that had particular significance to her because of various names associated with it. Brodus Perry was from Jacksonville, Florida. Her ex-husband's last name was Johnson, and her dad's name was Ray. All of those were men that had hurt her in her life, but that she had also loved immensely. She did not want to commit suicide at home. She did not want her adult son to find her, to have to go through that. She knew that her suicide would be hard on him, but she didn't want that weight on him. At that point in time, she believed her son would be better off without him. As she's on the way to Jacksonville, Arkansas, she looks up and sees a sign. And that sign said, "This way to Memphis." And Latasha thought to herself, If I can just see him one more time, I can find out why he is doing this, why he wants this to be over. Maybe I can change his mind. Maybe he will see that he still loves me.
He's married.
Maybe he will tell me that I am still worth loving.
He was married.
Maybe he will give me that reason to live.
Bam. He was married.
And she drove to Memphis. I want to ask, how many times have you been in your car running through thoughts in your brain as they race and you analyze and you're thinking, and all of a sudden you look up and you were like, how did I get here? I was on autopilot. This was not a cool, calm, do kind of drive. This woman was planning to commit suicide.
This is. You're right. It was a whoop-de-doo. I'm going to shoot him and I'm going to shoot his wife, and he died. So, I mean, it seems like a whoop-de-doo thing.
This was not a drive to hurt anyone. She wanted to talk to him, not to hurt him.
We going to prison, cat.
And she did talk to him. She went to the Pocket, which is a cigar lounge in downtown. She knew that he goes there on Thursdays. His wife knew the same thing. It was a frequent place that he went, not just on Thursdays. And Latoshia saw him and did as she was supposed to, walked past him until he acknowledged her. When he acknowledged her, they were allowed to engage, and she talked. They said that they sat there and talked for a long time. So long that the valet pulled the car away. And finally, by the end of the conversation, Brodus had said, look, we can be together if you're going to be okay with the ethical non-monogamy. And Latoshia said, then I want us to tell Tabitha. And Brodus said, okay, we'll go tell Tabitha. You go to the apartment, talk to her about tennis, talk to her about, whatever. Tell her you're in town for a conference. We'll tell her together. And so Latoshia goes to their apartment. It's unclear exactly what time she arrived at the apartment. It was somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, but either way, for the purposes of the timeline, we have that span that we don't have an exact time for. Some things we can get exact times for based on evidence, like that receipt, or if there's a phone call or something like that we can tie exact times to. We can't with this. Somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, Latoshia indicated that she remembered the news came on. So fair assumption there, 9 or 10. And this was in Collierville. Tabitha answered the door, and Latoshia came inside. They sat on that couch and talked for 10 to 20 minutes. At no point did Latoshia ever raise a gun to Tabitha. At no point did Latoshia ever threaten Tabitha. At no point did any indication that she was anything other than happy to be there happen. And then Brodus got home. And when Brodus got home, Tabitha described him as being very agitated when he saw Latoshia. Did he think he called her bluff? That she wouldn't really go? He knew that she was having second thoughts. Did he really think that she was going to go into the apartment and tell Tabitha after 2 years? And she was there. And he was facing down the possibility of having to confess to his wife. And instead of doing that, he offered her bourbon. He talked to her about why she was in this why she was here for a conference. And Latosha, when he walks in, becomes confused and off balance because she thinks this big conversation is about to happen and he's just making small talk. Even going so far as to say, well, you know, if you're drinking, we probably need to clear those clothes off the guest bedroom.
Because he wasn't going to leave.
Latosha had never been there. And when she was there, Tabitha testified, and Latosha testified, that she didn't go into any of the bedrooms. She stayed in the main living area. That's a picture of the guest room. How would Latosha have known that there were clothes all over it? Unless Brodus said we would have to take all those clothes off the bed. She and Tabitha and Brodus sat in that living room for 10 to 20 minutes, talking, with Latosha just waiting and waiting and waiting, thinking, well, he's talking about a bed, maybe we're going to segue there. And he wasn't even making eye contact with her. At a certain point, he stopped even truly acknowledging her and just started talking to Tabitha. And Latosha realized he's not going to do it. He's not going to tell her.
Not going to leave.
This doesn't mean enough to him. I don't mean enough to him. So I'm just going to go. I'm not going to bother y'all anymore. She does want to know why. Just as a practical matter, does it make any sense that she was sitting inside of an apartment with a closed door where no one could see in for about 20 to 40 minutes? If she was intending on killing them, why would she not have done it when they were sitting in there in private? Instead of after Tabitha walks out the door into opening it up into the outside. She is outside. Latosha's standing in the doorway. If this was a cool, calm, reflective judgment, why would she wait until that point in time? If this was the plan, why would she have not done it inside the apartment? Does that make sense? But instead of harming anyone inside of that apartment, Latosha got up to leave. And when she got up to leave, Tabitha went first and came out the door. And then Latosha was standing in the doorway, and Brodus was slightly behind her. Tabitha made it all the way down to the stairwell before she realized that Latosha and Brodus were not behind her. When she turned around, she saw Latosha pull out a gun and shoot Brodus. That happened. What she didn't see and what she didn't hear was the conversation that Latosha and Brodus were having at that door, where she said, "Walk me to my car. Be a gentleman. It's nighttime. Just walk me to my car." And Brodus just said, "Tabitha will do it." That emotional whiplash of being on the verge of killing herself to finding this hope that she can have the life that she has been trying to have with this man, to the disappointment of being dismissed by him, to this moment of just indifference, shattered her. Absolutely
Snap.
shattered her.
Snap.
And when she reached into her pocket to find her keys, she found her gun. And when she pulled her gun, that was not a calm and cool and reflective action. That was a heat of passion.
Land
She
the
was
plane.
so emotional in those moments.
And the plane. You could do it.
She did that act. But that was not a cool and calm act. That was a result of passion. As she's firing shots, she's yelling, "He broke my heart. He broke my heart."
He was married.
And
we
when
knew.
Tabitha starts trying to get close, Latoshia tells her to stay back. And Tabitha, who is very confused in this situation at this point, dives in front of her husband and tries to shield his body with her body. And during that process, had a bullet hit her in the shoulder. When she said, "Latoshia, you shot me," Latoshia said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Tabitha even told the police that she believed that Latoshia was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha felt like all of this emotion was directed at Brodus, because it was. But it was a lot of emotion. Officers arrive on the scene at 22:36 military time, 10:36 non-military time. When the police arrive, Latoshia still has the gun in her hand. Tabitha had told her, "Go, just go. They're coming. I can hear the sirens. Just go." And Latoshia couldn't. She couldn't move. She couldn't move. And when the police were yelling at her, telling her to put down the gun, what they saw and what they described was her staring blankly and talking softly to herself and repeatedly putting the gun up to her head or up to her mouth or up to her chest and eventually crouching down on the ground. And Officer Dunlap testified that he would have noticed that that slide was back and that chamber was empty. He didn't see that. The circumstances when the police got there, they're trained to assess. And they have this thing called the use of force continuum that officers kind of make a judgment on. Do I need to put my hands on this person, soft hands? Or do I need to pull my sidearm and kill this person? And there are things in between. Do you believe that if the police thought that she was about to shoot the officers or Tabitha or Brodus in that moment, do you have any doubt that they would have shot the guns that they had trained on her? They opted for a non-lethal force because at that point in time, they deemed her a danger to herself.
A danger to herself when there's two people laying out on the ground just bleeding out. Oh, you can't make this one up, chat. You really can't. And at the end of the day,
I'm a PhD.
she's PhD. She knows what she's doing.
There is no part of what those officers saw that was cool and calm and reflective in Latoshia Daniels. They saw a woman in an emotional crisis. While the police were there, after Latosha was taken into custody, they called the EMTs who came and rendered aid to both Tabitha and Brodus. They were then taken to the hospital where they both underwent surgery. Tabitha, thankfully, was okay. Brodus was not. He did die as a result of these gunshot wounds. That has never been in dispute. There are several things that are not in dispute. It's just a difference of whether you look at it from far away or come in close to actually analyze it, to see the details that make it up.
Not the hand. You guys think there was intent there? Like, I do have a poll up for you right now, so feel free to keep voting. Would you have voted if it was you, court of public opinion, guilty, murder in the first degree, guilty, murder in the second degree, or not guilty? Right now we're at 60% first degree, 35% second degree, and 6% not guilty. But if you think there was intent there, type intent. I mean, this jury ultimately convicted her, but I hate to spoil it, but you'll see why in a second.
Tabitha came in to testify, and she talked to you about what she saw on April the 4th and what she experienced. And she was utterly confused by all of this because she had no idea what was going on. She had no idea why Latosha would be there because Brodus hadn't told her that he saw her earlier in the night. She had no idea that Brodus and Latosha had had a 2-year-long relationship. That this woman was desperately in love with her husband. She had no idea. And that wasn't fair to her. That absolutely was not fair to her. But even Tabitha came forward to say that she didn't think that Latosha meant to shoot her. She also told y'all that she watched the clips that we watched before. She never said any of those things. She never had those conversations. She never had those conversations with Latosha. She didn't alley-oop him any woman. The hard nose for her was anyone. But he lied to his wife about that. And he lied to Latosha about that. He lied to Chriselle and Danielle about that. The police department then start their investigation. They took Tabitha's statement. Chriselle actually reached out to the police department to provide them these videos because she believed that Tabitha knew all of this. That this would be so helpful to them because obviously Tabitha knew everything and he was being so honest and transparent that they needed to have this information. Instead, they handed over evidence that showed that Brodus was manipulating all of these women. They collected the receipt. They collected the video surveillance from the gun store. They did a faraway view of what this was. And they looked at it and said, well, she bought a gun, she drove to Memphis, she went to Collierville, and she shot them. None of those facts are in dispute. Not a single one of them. But there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it. When she made that drive, she didn't go straight to Carterville. When she made that drive, she went downtown. Dr. Erica Curry came in and testified, talked about the gunshot wounds, trajectories, things like that. The fact that Brodus was shot multiple times is not in dispute. The fact that Latosha is the one who shot him is not in dispute. She is not coming here to tell you, I didn't do this. She's coming here to tell you that when I did this, I was so overcome by my emotions that I behaved in a way that I would not normally behave. I would note, with the autopsy, it does show no stippling, no muzzle imprint. What that means is that the barrel of the gun was 3 feet or more away. When Latosha was describing where everyone was sitting, and I believe Tabitha did too, Brodus was sitting directly next to Latosha. He was in the blue chair. She was on the end of the couch. She was within arm's reach of him, and nothing happened. The other doctor that testified was Dr. Bidding. She is both a clinical and a forensic psychologist. The difference in those two things are one can kind of look at your whole picture and gather information for a legal process, and the other one can gather your whole picture and look at it for a diagnosis process. She does both of those things. And she has a very impressive CV to go along with it. And when she met with Latosha, she did find a significant trauma history. She did not find malingering, which means no evidence of the fact, no evidence that Latosha was not being honest in her answers on these psychological tests. She actually found that she tended to underreport her symptoms, which was consistent with her history of always having to put on a good face. Dr. Bidding does not just blindly rely on what someone tells her. She listens to what someone tells her and then compares it to outside sources, especially for that legal process. And she did that here. And she found evidence to corroborate what Latosha was telling her. She read the police reports, including narratives about Latosha's appearance on the scene. She read Tabitha Perry's statement describing what had happened. She watched the video of Brodus Perry talking to Chriselle and Danielle about seeing Latosha at the cigar bar that night before going home to Carterville. He read Latosha's journals. She read Latosha's journals. And all of those corroborated what Latosha was telling her. She had a history of depression, and she would not, the state was right, she would not offer an opinion on her state of mind at the moment of the offense. And that's what matters legally, is at the moment. However, she did have a position about her mental state around the time of the offense. The reason that she could not speak to at the moment of the offense was because Latosha has trouble remembering those moments, just like Tabitha did, because trauma can do that to your memory. Around the time of the offense, again, corroborating by all of those items of information, she believed that Latosha was exhibiting depressive symptoms and emotional dysregulation. She was in turmoil. She told you sometimes people who truly want to die are hoping that someone will give them a reason to live. And that's what Latosha was doing here. When she parked her car in downtown Memphis, she truly wanted to die. But she was hoping with every part of herself that Brodus would give her a reason to live. Latoshia talked to you, and she told you her story. From a young age, all the way up to reaching out to Brodus for counseling, through their relationship, about his rules, about her love, about the fact that he had told her that Tabitha was on board with this. He just hadn't told her yet about Latoshia.
Landing the
She
plane.
told you about that emotional whiplash that she suffered for that last month leading up to April the 4th. She was getting pulled by her heart in so many different directions. And she talked to you about the fact that the moment that her hand went into her pocket was a moment when she was shattering. That was the word that she used. In that moment, she shattered. The timeline in the case supports what Latoshia told you happened. At 3:14, we have a suicide note written, which is before going to buy a gun. She
Yeah.
then takes a quick trip home.
I can't believe this attorney had her read that damn letter out. 7-page letter. I'm writing you a 7-page letter.
And then leaves for the park. Driving down 440, where there's a split for Memphis. She proceeds towards Memphis and arrives downtown, speaks with Brodus for a long time. Latoshia then drives to Collierville, sits in the parking lot, calls Brodus, starts to have some second thoughts, and Brodus says, no, go on in. Go on in. Latoshia goes to the apartment. Tabitha lets her in. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes. Brodus arrives back home. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes, and then Latoshia says, I'm going to leave now. Police respond at 22:36, again, 10:36 Central Time. And by 10:36, Latoshia is still standing there with the weapon in her hand. If she left Arkansas at 5 o'clock, and it only takes 3 hours to get to Collierville, why was it 10:36 when police arrived? Unless there was something that happened in between. And we know that there was something that happened in between because Brodus made a video saying, guess who I just saw as I'm walking out of the cigar lounge? All of that corroborates what Ms. Daniels came here to tell you. And I can tell you, sitting on that stand is not easy, especially talking about the things that she had to sit up there and talk about. She's not proud of what she did. She is extremely remorseful for what happened that day. When the prosecutor during cross-examination said, you went there to shoot him, didn't you? She said, no, ma'am, I loved him. I would never hurt him. No, that was not my intention. Because she didn't come to Memphis to hurt him. She was planning on hurting herself. And she walked into that apartment happy to be there in the hopes that she would get some semblance of that love back. Very briefly, I'm going to talk to you all about the law. You have your jury instructions, and there are some that I would like for you to cue in on because they're very important. If you remember during jury selection, we talked about criminal offenses and what's required. And what's required is an act and an intent. You have to have both. When you look at what are called lesser included offenses, the act never changes. The intent is what changes. On count 1, the lesser included offenses are all of the offenses: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. As I told you, Latoshia Daniels pleads not guilty to first-degree murder. I submit that the appropriate charge in this case, as it pertains to Brodus Perry, is voluntary manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter is an intentional and knowing killing that occurs during a heat of passion. That is exactly what the facts before us in this trial have laid out. Premeditation requires the exercise of reflection and judgment, careful consideration, sufficient freedom from excitement and passion so as to be capable of premeditation. When you are in that emotional state of passion, you can't reason properly. That's why premeditation requires the absence of all of those emotions to truly and thoughtfully judge and reflect on your actions before you take them.
You know what? If I was on the jury, I would have thought about that if it was one gunshot, but you shot 2 people and you emptied all of the rounds. All of them.
I'm a PhD.
All of them. Okay?
The emotions cloud that ability and impair that ability. A heat of passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions which render the mind incapable of cold reflection. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that is exactly what we have here. This was a voluntary manslaughter. This was not a first-degree murder. And I told you from day one that Ms. Daniels was not coming here to tell you I didn't do anything wrong. She knows what she did was wrong. She feels that every day. But that doesn't mean that that was a cool premeditated act. Count 2, the account pertaining to Tabitha Perry, Archie. Criminal attempt first degree, criminal attempt second degree, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter, and reckless endangerment. Those are the lesser included offenses as they pertain to her. I submit to you that the actions that led to Ms. Perry's injury was reckless endangerment. The process that involved Ms. Perry getting shot, she actually put herself into that line of fire, and Ms. Daniels did not even mean to shoot her. Ms. Perry even believes that Latoshia was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha told the police that. Tabitha told y'all that. The police told you that. She tried to shield Brodus, and in the process she got hurt. And that was an unacceptable risk that Latoshia took when she fired those shots. And she should have known that firing those shots in that apartment could have ended up hurting Tabitha. And that's exactly what happened. The definition of recklessly in your jury instructions is found on page 9. And that is where, when you look at reckless endangerment, it will refer you back to the other definitions. That's where you find recklessly. A person acts recklessly when they are aware of but consciously disregard a risk that is substantial and unjustifiable that the alleged victim will be killed. Because it's under the reckless homicide, they refer to actual killing. It's applicable also to the reckless endangerment without a killing. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under the circumstances as viewed from an accused person's standpoint. She had absolutely no intention to hurt Tabitha, but firing those shots was a risk that she would. And she did hurt Tabitha. I submit to you that the appropriate charge on count 2 is reckless endangerment.
Okay, wrap up.
All of these must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked for a long time in voir dire about beyond a reasonable doubt. Nope. The prosecution must present evidence that is so convincing that it leaves no other logical explanation for the facts except that the accused is guilty of the charged offense to a moral certainty. One of the elements that must be proven is the intent, is Latoshia Daniels' intent. So if you come down and you have one version of this event where this is a cool, calm, premeditated murder, and you have another version of events where this is a woman who was in an emotional distress, and both of those are reasonable based on the evidence, then the state has not carried their burden as to first-degree murder. The appropriate charge would be voluntary manslaughter.
Okay, enough.
And that burden is very, very high.
Uh-huh. We know. What else?
You can see both of those things if you step back and look at it and understand that while you may see two faces, you may see an apple core.
What?
And it's reasonable to see both of those things. No matter which one you looked up and immediately saw, or which one you prefer, both are reasonable.
He was
As
married.
an explanation of what you see in that picture.
He was married.
This is the state's case. From far, far away, looking at these facts. Facts that are not in dispute, but they are missing the actual picture and showing you something that isn't really what this was. I'm asking you to look
Finally.
at all of the evidence that has been presented to you over the course of this week and to see the details of what that picture actually is. Thank you.
God damn! Shit!
Stay.
Rebuttal, about 20 minutes there. This guy did the opening. He's fast.
You've heard all the evidence and most of the arguments.
He's gonna be quick. But before we do that, real big shout out to Miss Tamika Smith. Thank you for the $50 super chat, sis. I appreciate you. She says, for the chat, tolerating my tangent. You and Lead are good people. Yeah, that's right. Lead has been going live again. He took a little bit of a break, but I was really happy to see him go live last week on Coach Greg Adams. So if y'all haven't caught that, please check it out. I went to the chat on the second day that he did it. Lots of fun. Like, it was just great to see everybody in these communities come together. which was fantastic. And while I'm here, Tamika, I'm gonna catch a few other people. Huge shout out to Andrew Love, sent me $4 on the Cash App, says no remorse whatsoever. Love you, AV. Love you right back. Shout out to Miss Ashley. Ashley hit me with the 10 on the Venmo, says for all my chats. Y'all know y'all be cutting up. Like y'all know y'all be cutting up. Shout out to Jerome Street, who is in the chat as well. It's good to see you, brother. Hits me with the 20 on the Venmo and says, thanks for being you. Yeah, I didn't know he was live either, Dub Brightside. It was a sneak attack, but it was last Thursday and Friday. Super hilarious. So if y'all looking for something to watch after this, I welcome you to check it out. Really, really good stuff there. This is almost done. I'm going to do the rebuttal, and then at the end, we have the verdict. So within the next 20 minutes, we'll be all wrapped up with this crazy ass trial. Crazy.
I'm a PhD.
Let's go back in.
The assumption at this point, based on our history, is I'm not going to be up here for an hour and a half, right? And I thought about that yesterday and more today, and I hope you appreciate that. But I don't want you to take that to mean that I don't have anything to say about this case, or that I don't want you to understand how significant that the proof is in this case. Because
We don't need it.
And it's almost so clear that it just doesn't take a whole lot of time to explain it to you or to prove it to you. So if I can just take a few minutes to go back through there just to remind you of what we're looking at. The proof is clear even by her admission that she got a text that morning that said this relationship is over. I don't want to be in it anymore. And that shouldn't have been, and probably wasn't, a huge surprise to her. Because for the past months, weeks, she was even going to break up with him at one point. You know, really since he had moved from Little Rock, the relationship hadn't been the same. So what did she do in response to that? And she can tell you, this is what I plan to do. But the proof is she immediately went to buy a gun and immediately drove to Memphis to find him. 3 hours. And that's not disputed. She says, I was going to kill myself. But she wound up in Memphis with him. And she wound up at his house. She was still there when the police arrived. She shot him multiple times and shot Tabitha Perry Archie in the process. I mean, that's overwhelming proof of intentional premeditated murder, and she agrees all that happened. Do you remember there was a discussion, I believe it was in jury selection, about we do things different here than we do in the real world? I mean, I don't really know what that means. Because what we know is that in the real world, Brodus Perry is not here to tell this story. That he was shot and killed in his own home in front of his wife. And we know that Tabitha was shot while kneeling next to her husband, trying to protect him and help him and begging her to stop. You know, there's a lot of talk about reflection and judgment, cool, calm, and collected. Well, she was cool, calm, and collected enough to say, according to her, Tabitha, get out of the way. She doesn't remember anything, but she knows she didn't mean to shoot Tabitha. I mean, that's in the real world. And this is hard, I know. Talking about Tabitha, it's a good time just to point out, I mean, there is transferred intent. And so we don't have to prove she was trying to kill Tabitha. Just that she was trying to kill somebody, and she was trying to kill somebody. She did kill somebody. And in that process, she shot and caused serious bodily injury to Miss Archie. So when you have a case like that, with those facts that line up perfect, I get the text, I go buy the gun, I drive to Memphis, I show up at his house and I shoot and kill him. You got to come up with something as a defense, right? So
Got that mean Southern accent. The South gonna rise again, chat. It is gonna rise again. I might have to speed him up slightly just because I am getting super hungry. So we're gonna do 1.25. I think whenever I go to 1.5, y'all hate it. So I'm gonna go to 1.25 to get through this brother right here. He's gonna bring us home. This is the prosecution's final word before the jury deliberates. Let's go back in.
the defense is, I'm the victim. I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a minute, but I want to talk to y'all a little bit about who she is, who is claiming that she's the victim in this case. It's an almost 40-year-old grown woman who has a doctorate degree, who has been twice married and twice divorced, who runs her own business, and who voluntarily entered into and started this affair with Brother Perry. She admitted that. I liked the way he made me feel. I was wanting that kind of relationship at that time. She knew he was married. She had dinner with, she played tennis with his wife. She knew that Tabitha wasn't aware of this affair. You know, there's rules. Bros had rules. Well, I mean, one of the rules was we've got to talk to each other on this app that's not easily traceable. Is that a rule? Or is that what you would expect? Two people who were married because they were both married when it started, that they might come together and say, you know, we probably don't need to text each other and email each other on our phones and on our computers because we got to hide this. Is that a rule? Is that manipulative?
Is it?
Can't go out in public with just the two of us because we don't want to be seen as a couple. Is that a rule?
Is
Or is
it?
that what you expect? When two people who are married decide they're going to have a sexual relationship and hide it from their spouse. Is that manipulative? Did she ever say anything about he forced me to be in this relationship? Did I miss something with that? Or did she say she liked it? She wanted it to be in that relationship. I can't put your plane tickets on my card. Is that a rule? Is that what you call that? You know, she couldn't make one trip, so she said, so I decided to go on the Jerusalem trip because I couldn't make it on wherever the other trip was, Cuba or something. So, hey, I want to go on this other one because I didn't get to make that one. Is that you're expected to go? Or you want to go hang out with the married guy of my friend at a hotel room in Israel? Which is it? I don't want you to call 911 if there's like some kind of medical emergency. If you're staying in a hotel room with the person you're having an affair with, do you want her calling 911? How does that make Brodus Perry manipulative? She drank bourbon with him, she smoked cigars with him. She knew about his interest in this book. She read the book. She understood that he was interested in this non-monogamy lifestyle. She even tried to recruit one of her friends to help him out with that. A 38-year-old grown woman with a doctorate degree who run a business and has been twice married and twice divorced. You know, one of the things that happens when you kill somebody is there's only one side of the story that gets to be told because there's only one person that's left alive. And so we spent a lot of time talking about how bad Brodus Perry was, We played videos for his widow and made her sit there and say, no, I didn't know that. He was lying to me. It seems illogical, but it's sometimes easier to feel sympathy toward the person who's still alive than it is the person who died. Because that's the only story you get. And she made terrible decisions. And you feel bad for her because she made those decisions. But they were her decisions. If Brodus was here, would he say, I'm sorry, I wish I hadn't done that way? We'll never know, will we? Did he make mistakes? I want to quote to you from the jury instructions because I think it's important. Because you can't look at her and say, I feel sorry for her because she made that decision. This is a quote. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict.
Get it? Get
So
it?
feel sympathy toward her, but don't let that affect your verdict.
Get it?
You'd be inhuman not to feel sympathy toward her. But we talked about earlier, during jury selection, how sympathy and prejudice are not appropriate, and how you look at the facts, and if you determine that she intentionally, unlawfully, and premeditatedly killed him, it doesn't matter how sorry you feel for her. Because you're not supposed to use sympathy.
All right.
Was Brodus honest? He lied to his wife. He lied to his church. He lied to two people in a book club on an app where they sent videos back and forth to each other who he had never met. You want to be married to Brodus? Maybe not. Did he lie to the defendant? I don't know if we know that. I mean, she knew he was married. She knew they were hiding the affair. She knew Tabitha didn't know.
Get it?
She knew about the book.
Yep.
She knew he wanted a non-monogamous lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
She knew that early in the relationship. She read the book. What do you lie to her about? Probably more honest with her than he was anybody else.
The South will rise. Rise it.
Lying and being immoral is not a capital offense.
Murder is.
Latoshia Jane also made a lot of choices. She got to tell you she's not proud of them. Brodus didn't. She made a choice to start the affair. She made a choice to continue the affair. She even made that choice after she claims that he made her feel bad in the hotel room to continue that affair. She made the choice to hide the affair. She chose to go purchase a gun after she got that text. She chose to drive from Little Rock to Memphis. She chose to go to the Perry's house. She chose to take her gun into their home. And you'll note that premeditation, if done prior to the act, like, so you can premeditate a murder, and then you can go to do that murder, and you can be overcome by adrenaline, excitement, any other emotion you can think of. But if you premeditated it before you do that, and then you follow through with the murder, that doesn't negate the planning that you did beforehand. Why didn't you shoot him when the door was closed? Think about it all you want to. It's probably hard to pull out a gun and shoot somebody, even if you plan to. You can plan that all the way from Little Rock to Memphis, and it still may be hard to pull the trigger. She made a decision to shoot and kill Brodus Perry, and she made a decision to shoot Tabitha. one of the defense witnesses was Dr. Bidding. What do we glean from her? That's helpful. Because I don't doubt she was depressed, and that's what Dr. Bidding said, she was depressed.
Oh.
And I'm not taking that lightly. Depression is an awful.
This is why they put him on the rebuttal. He's sweating a little bit in there, but listen, this is good because, you know, for us, we had just watched the wife and then we watched Latoshia's testimony. But what he's doing, and I did not know this because we didn't watch it, it appears that one of the state's witnesses was a doctor who said that she is not suffering from the things she said she's suffering from. Oh.
Disease that affects millions of people. But Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that you can't. Sorry, Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that they commit violent acts because they're suffering from depression. Depression doesn't cause that, and depression doesn't cause you to lose your ability to plan, use judgment. And she specifically said that that depression is not a cause of impulsivity. So if depression doesn't negate intent and premeditation, it doesn't keep her from being cool, calm, collected, it doesn't keep her from using reflection and judgment, is that helpful to us? You also heard from Dr. Bidding about this defense under Tennessee law called insanity. And what she said was, there's a defense in Tennessee. And if a person is of this mental state where you can't appreciate the wrongfulness of your actions, then they can be found not guilty of the crime, because there are two things, the act and the intent. And she said, this insanity applies when someone is not able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions because of their mental state. And I said, well, did you evaluate the defendant for the criteria for insanity? Yes, it was not there. Insanity the criteria were not met when I evaluated the defendant for that.
15 minutes, Chad. Stay in it.
You also heard Dr. Bidding talk about what she called diminished capacity, which in Tennessee is this: you might still be guilty of something, but you're not guilty of the more serious offense because your capacity is diminished because of your mental state. And again, I asked Dr. Bidding, a defense expert, a witness called by the defense. What about when you evaluated Latoshia Daniels for this diminished capacity? Didn't meet the criteria for that. Well, Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, what about post-traumatic stress disorder? Did you meet the criteria for that? No. No, she didn't meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, does potentially wanting to harm herself, does that negate intention and premeditation? Can't say that it does negate intention and premeditation. Well, tell us, Dr. Bidding, about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. I'm unable to provide an opinion about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. What about Dr. Bidding's testimony did you find helpful? I found helpful the fact that she said she did appear to exercise judgment just prior to this homicide. And she did appear to engage in planning in the moments leading up to this homicide. So we talked about she used judgment, had a cool, calm, and collected thought when she told Tabitha to get out of the way. I don't want to shoot you. Dr. Bidding says she has cool, calm, and collected thoughts all day up to the moments before the homicide. Then we heard from Officer Duncan, who said he pointed, I saw her point the gun at herself. She was holding the gun. When I got to the door, I said, drop it. She pointed the gun at herself. At some point during that day, did she intend to harm herself? I don't doubt that. But I can tell you what she had at that moment. She had the judgment and reflection not to harm herself. She had the judgment and reflection not to point that weapon at the Carterville Police Department because they had a gun pointed at her. Where's the lack of judgment and reflection? Was she devastated? Was she in love? Were her feelings hurt? Had she spent 2 years in a relationship with a married man and she realized he wasn't going to leave his wife? I don't doubt that. Did she know what she was doing? Yes. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for her. It's unfortunate for Brodus Perry's family. Unfortunate for the widow of Brodus Perry. That doesn't change what happened. Did she plan this all the way from Little Rock? And I'm going to change a little bit and talk about something different here, and I want to be very clear about what I mean when I'm doing this. I submit the proof shows that she did plan this from the time she got the text. But I want to talk about why I think that's not required. It's impossible to know what she was thinking because we can't read her mind. Was she planning to kill Brodus and herself?
Some of y'all called that. Some of you guys called that.
That doesn't negate the fact that she killed Brodus and that she did it on purpose, intentionally, and with premeditation. Did Brodus ask her to go to his house? I mean, his reaction says no. The history between the two of them says no. A hidden app. Got to have somebody with us. We went 2 years, we hadn't told her. He didn't want Tabitha to know. So the history between them indicates no. So the evidence is contrary to her description of what happened. And again, I'm going to emphasize that because I'm going to make another argument. But I want to read. The evidence is contrary to what she describes as happening. But it really doesn't matter. She's asking you to consider voluntary manslaughter. And the kind of the difference is the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Well, there's no question she acted in an irrational manner because it's hardly ever rational to point a gun and shoot a guy 7 times who's not threatening you, doesn't have a weapon, and is not even, there's not even a chance he's harming you physically. No even history of him harming you physically. So that's never a rational act. So the second part of that is very important because it can't be adequate provocation that makes Latoshia Daniels act in an irrational manner because she did. And all you would have to say is, yep, there was some provocation that made me act irrationally, so I'm not guilty of homicide. I'm not guilty of murder 1. It says sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Did what happened to her, is that enough to make a reasonable person act that way? Point a loaded gun at an individual who's unarmed and not threatening you and pull the trigger not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times, but 7 times. Somebody talked to you about the classic law school example of voluntary manslaughter, where someone comes home and they find their spouse in bed with somebody else having an affair. And before they have time to reflect on that or cool down, they kill either their spouse or the person they're having the affair with. And that is the classic law school example. Latoshia Daniels doesn't fit the classic law school example. Her spouse was not having an affair. She didn't react immediately to some huge thing like that. Somebody hit my child or whatever. She knew this relationship was coming to an end. And she knew about this affair for 2 years. And she knew Tabitha didn't know about it. So again, it's not voluntary manslaughter. So I want to look at her story and set aside all the other evidence for just a moment. Not conceding there's not all the other evidence, but I want to just set it aside for a minute. What was the adequate provocation? He wouldn't walk me to the door? To my car? It's the only provocation I heard. Because right before that, she was talking, and she even made a decision. I feel like I'm being played, was what her testimony was. I'm embarrassed. I want to leave. Is that a person overcome that doesn't know what they're doing?
Kiana called it.
And she had known since that morning he was ready for this relationship to end. And she had known for months that the relationship was not what it had been. That's not provocation that would lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. It may be provocation that would break your heart, that would hurt your feelings, that would cause you to be really upset and really mad and really regretful, maybe ashamed, maybe embarrassed. She told you why she did this. And to convict, all you got to do is listen to her. She told Brodus. I don't know if he heard her because he had a bullet in his head. You broke my heart. That's why she did it. The evidence suggests that she made a decision to kill him. Maybe herself that morning. But even if she made it when he declined to walk her to the car, it's first-degree murder. There's no time period required for premeditation. Some of the things you can look at, she shot an unarmed, unthreatening person. She was making decisions that she felt like she was being played, that she was embarrassed. She was walking to the door. She reached in her pocket and pulled out the gun that she had brought into their home. She didn't go back out to her car to get the gun. Was it for protection from her car to the door, or did she forget it was there? We heard both sides of that story. And she shot him 7 times. And killed him.
7 times.
How can that not be intentional and premeditated?
Right.
Even disregarding all the evidence except what she tells you. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? Especially considering Dr. Biting's testimony. And all the things she did. Tabitha, get out of the way. Not pointing the gun at the police. Not harming herself. Where was this total loss of judgment? She was hurt. She was mad. She was embarrassed. She didn't like what Brodus had done to her. What Brodus had done to her. I ask you to follow the law. Apply the evidence to it. And if you do that,
I submit you find that she's guilty as charged on all 3 counts of the indictment.
Whoop,
Thank you.
whoop. The Southern gentleman has spoken.
All right, now it's time to select our alternates.
All right. Playing the lottery, y'all. Alternate 1. Here it is. Here it is.
All right, Mr. Moore and
All right, you already gave us one of their names, Judge.
people will be our jury. I'm going to send you back with the instructions, the indictment, and the
Deliberate.
exhibits. I think set the firearm. The first thing you will need to do is select a 4-person. And when you have a verdict, you will write your verdict on the verdict form. I will review the form to make sure that it's in proper form, and then I will have the jury foreman read the verdict. So I'm going to show the people who are on the jury, excuse the alternates if you can remain. You can finally discuss the case. So I'm going to show you excuse at this time.
Folks, let's have you bring your paperwork with you.
All right. So, for the people that have already seen this, the jury is about to deliberate. I ask you to refrain from putting your thoughts in the comments if you know what the outcome is. I mean, I kind of told y'all. But court of public opinion, we watched the whole thing all day. Actually, not the whole thing, but we watched the highlights today. Let me know what you would do. How would you have voted on the jury? Right now, our poll has 113 votes. Guilty in first degree, 59% of you would have gone for that. Guilty for murder in the second degree, 33% of you would have gone for that. And 8% of you are saying not guilty. Luckily for us, I am able to skip ahead with this TiVo time, and we are going to be able to see how the jury came back in this case, okay? So the verdict came in. They stopped at 6:36 and they came back at 8:51. So this was a 2-hour deliberation. All right, 2-hour deliberation. That's all it took to get Miss Latoshia on the whoop-de-doo status. Okay,
I'm a PhD.
let's see what happens. They came back right around here. And as you can see, this is a picture of the pastor and his wife in the middle. And then Latoshia is the woman on the left. All right. So that's what she looks like without the wigs, all of that. Wifey is in the middle. And then Mr. Pastor there is on the right-hand side. But again, he was living a double life. All right. Double life. But let's go in and see what happens. Did they come back right around here? So 2-hour deliberation, huh? Saw that with Alicia, who's being sentenced on December 8th. Latoshia here is going to be sentenced on the 18th. So we'll catch that one as well since we all watch this. Where is it? There's a seal. And some of y'all have noticed that this looks like the same court and at least place jurisdiction where young Dolph, his murder trial took place in the state of Tennessee, neighbor to the great state of Georgia. Looks like they are back here. Here we go. Here we go, chat. What do y'all think?
All right, you may be seated.
We
Our
go.
favorite jury has reached the verdict. Sorry, you will be. You can stand and read the verdict.
Look at her.
Do I need to start from State of Tennessee versus Latoshia Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 1 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus Latosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253, verdict form count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment as included in count 2 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus Latosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253, verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty in count 3 of indictment number 25-01253.
Whoa.
Would you like the jury poll?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll start on this end. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Is that your verdict? Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Now that you have concluded your service on this case, I thank you for your patience and conscientious attention to your duty as jurors. You have not only fulfilled your civic duty, but you have also made a personal contribution to the ideal of equal justice for all people. You may have questions about the confidentiality of the proceedings. Because the case is over, you are free to discuss the case with any person you choose. However, you do not have to talk to anyone about the case if you do not want to. If you tell someone you do not wish to talk about it and they continue to bother you, let the court know, for we can protect your privacy. If you do decide to discuss the case with anyone, I would suggest you treat it with a degree of solemnity, so that whatever you say, you will be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of all the parties. Also, if you do decide to discuss the case, please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. Your fellow jurors fully and freely stated their opinions and deliberations with the understanding they were being expressed in confidence. Again, I thank you for your willingness to give up your time away from your accustomed pursuits and faithfully discharge your duties as jurors. You are now excused. I will be back to speak with you shortly, so I'll show you excused to the jury room.
All right, so the jury's going back. Here's what we just learned. So they did come back with a verdict in 2 hours after deliberation. Here were the original charges. Number 1, first degree murder, right? They didn't convict her of first degree. They convicted her of second degree, all right? Let me turn that down. Next, attempted murder, and this is for the wife that got shot. They found her guilty of that, okay? So she got guilty on that one. And then the third one is employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. So, that kind of pairs with felony murder. But because they convicted her of second degree, they found her not guilty on that one, which is interesting because what needs to happen is that another felony needs to be happening at the same time. So think of bank robbery, right? If we rob a bank, me and you, dear viewer, I discharge my firearm, but there's really 2 crimes there. Let's say I discharge my firearm and I hit the bank manager. He goes down, bang, dies, right? That's murder, but there's also robbery with that. And both are felonious crimes. It's really where you pair things together. What I suspect is that they were looking at the discharge of the firearm, and I'll be honest, I disagree. Wrong one. I disagree. I really think that this prosecutor, the male prosecutor, did a really good job at breaking down the intent towards the end because it's 7 rounds, like 7 rounds. She shot him 7 times, okay? And, although there's not the other felony connected to it, 7 times is pretty extensive as far as intent, So it's interesting. Shout out to Gail at night. I was just thinking about you like an hour ago. I said, where's Gail? Where is Gail? But that's the conclusion of this one. This one was ratchet, guys. This one was full of craziness. This one was full of Sister Wives, the book, The Ethical Slut, a woman that is clearly crazy, got involved with a pastor that was fucking everybody at the church. I mean, wow. It's crazy, guys. This woman had a PhD.
I'm a PhD.
So, her sentencing, Latosha's sentencing is on December 18th. We're going to watch that one. It is going to be extremely busy in these next few weeks as far as all the trials we're keeping track of and everything. But But yeah, I mean, this lawyer with the shorter hair, I think even if she was a public defender, I think she did her best. And in a way, she was kind of effective because Latoshia didn't get first degree. Latoshia got second degree. So she was able to convince this jury to go a little bit lighter on her, right? Like, oh, I was in love with this man. He lied to me. He told me his wife was cool and she was going to be my sister wife. She was going to be my sister wife. We were going to share him. And then we were going to go in and tell him that we were, that I was going to drive from Arkansas all the way to Tennessee and we were going to have this conversation with her. And I wanted to off myself because he broke my heart. Crazy case, y'all. Crazy case. So in a way, this attorney with the short hair, I mean, she did something. I mean, even like, we go back and forth on the Julio Fulio trial and Alicia Andrews. People are just like, Alicia got a good deal. Chat, when I released that to y'all, I talked to that defense attorney, the original defense attorney before Jeremy. The tea on my tea right now is cold. The tea on that one is going to blow your mind. And she says she's only going to do it here on my channel. We're not doing it anywhere else. She's only going to do it here. Jeremy better watch out. But Jeremy, believe it or not, guys, is going to be in court tomorrow. He's representing Milagros in the Megan Thee Stallion thing. And let me just briefly go through the schedule one more time, and then I'll go through y'all's super chats just so y'all know what to expect throughout the week if you want to plan for it. I'm still trying to get in touch with Joe Tacopina, Nicole Westmoreland, West Coast Trial Lawyers. I got in touch with Brian Steele's person last week, so watch out for that. I'll let you know when we're doing it. Where's my post-it? Here it is. Okay, so this week we have Megan Thee Stallion and Milagros. It is a federal trial, so it's not going to be televised, but I'll see what we could do if there's any information that we could share with you guys. Then ASAP Rocky and Relly scheduled for January 12th. Relly has dropped the charges on Rocky. I mean, he's doing his thing. Rocky is unfazed by this damn thing. I mean, and again, Rihanna, they're raising their family. He's all over social media. So Relly is only suing Joe Tacopina moving forward. That starts January 12th. Courtney Clenny, we were supposed to have a hearing on November 5th that got rescheduled to December 5th. She is now, actually, I should do this for Power Hour on Tuesday. She is now saying that the prosecutors did some shady stuff and that's why it should be dismissed. Actually, that's what we should do on Power Hour for Tuesday. So I will show you guys that footage and we'll talk about it from there. But she's back in court on December 5th. I don't know what the hell's going on with Antonio Brown. It's a lot. We just did Latasha, so we're all set there. Melly's friend is snitching. There's all types of interrogation footage and all types of things there. So I might actually do a Melly stream on Thursday. So we're all up to date on that. But there's a lot going on. Fonnie was supposed to be in court last week. It's not her fault. I thought she was dodging a subpoena. Actually, what's going on with Fonnie is her attorney was not able to make it. So December 18th, we're going to get some Fonnie action. I actually think that that's going to be the biggest stream of the year because this is the first time that she's actually testifying in front of the Georgia Senate Committee. If you have not heard with the whole Nathan Wade case, that case was assigned to a different prosecutor, but that prosecutor was like the head of this prosecutorial organization. So we're going to see what they do with that, but that was formally announced last week. Now, up here in the Northeast, you have Karen Reed. She just got assigned a new judge on her civil trial who is likely going to change some things around. The last judge was trying to get them to go between March or whatever. So that one might get, that we might see some movement on that one too as well. I don't know if y'all want me to do this, but this is why I was trying to get this one done today. Is tomorrow there's a hearing for Brian Walsh. This man killed his wife. It's something a little crazy, but we will be live with everybody else doing it tomorrow. It's just a hearing though. So we'll see. I am going to be putting together a formal, almost like an intake form. So if y'all see something throughout the week, you want me to cover it, let me know. We're going to make it easy so you can like drop links and all of that. And then as far as other news, I'm just going to put together our trial watching merch for the holidays. So many of you guys gave me some ideas today that we're going to be doing, and we will go from there. Little Dirk, there's movement on the case. It's scheduled for late January right now, but it's not televised. So I do need to dig into his case file. I saw a few people covering some things last week. So I will look into that one, Dub, and we'll keep an eye out on it. But I have a good process, like we're gonna create a trial watching app. Shout out to Emily. We are putting all this great stuff together so it makes it easier for y'all to know where I'm at. Because sometimes if it gets a little quiet, y'all be like, "AV, I need my trial watching fix." And so, I mean, with Julio, I was just so ecstatic, man. Like to see 100,000 views in a day, 6,000 people in the chat. Like Julio was wild. And then, getting all these news contacts, all types of stuff. Y'all told me about Laura Owens today, so I'll look into that. You told me about Mo today, so I'll check that out as well. But yeah, we got a system going, on the way to 100,000. We're at 82K, so we're in a good place. And again, prayers to Nate the lawyer. I know it's been a few hours since I announced this, but he has it on his channel. He was undergoing surgery to remove a brain tumor this morning. So, prayers up for Nate the lawyer. He's a colleague of mine in the LawTube space, has worked with me and Lead on many streams, super funny, great, down-to-earth guy. So, I'm praying for him and his family. Let me just come to my supers to make sure I covered everything. So yes, I will look into the Mo case as well. Shout out to Drew Beats, who says, "I just wanted to feel good." That's what this woman said. Can y'all believe that? Drew Beats is back with the 5, says, "If this chick treated her husband like that, Pastor, they would still be married." As shake my head, nasty work. Yeah, that's the thing. This woman was married twice before she got with the married pastor. They were both married. It was crazy. Thank you, Drew. Shout out to DW with the 10, says, "We need some shame bells." That came in clutch. I was able to grab them. Drew Beats came back with another 5, says, "Wait, did this chick say she has kids?" Yes, she has 2 kids. I know the oldest, I think, is a son. You shot at the wife with no sympathy. None. Poor lady got shot in the elbow or whatever, or not even elbow, the shoulder, I believe. And she survived, but her husband died. But then you come to this trial, you find out your husband is out here. He's in the streets. He's outside, Thank you, Drew. He comes back with another 2, says, "Because I didn't give my other one, that's a shirt." Yes. Absolutely. With another 2, says, "I just wanted to see why with my 45 off safety." She shot him 7 times. I still can't believe they gave her 2nd degree. I mean, some of y'all were like, okay, grappling with the premeditation for a 1st degree, but the jury gave her 2nd degree instead of 1st. So we'll see what she's looking at as far as sentencing on December 18th, but that's coming soon. Damien with the 5 says, "One Seth says more thoughts are coming forward soon." Ooh. I wonder what that looks like. Drew Beats with the 2 says, "Rule number 4, don't shoot me." Yeah, the pastor had rules. Pastor had his rules. Tamika with the 50, thank you, sis. Again, I covered this one. She says, "For the chat, tolerating my tangent." And I think I got all of y'all on Cash App and Venmo. Man, listen, we hung out on a Sunday. We hung out with everybody. For those that don't know, I'm going to stick to my power hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Sometimes I'm going to move them, but usually they'll be around noon. That's how you can remember, is the T's, right? Tuesdays and Thursdays around noon when there's no active trial on. But that's where I'll bring you all of your legal news, breakfast style, breakfast club style for an hour or 2. I call those power hours. And then I think once a month we'll do a trial in a day like this on a weekend. We did it with Cardi B. That was super successful. And then if I'm ever late covering any of these trials, we'll do them on weekends. So that's all good. Yes, thank you to my auntie who actually referred to this case. Y'all were doing laundry, making dinner. Some of y'all were in bed listening, working, all types of stuff. We got through it, but this was a recommendation from my Thea. She hit me up last week. She said, "Yo, you need to watch this one." So we did. I want to thank everybody that supported the stream. And again, I really do care about my colleagues in this LawTube space. At the start of the year, we lost Jeff, who was Legal Vices. Lee's been going through his health challenges. I always support him in any way that I can. But I do want to end this stream. If y'all could just end it with typing in Nate the lawyer, putting up some prayer emojis. I really hope he gets through this. It's been tough for his family because his wife had just gotten through some cancer stuff. So I am praying for him every single day until we hear from him. And I think it's a very brave thing as a LawTuber or just as an attorney in general to put your life out there. Like we really care about this work. He said it in the video that YouTube has changed his life and he's going to keep everybody updated, which is a brave thing to do, So shout out to Nate, the lawyer. We're going to end it on that note. Of course, TLA, we love our TLA, but Nate could use our prayers tonight. So, and again, there's not a lot of Black lawyers on this platform. There's not many. There's a handful. And Nate, I believe, is one of the biggest along with Lee. But, how many subs does Nate have actually? I think Nate's at like 600,000. Like, wow, what a huge accomplishment. And he's always been super nice to me. I've never had any issues with Nate. He's always been super thoughtful, super like caring, super open arms. Like he collabed with me at one point. Yeah, Nate's at just about 700,000. I think Nate is the biggest Black attorney on this platform. So please, if y'all could give Nate his, the prayers tonight, that would be fantastic. But yeah, he did the super mayor, did all of that. But we are praying for him from this channel, from my community, my little channel that could. We're here and y'all know how we roll. Well, listen, chat, it's been an eventful day. I'm going to go heat up some food, go eat, relax for the rest of the night. You will probably hear from me again on Tuesday, and we're going to get started with all our videos and the great things that we have going into the holidays. I wish you guys a wonderful night. I will see you in the next one. Stay safe out there. Bye.